Good morning, everyone. Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning.
And thank you, planning commissioners and city staff, for your participation today. My name is John Carlson. I'm the chair of Virginia Beach Planning Commission. Welcome to the July 8th informal session of the Virginia Beach Planning Commission. Call this meeting to order. I will now ask the planning administrator, Ms. Caitlin Alcock, for comments and to review our procedures for today's meeting.
Just two quick things before we jump into the agenda. One, Chair Costin is going to make an announcement at the start of formal, but just as for awareness, the closed captioning system is not working in council chambers, so there will be an announcement for the public if anyone needs some sort of accommodation for that. The other quick thing, just for awareness, upcoming on your August agenda, we will have the text amendment proposal for data centers, so that is forthcoming. And that's all I have.
Short and sweet. Mm-hmm. That's where we like it.
Good morning, Hannah Sabo, zoning administrator. I am here talking about the first two items. Items 1 and 2 are both relating to the city's zoning ordinance pertaining to short-term rentals. The Planning Commission was briefed on these during the last meeting. The items 1 and 2 both are looking at a change to the overlay within the Oceanfront Resort District, the specific overlay being the short-term rental overlay. During the April 21st, 2026 meeting, City Council referred a resolution that was sponsored by Vice Mayor Wilson and then Council members Remick, Schulman, and Henley, directing the Planning Commission to review a revision to the Oceanfront Resort STR overlay district. And that was due to the proliferation of STRs at the oceanfront and then the detrimental impacts to the neighborhood from parking and then loss of housing stock. The overlay boundary is proposed to be reduced in area. And at yesterday's City Council meeting, they did approve an extension for 60 days for that resolution. So just to be aware of that for this Planning Commission, you don't have that deadline of today any longer. Within the existing overlay, there's 331 permitted STRs, and the proposed overlay would contain 281 STRs that are currently permitted. And so those existing STRs that are outside of the newly proposed overlay, but within the existing overlay, would be considered grandfathered, and they would be allowed to continue to operate so long as they don't stop operation for a period of 2 years or longer. We have done a lot of outreach for this update. We have gone to the Old Beach Design Review Committee, the Bayfront Advisory Commission, the Resort Advisory Commission's Transportation, Parking, Pedestrian Committee, and the Resort Advisory Commission's Planning Design Review Committee. The Hampton Roads Realtors Association was also briefed. We, of course, briefed this group at the last meeting, and letters were sent out to all of the properties within the boundary that would be affected. Through that outreach, we've gotten a lot of neutral feedback, just like questions about what would happen to those existing short-term rentals. We explained the grandfathered process, and we did get 2 letters in opposition that were included in the supplement, the last supplement that went out. We've received about 17 calls. Again, those were mostly asking questions, and then I would say generally neutral on the change. If there are any questions on that item. And so I'll just, go ahead.
Well, I'm not sure I have a specific question. What I'm really wanting to say is this, what's in front of everybody today is an alternate map. I'd worked with my councilman with regards to public input, and it was looked at to be too great a reduction in the vibe area. So unlike the previous map, this now extends permitted STRs up to 18th Street. Before it had been pulled back. So this is an alternate map that's in front of you from the one that was here a month or 2 before. I think because of that, we probably want to take the time we've been given and not vote on it now, so you all have a chance to see it and talk about it. However, I will say that the time we gave this has given a lot of people the opportunity to ask questions, find out what it's going to mean to them. I will say this, so it doesn't really come out clearly in the regs. Abandonment of a non-conforming use, which is what it would be, is an enforcement issue. It becomes very difficult at times to understand abandonment, particularly for an STR. So the likelihood of abandonment, I'm not sure is that great. However, what it does do, and I'm not sure everybody understands this within the district, if you have a non-conforming use and you wanted to modify it anyway, you would have to come back before council to do that. So if you wanted to add a bedroom, if you wanted to add a dwelling, something, you'd have to come back. I think you have to do that now under the conditional use requirement. The city would take that view anyway. So I'm not sure it impacts negatively people with current STRs. The big reduction area that you're looking at is primarily, in my view, to accommodate future growth that we've been planning for in the Central Beach District. And you've heard me complain about STRs quite a bit here. And I would like to see that pulled back in that area, that we're not promoting STRs in this new growth area, that be for housing, for folks to come in, and we have housing stock there. That is the idea for the reduction, so.
I just want to clarify, they won't actually become non-conforming uses. The ordinance will have them become grandfathered uses. They're slightly different, and I don't believe we have a mechanism for an extension of a grandfathered property, so
Is that because I'm sorry to get technical, but is that because they were previously permitted?
it's because the use, if you think back to when we first adopted the regulations, they weren't a permitted use under the ordinance, so they were technically illegal uses. So non-conforming uses have to be legal at the time the ordinance is changed. So
Okay.
city council can extend those rights, and that's what they chose to do, but it gave them a grandfathered status as opposed to non-conforming. And I don't think that section 105 applies to grandfathered
Okay,
properties.
that's good clarification. I appreciate that. I just think they're going to have to come back. If they're going to modify the STR, either under the current system or as a non-conforming, they would have to come back and receive some approval.
What I'm saying is I don't think that they can. I don't think there's a mechanism for them to come back. I think that what they have is what they have.
Okay, well, that's good to clarify, because people need to understand that that's ultimately the impact. If you have an STR there, you're limited to the STR that you have. Okay.
I'll just clarify, the update does allow for grandfathered short-term rentals to expand up to 1,000 square feet or 25%. So it's another way in which it's different than legally non-conforming. So it does, our grandfathered properties are allowed to expand, but only to a certain extent, and there is nothing beyond that allowance. That is
1,000
correct.
square feet, you said?
Yes.
Okay.
And they wouldn't be coming back for this process.
Okay,
to exercise
that's
that.
about right. Okay.
Commissioner March, and then Commissioner.
So with the new state legislation that went through on July 1st, allowing ADUs in certain areas, is this applicable in this area?
That's, we are still looking at updating the ADU ordinance, but the state does give us the ability to restrict short-term rentals within ADUs.
Okay, and I just didn't know how it impacted it. So you have the ability to either allow or not allow.
Correct.
I wasn't for or against that. I just didn't know how it would impact
Can I ask a question? What's the ADU?
accessory dwelling unit.
Thank you.
All these abbreviations.
Right.
Commissioner Camp.
I support Commissioner Plumlee's position about taking the deferral. One of the reasons that we asked for a deferral last month was for additional public outreach. That what I understand has happened is several committees of RAC were consulted, Bayfront Advisory, Old Beach Design is, I think, just, 4 people on that. And so while there have been mailings, now we have a potential different map. We have clarity on what existing STR holders might be entitled to in the future. I really think that our intent in the deferral should be utilized in this period to hold a public outreach meeting. And whomever may wish to come, be they civic leagues, stakeholders of any type, I think it behooves us, with the amount of investment in this area over the 60-day period, to have one event where people can ask their questions, in an easier fashion. It's just my suggestion. But for agenda-setting purposes, I support a motion today for a deferral.
How many days you want to defer?
To the August.
August.
But wouldn't it be till September, 60 days?
It is 60 days from the date of adoption of the resolution last night, which takes you to September
So 30 days have been burned.
5th.
No, 1 week has been burned,
The way the resolution
1
was,
day.
and I don't know if you want to speak to it, but the way the resolution was written, it was 60 days from the date of council adoption, which was July 7th. 60 days from July 7th takes you to September 5th. So that doesn't get your September meeting.
So then as a follow-up, since at the last meeting, we're on the record asking for more public engagement, what public engagement happened since our last meeting?
Since the last meeting, we had a meeting with the Realtors Association, and there were the letters that went out to all affected properties.
Thank you so much.
And the resolution on council's agenda yesterday was an additional public hearing with an opportunity for the public to engage.
But they did not have the benefit now of a changed map, which might be what we're voting on.
But we are reducing the impact of the reduction. So in that way.
When did the map change?
Map, this came out maybe a week ago or less.
On the bottom of the map, bottom right hand
Based on
side.
feedback for us to consider versus the first map that was presented.
It doesn't say.
There's quite a few meetings in that area, and and they're all public meetings, if it would be wise to just allow for one of those public meetings to include this for feedback. I think it might be ideal since it's already on the books and people can plan to do that. And I can get with you because I know of one that might be very good for it. So are we just deferring, are we deferring all three, or are we able to go ahead with number 3?
So the resolution only extended the time for the actual map, the overlay
Okay.
boundary being changed, and the corresponding code section regarding grandfather properties and so parking needs to be addressed.
Okay, thank you.
So we'll defer item
1,
number
2,
1.
So those were items 1 and 2. Item 3 is an ordinance to amend section 2303 of the zoning ordinance pertaining to short-term rental parking requirements. This item was, again, part of that resolution that was passed during the April 24th City Council meeting that was looking at the impacts of short-term rental parking within the SGR overlay district. The zoning ordinance requires that single-family dwellings have a minimum of 2 on-site parking spaces, while short-term rentals are required to have 1 parking space per bedroom. And so that difference in parking could allow for a single-family dwelling that is built and then converted to a short-term rental to need additional spaces. And applicants do have the option to lease off-site spaces to satisfy that requirement, including spaces within city-owned parking garages. And it's been the practice of the zoning division to only permit off-site parking spaces that are within 0.25 miles from the proposed short-term rental. But due to the proliferation of short-term rentals at the oceanfront and then the need for public parking, this amendment does propose to prohibit short-term rentals from utilizing public parking with a city-owned parking garage to meet their minimum parking requirement. And this proposed amendment only applies to public parking garages. Again, the outreach has been included in all of those previously described briefings to the Old Beach Design Review Committee, all of the RAC committees, and then the Hampton Roads Realtor Association were also notified of this parking change. The feedback was generally supportive of this amendment.
Commissioner Plumlee.
Have you had any objection to this? I've not heard anyone object to this
I have not.
particular item.
Commissioner Camp.
Ms. Sabo, I believe I emailed you a question, and could you refresh my memory on the answer? I just don't remember. We've used the term garage here. Does it also apply to city-owned parking lots?
It does not. This specifies parking spaces within garages would not be permitted.
And second, this I know relates to another part of our agenda, but I'll just say it because it's pertinent here. that for over a year, we've talked about how STRs measure the distance to their parking lot by the crow fly or by the actual method someone would walk to that space. Here we are tinkering with the ordinance, but not addressing that issue that we've talked about for a year. I understand we're going to vote on it today, and rather than try to wing it from the dais, which is never a good idea, I would just like to propose that when we get to our annual report and we're recommending things for consideration in the coming year, we actually put that on the list of things to deal with.
Thank you.
Commissioner Hippen?
Am I correct that our parking lots that the city owns do not permit you to park overnight, correct?
That is correct.
Okay, so they wouldn't be able to use that. I just wanted to clarify that.
Thank you.
So is this a consent item? Does everybody?
Sounds like it to me.
And my last item for today is item 4, and this is an ordinance to amend section 237 of the city zoning ordinance pertaining to mini warehouses. The mini warehouse use was added to the B4C Central Business Mixed Use District in December of 2023, and that item was approved on both the consent agendas for Planning Commission and City Council. The use requires a conditional use permit and then compliance with form standards that are listed within that section. And it came to staff's attention that in the language in that section, 237C2, prohibits the development of mini warehouses in a way that wasn't originally intended. During the city council meeting, there was a question of whether or not this amendment would allow storage units within the first floor, or if they were completely prohibited on the first floor. And the intention was for those storage units to be allowed on the first floor so long as there was screening, but that was not the language that was adopted. And so since it's come to our attention, we are addressing that. And so this amendment would strike that language prohibiting storage units on the first floor of a mixed-use building and adds language clarifying that the storage units located on the ground floor must not be visible or directly accessible from the exterior of the building. So it modifies that to match kind of what was intended.
Vice Chair?
Ms. Sabo, whose intent was it that storage be allowed on the ground floor? It was never my intent, because, and I was here when that was pushed through, or when that was approved, but the ground floor was supposed to be other uses and upper floors for storage. It was never my intent that the ground floor would be storage. So when you say this is to clarify an intent, whose intent?
It was staff's intent, and then as referenced during the city council meeting, that question was asked, and it was specifically advised that we were not intending to prohibit storage units on the first floor. So during that council meeting, council was notified.
Well, it's not my intent, so I can't support this.
Thank you.
I think this needs to be heard for the purpose of taking a vote. Because I also cannot support this. I think the zoning code as written is the correct zoning code, particularly in light of our new comp plan, where I think it needs to be evaluated.
Ready, listen.
Just briefly to go back to item 3, we actually have a speaker in opposition, so that will need to be heard.
Okay.
I have a question. Are there anybody from the warehouse representatives here to talk about this? I think they might want to weigh in.
I do not believe so.
How does that work? They don't have an opportunity?
Oh, they have an opportunity.
They just probably didn't know about it until whatever, so that's why they're
Same
here.
opportunity as the rest of the public.
Maybe.
Also, Commissioner Morjani, I will say there are a couple items on the agenda for warehouses, so I assume there are representatives here regarding those anyway.
Hopefully they'll speak up.
All righty, next item.
Good morning, everyone. Agenda item 5 is request for a subdivision variance to section 4.4B of the subdivision regulations for lot width. The applicant is at this time requesting a 30-day deferral for this application to continue to discuss issues with stakeholders, as well as conduct additional public outreach, and there is a letter that you received as part of your first round of supplements.
Marshall, she's lining it up.
Technical difficulties. Hold tight.
So while we're waiting, I do have a question about the parking. Maybe I'll give an answer. And maybe not, actually, because this is kind of a random question, but when we had a flat lot on 18th Street, were there any STRs that were utilizing that as a part of their programmed parking? And if so, what happened during construction? How did that work out to make it? And if you're not sure, we can talk offline, and I was intending on talking offline anyways.
Which lot's that?
The 18th Street parking lot, the city-owned flat lot.
I'll double check.
Yeah.
An STR can't use the lots because they close at 2 a.m. And if you're in them, the tow trucks come and tow you.
I don't believe so, but I'll.
Okay. Yeah. I wasn't thinking that there was any, but.
And I would just generally say when an STR has to get that annual permit, they have to present a parking plan in order for that annual permit to be issued. So if an off-site space is no longer available for some reason, they would have to provide a parking plan with, each year to show how they're meeting the parking requirement.
Thank you.
And no, I don't know from experience how to signs.
I apologize for the technical difficulty.
No, it's fine.
Thank you
Good
for your
morning.
patience. Good morning.
Good morning.
All right, let's go over items 6 and 7. This is BH Farmhouse LLC, and this is a request for two requests for a subdivision variance to section 4.4B of the subdivision regulations for deficiencies in lot width and street frontage, as well as a conditional rezoning from conditional B2 community business district to conditional B4 mixed use district. The 8.5 acre site is currently developed with a brewery and historic farmhouse and is located within the Centerville SGA. Here are a few images of the property to include a picture of the historic farmhouse that will be retained on site. The subdivision variance request is for a deficiency in the lot width and street line frontage requirements for the property, while the site's primary access will be from Kentsville Road, Luck Lane, which is highlighted in the orange color to the top of the screen, is considered the legal lot frontage of the property, as the zoning ordinance considers the front yard to be the narrowest part of the yard by which legal access to an abutting street is provided. As required by the zoning ordinance, the lot width required for this property is 200 feet with a street line frontage requirement of 160 feet. Approximately 50 feet is proposed for both the lot width and street line frontage along Luck Lane. Staff is supportive of the variance request as the deficiency is due to the unique configuration of the lot and the manner of which the lot width is measured as stated previously. As Luck Lane will not be the primary access for the property, there will be no vehicular accesses proposed from Luck Lane. The second application is the request for a conditional rezoning to B4, conditional B4 mixed use district. The applicant is requesting this rezoning to redevelop this mixed use, to redevelop the site with a mixed use development to be comprised of 251 multifamily units with an overall density of 29.42 dwelling units per acre and a commercial space through the preservation and adaptive reuse of the historic farmhouse. As depicted on the conceptual site plan, 2 4-story residential buildings are proposed, 6 detached garages, a community courtyard, outdoor amenity space, and a potential dog park. Right-of-way improvements are also proposed in accordance with the proffered conceptual plan and include a right-of-way dedication and an 11-foot wide multi-use trail along Kentsville Road as recommended by the city's active transportation plan. The conceptual landscape plan shows building foundation and interior parking lot plantings as required. Additionally, a 15-foot wide Category 4 buffer is proposed to screen the adjacent residential properties along the northern and western property lines. The proposed buildings will vary in size. However, the tallest point will have a maximum height of 55 feet and 6 inches. The buildings will incorporate high-quality exterior materials, including cementitious panels, lap siding, brick veneer, vinyl windows, standing seam metal roofing, and architectural shingles, all with a neutral color palette. In accordance with the provisions of Section 283 of the zoning ordinance, which permit reduced setbacks from properties within the SGA, subject to certain design criteria, the project will incorporate a 10-foot yard setback along Kentsville Road. This reduced setback promotes the more urban character and vision for our SGAs. A reduced setback deviation is also proposed along Luck Lane, as this is the legal lot frontage of the lot, would require a 35-foot front yard setback. The applicant is seeking a deviation through Section 107I of the zoning ordinance, which provides for a provision for council to approve a deviation to provide a 15-foot setback from Luck Lane. Staff is also supportive of that deviation. Additionally, a parking study was submitted in accordance with Section 203 of the zoning ordinance, which allows for a reduction in the minimum required parking spaces when a significant number of patrons are expected to arrive on foot, by public transportation, or by bicycle. Although a development of this size would typically require 463 parking spaces, the study supports that the proposed 388 spaces would adequately serve the development's needs. Additionally, 12 bicycle parking spaces are required and have been provided on site. A traffic impact study was also submitted, prepared by Timmons Group, and it was submitted to staff, which called for some roadway improvements. As part of the proposed improvements, the applicant will construct 2 outbound lanes at the full access point on Kentsville Road, and has also proposed right turn lanes at both site access locations. Final geometric design details for the right turn lanes will be coordinated with traffic engineering during the site plan submittal review. Based on traffic engineering's review, the development would generate approximately 1,676 average daily trips. This is lower than estimated at 1,892 trips that could be generated under the property's current zoning of B2 at 40% site coverage. The Virginia Beach City's Public Schools indicates that the proposed development is within the acceptable threshold for increases in student population, which is below the 10%. I know at the site visits, many of you asked questions about children walking to and from school and if they would be bused. We did reach out to schools, and we did get some information in regards to that. There are different non-transportation zones that are already developed. When a property comes in to be reviewed, or a new property comes in, they do not change the zones. These are reviewed annually, but the distance that we mentioned at that site visit, typically between 1 and 1.5 miles, determines if children will walk to and from school, and that would be determined based on age. So in this instance, there is a possibility that some children who live here may have to walk to school, but that will be evaluated further as they get the numbers and the site is developed. The preliminary drainage study, a preliminary drainage study was always also submitted with this application, and it was reviewed by our Development Services Center, and staff reviewed that study and has determined that the stormwater strategy has the potential to successfully comply with stormwater regulations. Also at the site visits, we had some questions about stormwater in regards to this site and impacts to the surrounding neighborhoods, and possible if it would drain to Lake Christopher. So we did get information about that. The site does not drain to Lake Christopher. The site drains across Kentsville Road into the existing drainage ditch north of Woods Corner Shopping Center, and would ultimately drain into Stumpy Lake. And then there was another question in regards to the impervious surface and impacts to stormwater for those surrounding property owners. There will be an increase, as we know, in impervious surface on this site. It is anticipated, however, the project will be required to meet all city and state stormwater management requirements. There is going to be an on-site pond on the site, I believe. Maybe not. There are going to be some on-site stormwater facilities on site that will be utilized to address increased runoff to meet those requirements. Let's see. Staff is recommending approval of the conditional rezoning and the subdivision variance request, subject to the proffers and the conditions in the staff report. I do want to make note that proffer number 11 will need to be revised between Planning Commission and City Council. The applicant's rep will speak more to this, but there is a reference to proffer 6, and that is the wrong reference. It needs to reference back to proffer 11, so that change will be made between Planning Commission and City Council, but the applicant's rep will speak more to that. You will likely hear this item because we do have registered speakers. Also, staff has received 7 letters of support, which were included in your supplemental package on yesterday evening. We've also received 5 letters of opposition, which expressed concerns regarding potential school overcrowding, increased traffic congestion, concerns with public safety, the proposed development's compatibility with the character and scale of the surrounding neighborhoods, as well as privacy concerns for some of the adjacent property owners. If you have any questions, happy to answer those for you. And we have, right at this moment, we have 4 registered speakers on this item.
Oh, we're gonna hear this. This is my district.
Can I hear from the traffic person? Can I just ask a question to the traffic guy?
You have a traffic engineering question?
Hi, do you have any concerns about the crossings from the intended proposed project to the Walmart across the street instead of going to the traffic light? I'm sure people do that. Do you have any concerns about that?
They do it today. With the
exactly.
brewery there. A lot of people park at the shop center. Not that I've done it myself. Well, okay, I have done it myself. People park at the shopping center and cross the street there.
Right, so no concern right now?
He's absolutely correct.
So,
Yeah, no, I agree.
So cars do go, they do go back and forth. I mean, again, it's going to be up to the drivers. It's like any other roadway where you've got people crossing at an uncontrolled intersection on an arterial with 4 lanes, 6 lanes, 8 lanes. We have them on Virginia Beach Boulevard where it's 8 lanes. It is a little tricky during peak hours, but off peak, it really isn't an issue.
Okay, great, thank you.
He's correct.
Okay.
He's correct. So this is my district. We've had several public interaction meetings. The things, so the first meeting I went to, can you go back to the?
Absolutely. To this concept
yes.
plan?
Yes, there you go. Okay. So when I first saw the property, I saw that the trash bins were located at the back of what is technically the front, but I'm going to call Kempsville the front, at the back of the property, which backed up to the Dillon Drive residences. And my request was, there's people who live back there. They don't want to hear trash, okay, bins all night, all morning. So the developer has been very, very willing and compliant to make changes. They moved those. You can see that there are now garages back there and trees, so that will help buffer some. Other things that I heard from citizens were about Luck Lane. Well, Luck Lane will no longer be able to access the property. So that's a good thing, because the people along Dillon Drive, they say that right now with the brewery there and all of the festivities that go on, that people will park along Luck Lane and Dillon Drive and disregard their properties and walk around and so on and so forth. The folks that are on the cul-de-sacs along Myers Drive, they do have a lot of concerns because they feel that the apartments will be able to look into their properties and so on and so forth. You can see the distance. One of the other things that was brought up was more public space, and the developer did say, yes, here we go, and they redeveloped it. I do have concerns about people crossing the street there, but I can tell you, I live within a mile of that, okay? And I travel Kempsville Road every day along there. And our traffic guy is absolutely right. People disregard and just cross where they want to cross. So that's something that's already going on. And he's absolutely right. There are people that park in the Walmart parking lot, McDonald's parking lot, and they go over to whatever events they want to go to over there right now. The schools, The kids, the schools that will be servicing this development are Tallwood Elementary, Brandon Middle, and Tallwood High School. Tallwood High School kids are gonna walk, okay? The other ones are gonna be on buses because of their ages. And that was one of the things that was brought up at the site visit. Trees. You can see that there's gonna be a lot of trees there. However, we are cutting down a lot of mature trees. I wish we could not do that, but they're working on it. Other than that, we're gonna hear this. We're gonna hear this because there are folks that disagree, there are folks that agree, and I have gotten calls from folks that want to speak. No questions? Walter.
You did a great job. Okay. Walter, you okay?
Under the public utility impacts, it says that upgrades to multiple downstream gravity sanitary sewer main segments are expected to be necessary. Will that take place before or during construction?
So that would be reviewed during the site plan review process, and they'll work all of that out before a site plan is approved and construction occurs.
I got you. Thank you.
Sure.
Agenda item number 8 is a request for a street closure for a 7.5-foot wide portion of an unnamed, unimproved 15-foot wide lane and a 25-foot wide portion of the unimproved Holly Road right-of-way adjacent to 252 Bay Colony Drive. A similar request was approved by City Council in 2024 for the other half of the unimproved Holly Road right-of-way and a 7.5-foot wide portion of the unimproved lane adjacent to 300 Bay Colony Drive, which is directly west of the subject site. The requested street closure is in staff's opinion acceptable. A viewers meeting was held on May 6th and a subsequent meeting was held on June 24th, where the viewers determined that the proposed closure will not result in any public inconvenience. Therefore, closure of the portion of right-of-way is deemed acceptable. Due to the existing public gravity sanitary sewer main located within the 15-foot wide lane, a public utility and access easement will need to be retained over a portion of the closure area and over a portion of the applicant's property as noted in condition 2. Although there are no public utilities directly present in the portion of Holly Road proposed for closure, the easement is necessary over this area for access to and workspace for the sewer main in the lane to the rear of the site. The applicant is agreeable to this condition. Condition 4 has also been added to indicate that no encroachment of private property should be made into the public utility and access easement without city approval. Based on the considerations above, staff is recommending approval of the requested street closure subject to the conditions in the staff report. You will likely hear this item as there is a speaker signed up to speak in opposition of this request.
Thank you. My question is with regard to the word unimproved and also encroachment. As I looked at this property at the site, I looked on the tax assessor's map, I looked at your staff report, it appears to me that the residence here enjoys a driveway on the public right-of-way. Isn't the driveway to their house in this right-of-way?
Yes, it does appear that the existing driveway is located within that portion of Holly Road.
So why are we saying it is unimproved when there is a driveway there?
It would be unimproved by the city for the intended use. So the driveway in there currently would require an encroachment agreement. So that will be handled and would still, if any portion of it will be within the easements to be dedicated.
So let me understand this. I think I follow you. If approved, the city will sell the L-shaped, yellow outlined piece of land to the adjoining homeowner to the right. As part of that, the city will negotiate an easement to access half of the driveway for a sewer line, and then there will be an encroachment agreement on the easement to allow them to have a driveway on top of the area we're supposed to be able to get back in and access the sewer line.
Correct. It would be, anytime you have any improvements within city right-of-way or within a public easement, an encroachment agreement through city council or granted by city council is required. In this case, to our knowledge, there is no encroachment agreement for the existing driveway, but that will need to be cleaned up with this request.
So may I just suggest that I just figured this out sitting here, that we're talking about 3 layers of legal agreement to sort out this little L-shaped thing. This is the kind of thing that I find challenging as a citizen volunteer, to get this stuff a couple days before the meeting, try to figure it out, have the public sort it out and understand it too. I could use some help on this stuff.
Driveways actually don't need encroachment agreements, so you can take one of those layers off.
So, so practically, what we're saying here is the city, if all this goes through, can come in and get it at sewer line, and their driveway doesn't matter. We're just going to come in and tear it up if we need to? I mean, I'm just asking. Do we have to put it back? I mean, they put their private thing on public land, and now you're saying the city, I just can't make sense of this.
Agreed. Good morning. If there is a public easement dedicated, which I know a portion of this closure area will have an easement over it, if we have to tear up the driveway to access the sewer line, then yes, we will need to put it back. We don't always have to put it back with like materials. Let's say they have pavers that are installed. We have to put it back with a similar material or something that's substantial, but we don't have to match the material.
So for 77 years, since this house was built in 1948, they've had a driveway on public property, didn't pay taxes on it, and now we, the public, would have to pay to put this driveway back if we need to get at the sewer line servicing the house.
If the driveway were if it were removed or damaged during our access, it may not be damaged or removed during our access efforts.
Thank you for answering my questions.
Sure.
Commissioner Plumlee.
There has been, I'm surprised there's a speaker in opposition. There's been no one stepping forward to oppose this. I will say, as long as I've been driving down Bay Colony Drive for 30-some years, I've never not seen the driveway there. It's been used for this purpose. I think that's pretty clear. I'm not all that surprised or shocked that if the city needs to rip up someone's driveway to make a repair, that they have to put it back. And it's not a great distance. In fact, I think this cleans up an ownership issue for these folks, and that's part of our mission, is try to provide some cleanup of these leftover vestiges of old streets and things around our city. So it's not confusing to me at all.
Commissioners. Couple of notes at the top. Agenda items number 9 and 10 are going to be heard together. They're going to be voted on as a block, but I'm going to separate my evaluation of them so that we can have separate comments and questions pertaining to the street closure and the subsequent modification of conditions. Note number 2, in front of you, you have received a revision to one of the conditions. We received a note from our real estate attorney late last night that there needed to be a modification to condition 2. It's not substantive, but the language needed to be tweaked. You also have a note in front of you with a letter from a citizen that I received at about 5 p.m. last night. Final note, we had some technical difficulties in saving the PowerPoint this morning. When we get to the modification of conditions, the exhibits are going to be slightly outdated pertaining to the renderings and the site layout. I'll tell you what has changed. It's pretty minor. And if you're needing to look at the correct and current documents, they're available in the staff report. Okay. Agenda item number 9 is a request for a street closure on a western portion of 33rd Half Street for 33rd Street LLC. In 2025, the City Council approved an application for a street closure for the air rights above the 33rd Half Street alley. This previous approval was associated with the previous Beach Tower project and alternative compliance application, but was never finalized. A viewers' meeting was held on February 27th, 2026 to consider this request. During this meeting, the viewers discussed the existence of various infrastructure within the portion of the right-of-way to be closed. This alley is actively used for public purpose and as such will require a supermajority vote of council to be approved. The existing infrastructure in the 33rd Half Street alley includes stormwater and sanitary sewer pipes and private utility lines. Staff have worked with the applicant to document and determine the feasibility of rerouting the storm and sewer pipes through a proposed right-of-way dedication to begin at 33rd Half Street west of the portion to be closed and to adjoin 33rd Street to the south. The subject site has existing flooding concerns, and staff have requested and received a stormwater narrative, preliminary pipe exhibit, and preliminary stormwater detention layout. Staff have also requested and received documentation of coordination with Dominion Power to place a line stop before the portion of right-of-way to be closed and turning templates to determine emergency fire truck access through the relocated alley. The exhibits as received would require variances to the Public Works Design Standards Manual, Public Utilities Standards, and to Appendix D of City Code pertaining to erosion and stormwater management. The approval of this street closure request will not constitute approval of variances, and staff has recommended conditions of approval that stipulate the same. Staff will continue to work with the applicant on the final infrastructure design during the site plan review process and are recommending conditions to require approval of the final infrastructure design, including any required variances prior to the finalization of the street closure. Despite having active infrastructure in this alley, the viewers have determined through coordination that there will be no public inconvenience once the infrastructure is relocated. Conditions have been included that require that final infrastructure location will be approved prior to the approval of the final plat. As a note, the physical closure of this portion of right-of-way is not finalized until a plat is approved and all conditions are met. Staff is recommending approval for this street closure application. Staff has received 4 letters of opposition citing concerns with the loss of direct access onto Pacific Avenue, additional vehicular access on 33rd Half Street and the relocated alley, all of whom are requesting a sidewalk to be placed between the Beach Tower development and the Mayflower parking lot to the north. I will pause here to allow for comments pertaining to the street closure.
Mr. Plumley.
We're obviously going to have a hearing on this, and I have questions for the applicant specifically about the alley closure that I'd like to have answered. So I don't think I have much to inform you of that you don't already and haven't already considered. So I would just ask us to move on because I think we need to see all this together and both applications be submitted and considered together would be my request for this.
Commissioner Plumley, obviously it's your district. I remember voting on this last year, and I specifically remember the very firm statements, we're not closing 33rd and a half Street. So I appreciate that we're having a hearing. I want there to be transparency. I don't want this to look like.
No, a shell game, no.
Exactly.
Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you for saying that.
Yeah.
Also, could you or could someone for me please clarify the terms alley versus street? Because I saw a street sign and I understand, and it was paved, and I think the city maintains it, which kind of implies to me it's a street. But on the other hand, when I look at it, it's mostly trash cans in the backs of homes. So is it that it's the back? Does that make it an alley?
So the half streets are considered alleys. In the Public Works Design Standards and in the city code, there's streets and then there's alleys. Alleys are basically 20 to 24 foot wide right-of-way sections with about 18 to 20 feet of pavement. There's 4 typical sections shown in the Public Works Standards for an alley, and the numbered half streets are considered alleys for purposes of this. So there are no sidewalks, or basically they're and you could see these. I could show you the typical sections, but it's basically 18 to 20 feet of pavement with curb and gutter on some of them, some drainage facilities, and then basically room for a street light.
Right, so there are 45 to 50 homes that use this. probably daily, and we're going to be redirecting them and limiting this access. And I guess those are the people who are opposing it. Is that correct?
All of the letters of opposition have been received from residents who directly access the 33rd Half Street.
Okay. Thank you, Alexis.
Commissioner Camp?
Don't go yet.
Rick, can I ask a follow-up? Thank you. So the city's complete street ordinance, does it distinguish between alleys and streets?
I believe it does. Alleys are not considered streets, they're alleys. So the Public Works typical sections override. I mean, the Public Works typical sections were built with the complete streets policy in mind. You'll see the sidewalks on the typical sections for the 50-foot right-of-way, 60-foot right-of-way, 80-foot right-of-way. Those streets, whether they're considered collector, local, or arterial roadways, those all have sidewalks, and they all have the pedestrian facilities or bike facilities. But the alleys are only 20 to 24 foot wide, and they do not contain sidewalks.
In this particular case, and I know it still needs to go through site review, eventually, my understanding is that there's 5 foot set aside on either side of the space between the gutters. So in the dedication, there's a total of 10 feet other than the actual road bed itself. And it would appear to me that while not required, it may be possible to either put screening trees or to have a sidewalk or to do something potentially in that 5 foot on one of the sides. Is that technically possible while not required?
I guess I would need to take a look at that.
I'm not asking the specific in this case, I'm asking the hypothetical that if we have 5 foot on either side during the subsequent site review process, although not required, could that come about?
On alleys, we don't typically have 5 feet. The typical section is it's 20 foot wide to 24 foot wide right-of-way width, and 18 of that is built with pavement. So at most, you have 1 foot on either side, 1 to 2 feet on either side.
So we're going to hear it, and I think there's different information on this site on the particular dedication, so I'll save it for the hearing.
Okay.
All right. Agenda item number 10 is a request for a modification of conditions for 33rd Street LLC at the 3300 block of Pacific Avenue on the west side. In 2025, the City Council approved an application for alternative compliance to the Oceanfront Resort District form-based code for the beach tower development at the subject property. The previous approval permitted a 158.5-foot tall, 12-story senior living facility with a mix of 97 independent living apartments, 27 assisted living units, and 8 memory care residences, along with supportive amenities. The current request will modify this approval to permit an 85-foot tall, 7-story structure with 130 independent living apartments, removing the assisted living and memory care components. If the previously discussed street closure is approved, the proposed structure will be built on top of the closed portion of 33rd Half Street. This property is within the Oceanfront Resort District, the Resort Area SGA, the ACU's 70 to 75 decibel noise zone, and is governed by the Oceanfront Resort Form-Based Code. The Form-Based Code establishes the prescribed maximum height of the property as 35 feet. A height deviation may be only granted if the following criteria are met: that the applicant demonstrates to the satisfaction of the City Council that no increase in density will result from the additional height in excess of the maximum, and that in no event shall an increase to a height in excess of that allowed by Section 202B of the City Zoning Ordinance be allowed. The applicant has prepared a density study, which has been exhibited to the Navy via the Joint Review Process Committee. This proposal will deviate from the prescribed form height requirements by 50 feet. This height will be substantially taller than the 2-story residences directly adjacent. Staff does acknowledge, however, the presence of comparable heights in the parking garage and the non-conforming Mayflower apartments across Pacific Avenue. As mentioned, 130 independent living units are proposed. 10 of those 30 will be designated as affordable units in a mix of studio and 1-bedroom units on the second floor. The remaining 20 units will have a mix between 1, 2, and 3 bedrooms. All units will be restricted to residents 62 years and older. The proposed structure will have 2 stories of structured parking accommodating 159 automobiles. Bicycle and golf cart spaces are also provided. Structured parking in the Oceanfront Resort District is required to have ground floor active uses between the parking and the right-of-way. This requirement is met on the Pacific Avenue and 34th Street frontages with office and amenity space. On the 34th Street frontage, however, an administrative deviation through optional forms of development was granted. The applicant will use a high-quality breeze block screening material in lieu of an active use, in addition to enhanced landscaping, which will mimic the exterior of the demolished Jefferson Manor apartments. While the form-based code requires a 5-foot setback from alleys, the proposed beach tower is set 0 feet from the proposed relocated alley. Due to this, required parking screening adjacent to the alley has been removed to accommodate site distance requirements from the Public Works Design Standards Manual. The form-based code requires that parked vehicles be screened from view, and as such, staff have recommended a condition that the applicant work with the Departments of Planning and Public Works to determine a screening design which will block view of vehicles as much as possible while maintaining adequate visibility for drivers. The applicant has indicated they're amenable to this condition. The required 20% outdoor amenity space for an apartment building will be accommodated with a third floor deck with pool and a landscaped roof deck. Because this application will modify a previous alternative compliance, the proposed structure is required to substantially comply with the Oceanfront Resort District design guidelines. Staff have reviewed this project for this criteria and find it to be met. Details for this evaluation are within the staff report. There are some elements of the structure that do not conform to the design guidelines, such as the outdoor amenity space not being visible from the sidewalk and the placement of the parking ramp on the perimeter of the building. Despite this, staff finds the project to generally meet the requirements of conformance with the guidelines. Upon evaluation of all of the criteria mentioned here and detailed in the staff report, staff recommends approval for the proposed modification of conditions subject to the conditions listed in the staff report. In the letter that you have in front of you, we have received additional concern pertaining to the design of this building, that additional vehicular access onto 33rd Half Street will cause congestion and difficulty for existing residences.
Any questions? Commissioner Plumlee.
Well, we're going to hear both of them together and not split this up for discussion. I just want to say, I've been looking at this quite a bit since we received the packet, trying to understand it, trying to put my head around it. I think if this is built, it will probably be the prettiest building in Virginia Beach. And, you know, I'm disappointed that there is a reduction in the memory care. That to me was a key component of this before. But I always wondered what it would be like to have that over the alleyway structure, and felt as though that was problematic. We had a lot of pushback for the height, so this reduces the height steeply. Those are my thoughts that I'm having now. I've not made up my mind. I want to hear from the applicant. I want to get the questions that we have answered.
Commissioner Camp.
Thank you at the site visit for the questions related to waste management and how that was going to be handled. We do this fire truck analysis, and I say it repeatedly that a fire truck's different than a trash truck. One is welcomed and one is not. And when they hit something, when they get there to do their mission, I would invite every member of the Planning Commission, if you have not already done so, to sign up to do a ride-along on one of our waste management trucks. I think you will find it extremely enlightening about the very difficult health and safety role that those city workers perform and the challenge they have backing those big trucks up into certain subdivisions that were not thoughtfully designed for them to come through and remove that waste. I would encourage you to do a police ride-along and a fire ride-along as well. Each of these mission groups whose work we talk about here, if you have a firsthand view of it, like on this property, driving a trash truck out to Pacific in the prior configuration and nosing it out before you can see oncoming traffic was problematic. I believe this new design is better, but it still has some challenges that I want to make sure they can make the 90-degree turn with that special kind of truck. I hope you share these concerns about these important city services, and there are ways to learn more about it.
Any further questions, comments? All right. Next.
Right. Good morning, Commissioners.
Good morning.
Agenda item number 11 is a request for a change in nonconformity by Ronald Kaiser to construct a detached storage garage on a half-acre parcel with an existing nonconforming duplex. The duplex dwelling was legally constructed by 1970 while the property was zoned residential. The property was rezoned to industrial between 1973 and 1981, creating the legal nonconformity as duplex dwellings are not listed as a permitted use within the I-1 district regulations. The proposed storage garage will be for personal use of the applicant and therefore is considered accessory to the existing residence, which constitutes an expansion to the existing nonconformity. Here's some site pictures of the existing duplex. The proposed storage garage is 2,400 square feet and will be used to store maintenance, equipment, spare materials, and other personal items of the owner. The size, location, and height comply with the requirements of the I-1 district, and the parcel is located within the ACUS greater than 75 decibel noise zone area. And when reviewing for ACUS compatibility, the use of the storage garage is most similar to storage and warehousing, which is a compatible use within that high noise zone. The garage will be constructed using metal siding and roofing with roll-up doors on the north, south, and east elevations. And Section 105 of the zoning ordinance states that an expansion to a nonconforming use can be permitted by resolution of the City Council based upon its findings that the proposed condition is equal or more appropriate to the district than the existing nonconformity. The garage will not increase the number of occupants or size of the dwellings on the property, complies with the dimensional requirements of the district, and is over 120 feet from the closest dwelling unit. Because of this, staff finds the proposal acceptable, subject to the conditions listed in the staff report.
Commissioner Plummer.
When I went out to the site, I saw trucks in the back, and I think those trucks are in these photos. So the use, while it's personal, there's a commercial component, is my sense, that they're parking work trucks in this. Is that?
I'm not sure if those work trucks were associated with, are being stored on site, or if they were just doing work on site.
So they may be part of the project out there?
They could be. The applicant and the representative clarified that it's only for personal storage. They also gave details on that the owner has antique vehicles that he'd like to park there. And yard maintenance equipment, that sort of thing.
Well, I've not received any complaints about this. Is this in the CTAC, technically in CTAC district? Because you go straight off
I believe it's
Bird Neck to come
right
back
outside of it.
It's just outside. I think it is just outside. I've not heard any feedback from any Civic League or.
From Bird Neck, you have to be on Oceana.
Oceana. I think, no, yes, you come back around Oceana. I stuck back off of Bird Neck and switched around back to Oceana. That's how I got there. Okay. I mean, I don't have any objection to it. I was curious about the nature of a 2,500 square foot structure. If it doesn't offend anyone, I think it's not out of character for what the uses are generally back there and the way those properties are being used. So consent is fine with me. There's not been an objection.
No.
I don't mind the consent either, but I would like a clarification. Like Commissioner Plumlee, I look at that center picture and the truck that is in the driveway there in the background, and to say that that's for personal maintenance, that's interesting to me. It appears to be commercial, but maybe it's not related to the applicant, it's a project, I get it.
Right.
My question is this: we have a legally non-conforming use of a 1,600 square foot house. They want to put a 2,400 square foot shed, in other words, 50% bigger than the house, on the property as an accessory. something supporting the house that's 50% bigger than the house. There's no screen to say at a certain point what we're really doing is more than doubling the size of the nonconformity, that it's okay. It's still considered an accessory at that point, something that's 150% bigger than the house that it goes with.
Yes, because it's not expanding the footprint or the activity of the residential use specifically of the dwelling unit.
Okay, thank you.
Consent.
Will you read that?
Yes.
Thank you.
Agenda item 12 is a request for a conditional rezoning from B1 Neighborhood Business District and Ag 2 Agricultural District to conditional B2 Community Business District to allow for retail businesses within the existing shopping center, which are not currently permitted under the site's current zoning. The site contains the Pungo Square Shopping Center, which contains a variety of uses to include a restaurant, gift shop, hair salon, office, and veterinary clinic. There are no physical changes proposed to the site with this request. The request for a conditional rezoning from B1 Neighborhood Business District and Ag 2 Agricultural District to conditional B2 Community Business District is, in staff's opinion, acceptable. The applicant has proffered a limitation on the allowable uses in order to align with the surrounding community. By eliminating a variety of more intensive commercial and industrial uses, the applicant has substantially narrowed the range of potential future development on the property. These volunteered proffers help ensure that the future uses remain more compatible with the surrounding rural character and objectives of the comprehensive plan. Based on these considerations, staff is recommending approval of this request subject to the proffers listed in the staff report. Additionally, the applicant has indicated that they're planning to modify the proffers between Planning Commission and City Council to add an additional use, to proffer out an additional use of adult bookstores on the site, which was discussed with Commissioner Cromwell.
I've been back and forth with Alexis and the representative Pungo Square Shopping Center, and the B1 that it was currently under did not allow for any retail at all. I mean, not even a gift shop. And I think with the exceptions that they've put here, they've pretty well limited themselves to strictly a retail environment. So, and I've heard no opposition. Mike, have you heard any?
I haven't heard any as well. And I think they've limited themselves to something that's acceptable in that area.
So this is below the blue line, correct?
Yes.
And so this change would not entail any additional utilities because we're not providing utilities below the blue line, correct?
Yes, the site is connected to well and septic, so any additional uses that may necessitate additional capacity to the well and septic would need to be worked out between the property owner and the Virginia Department of Health. Should that be the case, that is not proposed at this time.
Thank you.
And they're not proposing any enlargement of anything as exists. I'm good with consent.
Will you read that, please? Thanks.
That's a good question.
Item number 13 is a request from Atkinson Holdings LLC, and this is a request for a conditional rezoning from I-1 Light Industrial to conditional RT3 Resort Tourism District to permit retail and other commercial uses on the property. The property is currently approximately 21,000 square feet and is located at the southeast corner of Norfolk Avenue, Cypress Avenue, and 10th Street, and is within the resort area strategic growth area. The property has historically been used for retail, restaurants, and commercial uses, despite being zoned I-1 light industrial. The surrounding area has transitioned from an industrial staging area to an established neighborhood commercial district serving Shadowlawn neighborhood for decades. No new construction or exterior improvements are proposed on the site, and the existing building already complies with the RT3 dimensional requirements. A parking study was submitted in accordance with Section 203 of the zoning ordinance, which allows for a reduction in the minimum required parking spaces when a significant number of patrons are expected to arrive on foot, by public transportation, or by bicycle. Although a development of this size would typically require 153 parking spaces, the study supports that the proposed 46 spaces will adequately serve the proposed uses. 13 on-site parking spaces are provided, along with 33 designated spaces in the off-site parking lot directly across 10th Street. The approved parking reduction is supported by the parking study demonstrating that actual parking demand is below the number of spaces otherwise required. The site's walkable location and the proximity, to the Virginia Beach Trail provides convenient alternatives to driving. In addition, nearby public parking, on-site street parking, and opportunities for shared parking among complementary uses further support the reduction. Overall, the rezoning aligns the property's zoning with its existing commercial character while advancing the city's vision for a vibrant pedestrian-oriented resort area. Staff recommends approval of the conditional rezoning subject to the proffers, as the request is consistent with the comprehensive plan and the resort area strategic action plan, which encourage walkable, mixed use, and neighborhood-serving commercial development. Staff is unaware of any opposition to this request and is recommending approval. Happy to stand by for any questions you may have on this item.
I have a question regarding the parking.
Okay.
The staff report makes reference, and we can see it in this picture, to the parking lot across the street.
Yes, on 10th Street.
And so that was considered as part of the parking reduction computation?
Yes, so 33 spaces will be utilized in this space. There are only 13 actual parking spaces on the site.
So those 33 spaces were purchased by the Open Space Fund out of a CIP directed by City Council to support the Norfolk Avenue Trail. There are signs on that parking lot saying that it is for the use of people on the Norfolk Avenue Trail. To say that that is now available to support a private business is the same thing to me as saying at Mount Trashmore, businesses on Edwin should just park over in the Parks parking lot. I believe that is absolutely incorrect. That parking lot is reserved for the users of the trail. It is not there to subsidize a private business. I have no problem with a parking reduction for this business so long as it does not include those 33 spaces.
Okay, we're going to have our zoning administrator speak to that.
Hi, good afternoon, good morning, everyone. The spaces that we're referring to are on this lot, south of the property.
North of the property, across Norfolk Avenue?
The 33 spaces that we're referring to there. Both lots are being referenced. This lot is referenced as an area that is, that encourages people to use the trail and to have pedestrian-oriented activity. The 33 spots that are counted towards the parking for this use are down here, which is owned by Atkinson.
Okay, so just to be 100% clear, across Norfolk Avenue, those are not part of your computation. They're just the fact that supports the idea that people will use a trail.
Exactly. It is just a reference that there's pedestrian activity that is supported in this area. Yes, they are not counted. Those spaces are in no way reserved or counted for this use.
Thank you for the clarification. I did not know there were two 33-space parking lots adjacent to the very same property.
I would just say we put it on consent.
Consent.
And who will read that? Commissioner Schoonover, you'll read that? Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Agenda item 14 is a request for a conditional use permit to operate a child daycare facility within an existing church. The applicant proposes a maximum of 57 children, ages 6 weeks to 5 years old, with an estimated daily attendance of about 50.
The facility will include an early learning program located within existing classroom space inside of the church. The proposed hours of operation are 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. Monday through Friday. Approximately 8 to 10 staff members will operate the facility. Per section 203 of the zoning ordinance, the 18,099 square foot building requires 60 parking spaces. The site exceeds the requirement by 35. No modifications are proposed to the existing building. The applicant intends to use the existing grass field as an outdoor play area and plans to enclose a portion of the area with a 4-foot tall, white aluminum commercial grade fence. Staff finds the request acceptable and does not anticipate adverse impacts to the surrounding properties, as the use will operate entirely within the existing building and is not expected to conflict with scheduled services. For these reasons, staff recommends approval of the application, subject to the conditions listed in the staff report.
Questions?
District, I consulted with the council member. Neither of us has heard anything about it. It looks ready for consent, and I'm happy to read it.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Agenda item 15 is a request for a conditional use permit for a bulk storage yard for the storage of motor vehicles, delivery trucks, and construction equipment. The site currently contains 2 buildings and 2 carports, with the remainder of the property consisting primarily of gravel-covered impervious surface. The building located at 241 Pennsylvania Avenue will be utilized as an office and storage space for the proposed bulk storage yard. Section 228 of the zoning ordinance requires that the area for bulk storage yards be entirely screened by Category 6 landscaping, which includes a solid fence no less than 6 feet in height, with landscaping along the exterior of the fence. The applicant is requesting a deviation to the required landscaping requirements through the provision of Section 221I of the zoning ordinance. The submitted site plan includes a 6-foot tall fence. However, the applicant is requesting a deviation to the installation of plantings along all 4 property lines. The applicant owns the adjacent parcels to the south and west and believes additional plantings in this area are unnecessary. The applicant is proposing a composite fence along Admiral Wright and a wood fence along Pennsylvania Avenue. Consistent with other bulk storage yard requests, staff is recommending a condition to require the installation of a 6-foot tall privacy fence and a low maintenance material such as vinyl or composite material around the entire perimeter of the bulk storage yard as required by Section 228 of the zoning ordinance. The proposed office will require 2 parking spaces, which will be provided on site. In staff's opinion, this request for a conditional use permit for a bulk storage yard is acceptable as an interim use. The subject site is located within the Central Village district of the Pembroke Strategic Growth Area. While there are similar uses in the vicinity, the proposed use does not align with the comprehensive plan's recommendations for the area, due to which staff deems this as an interim use until the surrounding area begins to redevelop consistent with the recommendations of the Pembroke SGA plan. Given that such redevelopment is anticipated to follow the completion of the Cleveland Street Capital Improvement Project, staff is recommending a 5-year expiration date. As stated previously, the applicant is requesting a deviation to the required landscaping through the provisions of Section 221I of the zoning ordinance. In staff's view, the requested deviations to the required landscaping along all property lines are acceptable given the interim nature of the proposed use and the similar uses located to the south and west of the subject site. The deviations will not negatively impact surrounding properties. Staff concludes that the proposed deviations to this requirement are acceptable, and staff recommends approval of this request, subject to the conditions listed in the staff report. You will likely hear this item as the applicant is seeking to modify the condition related to fencing to propose composite fencing along Admiral Wright and wood fencing along Pennsylvania Avenue.
What'd you say? Be happy to defer to you. Raise your
It's
hand
fine.
first.
I just got some clarification about it because we had a lot of questions. But this doesn't matter to me, whatever you want to do.
Go ahead.
Okay. Because we had a lot of questions when we were at the site visit, I asked a lot. So we had discussed about the possibility of being able to approve one part of this project and not the other. So that cannot happen. It has to have both pieces of it. But we don't have to have.
Is this, yeah. Are you talking about the one along Ferry Plantation?
Am I talking about the wrong one?
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh, I apologize. I take it all back.
Okay. Back to you.
I thought we were on the other one.
Back to
Almost.
you.
Thank you, Alexis. I appreciate it. And this is my district, and those of you who have been on here a while know I'm passionate about improving this, and so is our comprehensive plan. And so is the city, investing a lot of money. In addition to the capital improvement program, we have an overlay. And this is an area of change, it's transition. So for the past 3 years that I've been on here, we've been extending uses that are inappropriate, but interim. And we've been saying, okay, 5 years and then you're out. But every time we do that, I believe we are extending the current uses and we're not moving to the future. I balance that with, well, but we're helping businesses and we're bringing in tax dollars and we're providing services. But at some point, we've got to stop saying 5 years. And for me, that point is today. So I will support this for 4 years, but not for 5. And then regarding the request for reduced landscaping, wherever it is, I feel like our landscaping recommendations, meaning the cities, are minimal. I would like to see applicants coming with something that's beautiful and wonderful and enhancing instead of, I don't even want to do the minimal. So I kind of have a problem with that, but I look forward to hearing from the applicant. And I regret that I didn't have time to talk with applicants' counsel in advance because they did reach out to me, but it was last minute and yesterday was crazy. So I look forward to hearing all those comments. Mike, no, we don't need anyone to read it since we're going to hear it. Okay.
And I did have a comment because I listened to what you say, and especially about trying to further the development of this area into what we're hoping for it to be in the future. And I almost feel like we're a little bit handcuffed in that ability for the private sector to be able to kind of go out and do that. And I was going to save this till the end for new comments, but I think it's appropriate here. I know that we're going to go this year to start a zoning ordinance update, but I think it would be very prudent of us to take a look at our SGAs and really get a head start on that, because that's going to be the biggest lift, I think, through the zoning ordinance update. And we may want to take the opportunity to see if we're able to start that process of updating our SGAs, because the form-based code has worked significantly for the oceanfront area as well as town center. And I wonder if there's something here in this area that we could do that would really help this to further it much sooner. So just a suggestion. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, if I could. So I don't know if you, the majority of you, I believe, were on here when we brought through the Western Campus Overlay District. So it is the intention now that that is through, and now that we've gotten through the comp plan process, that the Central Village District is one of those areas that we're going to be focusing on to do something similar to the Western Campus. That way the ordinance speaks to more how that can be developed in accordance with the comp plan.
Yeah, and just speaking to the Western District campus, it's the name of it, I feel like should kind of probably depict what the vision we're trying to go for. I don't think necessarily Western District Campus explains fully on what our vision is for that area. So I'd love to be able to kind of adjust a few things while we're in the process of doing all of the other stuff.
Item 16 is a request from CityView 2 LLC, and their request is for a conditional use permit for a mini warehouse to develop a 7-story mixed-use building containing a climate-controlled self-storage facility and office space. The 2.5-acre vacant site is zoned B4C, Central Central Business Mixed-Use District and is located within the Central Business District Bonnie area of the Pembroke SGA. And it's also adjacent to the Thayer Creek Greenway, and a portion of the property lies within the Resource Protection Area. However, the proposed building will be located outside of the RPA. The applicant is proposing to develop a 7-story mixed-use building. The building will have approximately 124,000 square feet of total floor area, which will include climate-controlled self-storage facility and office spaces. The building will have a maximum building height of 100 feet and will consist of contemporary architecture featuring simulated wood veneer, metal panels, split-face CMU veneer, and aluminum composite panels. A loading area will be integrated into the building design and screened with an architectural canopy. Building-mounted signage is proposed only. There's no freestanding monument signs proposed for this development. A note has been added to the plans stating that the signage that are on the building is just for illustrative purposes, but they would have to submit a separate sign permit for compliance with our zoning ordinance. Landscaping will be provided along the building, parking area, street frontage, and the Thayer Creek Greenway. As depicted, the site layout for the development preserves the planned Thayer Creek Greenway alignment and supports future pedestrian connectivity, as the proposed building will be outside of that Thayer Greenway easement. The zoning ordinance would typically require 58 parking spaces for this use, 2 for the storage employees and 56 for office space. There will be 27 spaces provided on site as part of the entire City View Phase 2 development. Parking is addressed through an approved shared parking study. As noted on the exhibit on the screen, City View 2 consists of 219 apartment units, 120 hotel rooms, approximately 61,000 square feet of commercial space, and 530 storage units. Parking will be shared within the development as noted in the parking study approved by the zoning administrator. The study supports reducing the overall Phase 2 parking requirement from 680 spaces to 602 spaces, utilizing shared parking among residential, hotel, office, and the storage uses. Staff recommends approval of the conditional use permit subject to the proposed conditions. In staff's opinion, the proposal is consistent with the comprehensive plan and the Pembroke SGA implementation plan, both of which encourage compact mixed use and higher intensity urban development. The project would redevelop the vacant site with a vertically integrated mixed-use building. While self-storage is typically considered an auto-oriented use, this proposal differs from a traditional storage facility by incorporating office uses into the development and providing a much-needed service in this area where there are multiple residential uses. The applicant has designed a multi-story urban building design, minimizing surface parking, which creates a stronger pedestrian streetscape. The project also preserves the Thayer Creek Greenway corridor, enhances the Greenway frontage with landscaping, and supports future pedestrian and bicycle connectivity. As discussed under item 4, the Planning Commission unanimously voted to allow mini warehouses within the B4C district. There are a limited number of B4C zone properties in this area, which you can see in the kind of orangey looking color. The area that's highlighted in the black is the subject parcel to this development. There are several residential properties in the surrounding area, and staff recognizes the need for self-storage facilities to serve nearby residents and businesses. This proposal would meet the need while using a building design that is more consistent with an office building than a traditional looking self-storage facility, which is allowing the site to provide a needed service while contributing positively to the character of the area. For these reasons, staff is recommending approval. Staff is unaware of any opposition to this request. Happy to answer any questions.
Vice Chair?
I believe the manager of the Westin sent a letter to all commissioners and to staff
Okay.
opposing it. So I do think we have some opposition.
Okay.
Also, I'd like to hear more about the office space. Could you tell me how much of the ground floor is office, what the dimensions are of that, or is it the whole floor? Is it a little bit of the floor, how much of it's office?
And that is a great question that is not on the top of my head, and I don't have the staff report in front of me. It may be a great question for the applicant.
Okay, then I can ask the applicant. I think we need to hear this. If anyone objects to that, I can elaborate.
What an interesting thing, though, having hidden storage space. What an interesting use.
Commissioner Camp.
Thank you. Marshall, in the staff report, it says under the active transportation plan, there are no improvements or recommendations. The Thalia Creek Greenway is an improvement and recommendation from that plan. As this makes its way forward to council, would you consider amending the staff report to reflect the trail that is on this property that's part of the plan?
Right, so we do mention it's not in that section of the Thalia Greenway. Those comments that we received from Parks and Rec said that they didn't have any requests for any additional improvements, but we can mention it. It is in the staff report that it is adjacent to the Thalia Greenway.
I understand it's also part of a council-adopted plan, and
Sure.
if I'm not mistaken, the city paid over $200,000 out of the Phase 2 CIP to purchase that easement. So I think it should be reflected here that
In the active transportation section.
I'll just make a general note for those sections, for active transportation, for utilities, for the traffic counts and stuff, we rely on comments received from other city staff, and so that was not a comment that was received from Parks and Rec for this application.
Correct.
And my second question is, it bootstraps a little bit on the vice chairs. I don't understand how the parking reduction was evaluated if we don't know how many square feet are office versus storage. Could someone clarify for me how that was computed?
I can't speak to the parking study, but I will go back to the vice chair's comment. We do have the square footages. Marshall just couldn't recall right off top.
Okay.
So looking at information provided, it looks like the first floor has 3,000 square feet of office space, 2,500 roughly square feet of warehouse space, and 10,000 square feet of storage space. Floors 2 through 7 are self-storage, and then floor 8 has approximately 15,500 square feet of office space based on the numbers provided by the applicant.
Then the staff report? Then we just not read.
No, I didn't.
I believe it notes that there are 2 parking spaces reserved for staff.
Yes, so the parking spaces typically for mini warehouse is based on the number of employees. They're only proposing 2 employees for the storage facility.
So my thought was, does that mean the office space is only big enough for 2 people?
There may be different shifts. I'm not sure if both of those employees would be there at the same time. So it really depends on, I'm not sure the size of the office space that the employees be working out of.
So the rest of the building is warehouse?
Office space too, so people can lease office space within this development, not just the office space for the storage facility. Yes.
Okay, well, that's what I want to know. How many
Yes.
square feet of it?
She just read it.
She just
read it, didn't she?
For that, and then 20.
It's 3,000 square feet of office space on the first floor and 15,525 square feet on the 8th.
How many square feet per floor? Is it 15?
15,525.
So it's the whole top floor is available for office, and then just a little bit of the ground floor. Okay, thank you.
Hidden storage, it's kind of neat.
Nice place. Have your office.
Well, we're gonna hear it anyway, so.
Agenda item 17 is a request for a conditional use permit for an indoor recreational facility to operate a gymnastics and tumbling gym within a 10,000 square foot suite. The business Coastal All-Stars Cheer and Tumble has been operating on the site as an indoor recreational facility by right on the site since 2022. The zoning ordinance allows indoor recreational facilities up to 7,500 square feet as a by right use in the B2 Community Business District. As the applicant is proposing to expand the site to 10,000 square feet, a conditional use permit for an indoor recreational facility is now required. There are no exterior changes proposed to the building as the signage for the use is already in place. The parking requirement is met and exceeded on the site. The request for a conditional use permit for an indoor recreational facility is in staff's opinion acceptable. The proposed use is consistent with the comprehensive plan's land use policies for the Hilltop Strategic Growth Area and consistent with the commercial nature of the surrounding properties. The applicant's proposal includes no major alterations to the existing building. No negative traffic impacts are anticipated as a result of this use. The property is located within the greater than 75 noise zone and the accident potential zone 1. The proposed indoor recreational facility is compatible with the city's provisions of the ACU's ordinance. And again, staff is recommending approval of this request subject to the conditions listed in the staff report.
Commissioner Plumley.
There's a passing reference. Did this get reviewed by the military?
Yes, any of our applications that come in are sent to the military for review. Additionally, the site was also reviewed by zoning staff and has an APZ 1 compatibility letter on file with the city.
I've not received any input from the community about any needs for additional conditions, and very few conditions that we're placing on this. Currently, there is no restriction on the lighting, correct?
Yes, there is no
require that.
Yes, they're not proposing any lighting, but the condition is there should that be something they intend to do in the future, that it could be addressed via that condition. But yes, as the site is currently operating by right, there are no particular requirements for lighting beyond just the standard conditions of the lighting ordinance.
I don't have any objection to placing it on consent unless someone else sees a need to hear it.
Like to read it, sir?
Yes.
Thank you.
Agenda item 18 is a request for a conditional use permit for a mini warehouse to redevelop the site with a self-storage facility that includes a contractor's office with associated indoor storage of materials and supplies. The site currently contains a vacant 25,000 square foot building, which will be retained and reused, and a monopole communication tower to the rear of the site. The interior of the existing building will be converted into 4 rent storage units and associated office space. 23,500 square feet will house 4 rent storage units, and the remaining 1,500 square feet will be used as office space for the mini warehouse use and for a tenant operating a restoration business on the site. A companion application was submitted for a conditional use permit for a bulk storage yard use as well. The required parking for the mini warehouse and office can be accommodated on site. The request for a conditional use permit for a mini warehouse to renovate the existing building to accommodate 4 rent storage units with a contractor's office is consistent with the comprehensive plan's policies for the local center edge place type and is therefore acceptable. The local center edge place type designates the area for compact, walkable, mixed use, and locally oriented activity. The proposed mini warehouse is surrounded by a mix of uses, including a self-storage facility to the north and west, a daycare and accounting firm to the south, and a residential neighborhood to the west of the site. The proposed use would provide a service to the surrounding businesses and residences. As such, staff is recommending support of the proposal as the use conforms with the comprehensive plan's recommendations for this area and therefore recommends approval of the request subject to the conditions listed in the staff report.
Yes, it is. Sorry, my sciatic nerve is making me not too bright today. So I asked a lot of questions because we'd had a lot of questions at the site visit. One, we can't just approve one and not the other. The businesses have to work together, so it's a joint effort essentially. And we had been provided with several options for bulk storage, and it was decided that the one that the city approved, which was on the side, would be the one that they were going to encourage us to look at today. So we're just looking at the concept of bulk storage being on the side. I did ask because we were all wondering about maybe something mixed use there instead. And it's just not a really good spot at this time because there's that cell tower and that has a long-term lease. They can't really put something there unless they could have a larger space. but I'm sure we're going to discuss this today. I just want to make sure that I mention those things because I had asked about them, because we were all wondering about something more walkable or whatnot there.
No, she's not.
So these are being heard as two separate items?
Yes.
Yes.
Because of the bulk storage.
But that they do need to, at the site visit, we were talking about how, could we support one and not the other? Because, one business could be fine and not, it has to go together because the businesses are working.
So I've heard otherwise.
I just asked the attorney the other day.
Okay,
so-
the attorney called me.
Did she?
Yes, she did. And I relayed to her what was discussed at the site visit and the bulk storage in front versus the bulk storage beside. So I was not told that they needed to have the two put together.
I specifically asked about it, so we can check with her.
How long ago did you talk to her?
Last night.
I talked to her yesterday, okay.
Let's have a hearing.
Obviously, we need to hear it then.
I've got a question. We have a staff recommendation for denial of the second application, so that would be heard anyway. It's my understanding, and I've spoken to the applicant and visited the site and went through it. It's my understanding there was some alternative submission and that is recommended for approval. Is that, or staff would approve that submission?
Yes, there has been a recent change just in conversation with the applicant's representative yesterday afternoon. They are now seeking to move forward with the bulk storage site, removing any bulk storage from the front of the structure, only keeping it to the side of the site.
That's what I heard.
Which staff would be supportive of. I do have that exhibit queued up in the next piece of this, which I'm happy to go into.
I just want to clarify, that's what I was talking about.
Yes, I know.
But I was told very specifically that both businesses, the inside and the bulk storage, have to work together, so.
Correct, but they don't have to be approved together because the bulk storage was the reason why they were split. So they are amenable, okay, that.
Bulk storage is required for one of the businesses to function, and therefore both businesses would need to have bulk storage, but instead of, because there were 3 bulk storage options offered.
Correct.
And 2 of them were not liked, one was liked.
Correct.
And then they're all saying, okay, we'll take the one that's liked.
But we don't need to hear them together. That's what I'm
We
saying.
need to hear them together, but I just want to clarify that the businesses, in order to function, both need to be approved because they have to have bulk storage in order for the 2 businesses to work together.
Correct. However, they are amenable to change the bulk storage. And I'm sure you got a phone call after we talked.
Yeah, the bulk storage can go on the side.
Because I relayed what was, how we talked at the site visit, because it was very, very clearly defined and very well defined. So that's why I'm saying, do they need the bulk storage to operate this business? I'm getting ready to say, hold on. Yes, they do. However, so that's the reason why they are amenable to what staff has suggested.
They're now amenable to doing it specifically to the side of the building, and I do have an exhibit that has it called out just to make it a little easier to see. They have also at this time now indicated that they would want to increase the fence height around that bulk storage yard from the minimum of 6 feet to an increase in 8 feet, I should say.
But that's for the next one.
Yes, that is for the next one.
There might be clarity for everybody here if we do listen to 19 and then continue the conversation if we need to, if that's okay.
Good point.
Was there any objection to the mini storage from the community or any?
I have not received any phone calls, any emails, any letters on either 18 or 19.
Mr. Chair, have you heard anything?
Nothing from anybody in the neighborhood.
Excellent. If we're ready, I can move to 19.
So is this on consent then, the first one, or what are we gonna do? Or is we gonna hear
We
it?
just need clarity and we can go back to 18 to see if we.
Excellent. Agenda item 19 is a request for a conditional use permit for a bulk storage yard to redevelop the subject site with a self-storage facility that would include outdoor container storage and a contractor's office with associated indoor and outdoor storage of materials and supplies.
Again, site is currently developed with a 25,000 square foot building, which will be retained and reused, and a monopole communication tower in the rear. The interior of the existing building would be for rent storage units and associated office space, which is the companion application that was just previously heard. Storage containers and supplies are proposed to be stored outside of the building within fenced portions of the existing parking lot. Per section 228 of the zoning ordinance, it requires bulk storage yard areas to be enclosed by category 6 screening. Category 6 consists of a minimum of 6-foot tall solid fencing with category 1 plantings. The applicant is requesting a deviation to the required landscaping requirements through the provisions of section 221I of the zoning ordinance. The site plan submitted, depicted on page 7 of the staff report, includes a 6-foot tall fence. However, the applicant is requesting a deviation to the installation of plantings along the north, south, and east property lines. The applicant has indicated that they would be unable to install the required landscaping due to the limited space and utility easements along the northern and southern property lines and the location of the communication tower to the rear of the site. It appears that the updated exhibit did not save, but I will preface that the area now being proposed by the applicant is the area that's in this orangey yellow color that's to the side of the building, which staff indicated that they could be supportive of that request. Initially, the applicant was proposing bulk storage in both areas on the site, the area in blue to the front of the building, which staff was indicated that they would not be supportive of. As such, the staff report is a denial recommendation as that proposal, but now the applicant is seeking to just do bulk storage on the side of the building.
Does that require us to have a hearing then if staff is agreeable to this modified exhibit or plan?
If staff is comfortable putting on the record that they are
Right, we're comfortable, and as we had recommended the conditions and as we had written the evaluation, we were okay with bulk storage to the side as long as it didn't extend in front of the front plane of the building, which is the revised exhibit that was provided yesterday evening. So I think you could just be clear in your conditions what it is that's being approved, and we would have an updated plan.
Yeah.
This new plan in between Planning Commission and City Council. I think you could do it either way.
Camp, and then Plumlee.
Mr. Chair, I would ask that this be heard. We were given a changed exhibit after the close of business last night. The public hasn't seen it. It just seems appropriate to put it through a proper hearing process this afternoon and let the votes come out where they may. But this, I don't believe, should be put on consent with things that haven't been made public or that we've not even had 24 hours ourselves to look at and study.
I mean, if he wants to have a hearing, he gets a hearing. I think the issue, though, for me, there had been support from the community for this change, and quite honestly, it's only been an empty site since, I think, January. But I always worry about, this is a vulnerable area. I worry about leaving sites without commerce. This is a big area that I do not want to subject it to being emptied for a long period of time. So we can have a hearing. I'm not sure anybody is set to come before us because I've not heard yet that anybody signed up to be.
At this time, no one has signed up to speak. Staff has received no letters on either of the applications.
Actually, I agree with Walter that we should have, color this day in red, Walter. I agree that we should hear it and have that condition specifically written in that the storage will be only on the side because staff recommended denial as it is.
And I will note that is how the condition is recommended in the staff report.
Reread it.
Right.
I would recommend that we hear both then, because they're both related, and let's hear them both.
I just want to make sure I'm understanding. I thought they submitted 3 different options for the storage unit, and so would that not have been publicly known in advance that there were 3 options?
There had been 3 different options that were presented to staff. The first initial option included pretty much the entirety of the front parking lot to be utilized as bulk storage. There was a secondary submittal, which is the one you're currently looking at on the screen, which has the bulk storage to the side of the building, not going beyond the front plane of the existing building, and then to that corner adjacent to the existing self-storage to the north of the site. And then the other submittal just shows bulk storage to the side of the building, not extending beyond the front plane, and nothing within that front parking lot. So those would have been available had there been someone who'd reached out for those exhibits.
I just want to make sure we understood that because it wasn't as an option. Okay, sorry.
So I would suggest that when we hear 18, it is stated that 19 is a companion to 18 and vice versa.
We can hear them
You
together.
can hear them together if you would like to.
Yes, let's hear them together.
Why don't we do that?
And if we can make sure we specifically mention that
Because you
all
haven't
three
been-
options
yeah, I
were
knew that.
provided, so the public would know that those options were available. I just wanted to get your
And that is something the applicant's representative can speak to, the various options that had been presented on this site.
Don't start no stuff, I agreed with you.
Okay, we're hearing it, let's move on.
Agenda item 20 is a request for a conditional use permit to operate a home-based wildlife rehabilitation center within an existing single-family dwelling. The applicant intends to rehabilitate small mammals, specifically squirrels, rabbits, and possums. No rabies vector species will be kept on the premises at any given time. The applicant is currently working toward obtaining a Category 1 wildlife rehabilitator license under the supervision of their Category 2 sponsor. Care of the animals will not surpass 8 at a time, which is the maximum amount the applicant believes can be accommodated on site and may be on the property for up to 12 weeks. The animals will be kept in appropriate enclosures within both an attached garage and a bedroom. The animals will also have access to an acclimation enclosure located in the backyard. However, they will not be permitted to roam freely outdoors. No modifications to the home are proposed. The applicant will receive animals from the Category 2 sponsor, who will transport them to the residence in a proper carrier. Once the animals are stable, they will be transported back to the Category 2 sponsor and then released. Animals will not be released on or near the subject property, nor will animals be accepted from the public without approval from their sponsor. Staff finds the request acceptable and does not anticipate adverse impacts to the surrounding properties, as the operation will remain contained within the home. Staff received 1 letter of opposition and 1 letter of concern. Staff recommends approval of the application subject to the conditions in the staff report.
Ms. Lowe, the 2 letters you referenced talked about ducks. It's my understanding that this request has nothing to do with ducks.
That is correct, yes.
So the ducks involved are wild ducks, and wild ducks are going to do what wild ducks do irrespective of this.
That is correct, yeah.
Thank you.
That wasn't the impression I got from the letter. I got the
Okay.
impression that she was feeding the ducks, and they were staying in the neighborhood because they were being fed.
I mean, ducks live in my neighborhood on multiple people's yards. I'm not sure they're feeding them, but I mean, does that change it if she's feeding them?
How do we prohibit her from feeding ducks?
Yeah, I don't.
Yeah, that's not part of the application.
Right.
No, no trash more.
Right.
Can't
I
feed the
feed
ducks.
bunnies. I just want to know I feed them.
That's not part of the application.
Right.
But I think it would be nice, do we have any speakers?
No, not at this time.
I hopefully if somebody is watching, it would probably be ideal to maybe talk with the property owner and express their concern about the ducks, but I don't think there's anything we can do about the ducks.
The ducks are not part of the application, so.
Yeah.
We would not want her to capture ducks and then starve them.
Thank you.
So are we okay with consent then?
Like, I'll read it for you.
Thank you. Commissioner Marsh?
Is this consent?
It's consent unless anybody,
No, it's fine.
That makes sense.
Yes.
Yes.
Don't ask again.
Unfortunately, this one's not about ducks, so.
Fine.
Okay, agenda item number 21 is a request for major entertainment venue signage by the City of Virginia Beach at the Virginia Beach Sports Center, located at 1016, 1093, and 1045 19th Street.
The city's Public Works Department seeks to establish a coordinated wayfinding and identification signage package for the Sports Center to provide clear site identification and event visibility to guests. The request includes 1 monument sign, 3 pylon signs, 1 pedestrian landscape sign, 2 interchangeable pedestrian banner signs, and interchangeable streetlight utility pole banners all throughout the perimeter of the properties and throughout the middle as well. Your existing site photos. This is standing on 19th Street looking east and also at the front of the Sports Center. And then this is looking mainly west and also at the corner of Bird Neck Road and 19th Street where the proposed monument sign would go in that landscape bed in the top right photo. The dimensional details of each sign are listed on page 2 of the staff report. The monument sign and pylon signs are all made of aluminum cabinets with internally illuminated channel letters. The existing landscape bed at the corner of Bird Neck Road and 19th Street will expand to surround the monument sign with added landscape plantings facing the intersection. And the pedestrian and light pole banner sign designs will vary depending on the marketing needs for the events at the Sports Center. So they'll change throughout the year depending on what's going on, so people know what events are happening. But those locations will be as shown on the wayfinding plan. And just to orient where we are looking for each sign, the red square is where the monument sign is to go. The blue squares are the pylon signs that would be at the main vehicular entrances to the parking lot. And the green box is the landscape sign that spells out VBSC. And then the yellow box is the pedestrian banner location that would have interchangeable designs. And then the utility pole and light pole banners would be all throughout the properties. And as stated in section 218D of the city zoning ordinance, the criteria that shall be considered when reviewing this request is the extent to which the proposal is consistent with the district's design guidelines, the recommendations of the comprehensive plan, the extent to which the design is compatible with surrounding properties, the impact of the proposal on traffic safety, and the degree to which the signage integrates into a unified development concept. So here are the various designs that are also in your staff report. This is the monument sign that's internally illuminated with the landscape plantings shown on the right that would also face the road intersection. This is the landscape bed sign and the pedestrian banner signs. The pedestrian banner signs are the squares on the top, and then the landscape sign is that VBSC image you see in the middle. Sorry, this is so small, but this is the pylon sign. Again, that would be located at the vehicular entrances to the parking lot. These are examples of what the street light and utility pole banner signs could look like. And the signs are constructed out of materials that are consistent with the building structure as recommended by the design guidelines. All the signs, except for the interchangeable banner signs, include the same graphics, color scheme, and font. Although the overall scale and number of signs exceeds the by right allowances for the location, the intent is to provide a cohesive wayfinding experience to patrons of the Sports Center. The total site area for the complex is much larger than a typical lot in the resort area. Therefore, larger and more frequent signage is necessary for a consistent wayfinding experience. The proposal reinforces goals of the comprehensive plan related to tourism, recreation, and regional activity by improving visitor experience and supporting efficient circulation for both vehicles and pedestrians. There are no conflicts with traffic engineering site distance requirements, and the proposal establishes a unified sign plan intended to function cohesively across the campus. Staff finds the proposed Sports Center wayfinding package to be acceptable, subject to the conditions listed in the staff report. And I do want to note that the applicant and the representative presented to the PDRC, the Resort Advisory Commission's Planning, Design, and Review Committee. And we didn't receive a formal letter from that committee. They expressed, they wanted to know if there was a more comprehensive sign plan for sports centers throughout the city. And I believe it's Public Works' intent to develop a plan for that. But as of right now, this signage plan is specifically for this sports center. Not temporary in nature, these are permanent signs, but the sign plan for sports centers throughout the city could change in the future.
Commissioner Plumlee?
So the city developed this plan to bring attention to this sports facility. Tell me, I'm a little confused by the difference between the signage plan for Bird Neck and the blue areas that you have there.
In the blue areas.
You see on this particular, yeah.
So the blue squares are going to be these pylon signs. So the faces will be perpendicular to the road. And then, let's go back. So the red square is then this sign, which will face the main intersection and then have plantings around it. And this is the monument sign. That's what this is referred to as.
All right, thank you.
Commissioner Camp?
So with regard to cohesive and comprehensive signage, I've seen a lot of presentations for this part of the city. If I read the staff report right, these are taken from something called the Virginia Beach Wayfinding Interim Improvements. Are they interim just because these are the first ones, phase one, or are they interim because the whole idea is still under consideration and these may change?
I would say mostly both of those statements are true. Interim in the sense of the designs could change, but they wanted to establish a cohesive and permanent signage plan for right now. Permanent in the sense of it's not just sticks with banners up facing the road. So nice permanent banner or permanent signage. But the idea is that a citywide plan could be put in place in the future.
Forgive me for just being confused that you've said permanent, but it's interim. I think what I'm hearing is you want the type of signage that is durable, that'll last.
Yes.
Even though the designs may change as part of a bigger plan. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Thank you.
I've not had anyone reach out to me about this at all. I did review, I went by there, looked it over. I don't think it impacts negatively any of the community's vicinity of the facility, so I have no objection to placing it under consent.
And will you read it?
Yes.
Agenda item 22 is a request for conditional use permit for a short-term rental at 913 Pacific Avenue, Unit B. The applicant is seeking to operate a two-bedroom short-term rental within the 35,000 square foot Pacific Place condominium complex. Pacific Place has 56 units, with 34 of those units operating as short-term rentals with conditional use permits. There is one assigned parking space for this unit in the condominium's parking lot, which is acceptable to staff as the Pacific Place condominiums have a historical exemption, allowing short-term rentals to operate on the site with only one parking space. The site has no prior zoning complaints, and the site is not currently advertised and has no prior documented stays. Staff is recommending approval of this request, subject to the conditions listed in the staff report.
Questions, concerns?
No speakers, no letters of opposition.
So we put it on consent.
Would you read it?
Agenda item 23 is a conditional use permit for a short-term rental at 304 28th Street, Unit 209. The applicant is seeking to operate a two-bedroom short-term rental within the nearly 54,000 square foot Playa Rana condominium complex. Playa Rana condominiums have 42 units, and 14 of those units are operating as short-term rentals with conditional use permits. There is one assigned parking space for each unit in the condominium's parking lot, which is acceptable to staff as the Playa Rana condominiums have a historic exemption, allowing short-term rentals to operate on the site with only one parking space. The site has no prior zoning complaints or violations. The site is not currently advertised, and there are no prior documented stays. Staff did receive one letter of opposition citing concerns with the amount of short-term rentals in this area, as well as potential impacts to parking, but at this time there are no speakers signed up to speak on this item. Staff is recommending approval of this request, subject to the conditions listed in the staff report.
I have no objection to this being placed. I can read it. It'll keep me awake.
I got you back.
And I need somebody to do it.
I'll do it. My turn.
I'll let her have it this time.
Oh, yes, sir.
So
If I could really quick, if City Traffic Engineer Rick Lerman wants to come back up and address one thing for Farmhouse, items 6 and 7.
Catherine, do you mind going through the consent also.
Sure. Right now?
In a sec, no, after.
I just want to make sure we
Of
do.
course.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so I apologize for having to come back in. I did some more thinking about this and I went and did some research. Your question about pedestrians crossing there, the more I thought about it, this is not part of our traffic impact study guidelines. Maybe it should be. But what you guys are considering there is a pedestrian, or two pedestrian attractive areas. One is the shopping center on the other side of the property, and the apartments are definitely an attractor. They're compatible uses, meaning that one's going to attract the other. So with that in mind, I took a look at the VDOT standards. I also took a look at Kempsville Road. Kempsville Road is a 45-mile-an-hour roadway, which means that we can't just go out and put a crosswalk across the roadway. We would have to install a hawk signal or a pedestrian hybrid beacon if we were to put a pedestrian crossing there, if it was requested. If it were requested, taking a look at the VDOT criteria for that type of a situation, it meets, at a minimum, it meets 3 of the 5 criteria, which means a crosswalk should be installed. And there's shall, should, and may. Should is you need to do an engineering study. It would fall into the shall category if you have over 20 pedestrian crossings in a 1 hour period. The issue is, at this point, we don't know whether it's going to attract 20 pedestrians. It could be, 10 people crossing back and forth to get to McDonald's, in 1 hour. So there's kind of some questions there, but I guess what I wanted to say is that if you all are concerned, or if council's concerned about it, the discussion should probably come up now with the applicant of, should this be studied by the engineer's consultant right now as part of their development? So if you want to ask the question, you can ask that question of them. What I'm telling you is that if it is brought up, and if there is a request for a crosswalk there, one of the requirements is it's going to have to be associated with a hawk signal, which I think we've talked about a hawk signal before. We've got 2 proposed right now in the city. We don't have any built yet in the city, but we've got 2 proposed. One at the Cavalier Complex, and then one on the Cape Henry Trail on Great Neck Road near Shore Drive. So it's not as easy as an answer as I gave, because with the business there, that parking at the shopping center, that's not really part of the business. Those people that park there are not supposed to be parking there. That's parking for the shopping center only. However, when you turn it into a residential use there, you will be attracting the people to walk. I mean, if you're going to go to the McDonald's and or the Thai restaurant or the ice cream shop or the Walmart, neighborhood market, you will be walking across the street. The crosswalk at the signal is 850 feet away. According to the VDOT criteria, if a crosswalk should only not be considered if it's 300 feet or less away. If there's an existing crosswalk 300 feet away, then you shouldn't even consider a crosswalk. But in this case, we're at 850 feet. So we're somewhere between should and shall. If you want it to be done, with this project, it could be brought up.
I'll bring it up. This is my district, so I'll definitely.
So, and I apologize for the late timing of it. I needed to do some research. Again, it's not something that we typically study. And I'm glad that, we're bringing attention to it, because it is one of those issues we probably would have had people complaining that they can't cross the street there.
Commissioners Camp and then Plumlee.
Mr. Lohman, if it was not brought up as part of this proposal now, and I know you will, it would fall to the city later to consider whether to do it at taxpayer expense.
Correct.
Is it correct that currently a hawk signal costs in excess of $1.3 million?
Nowhere near 1.3 million.
Oh, how much is it?
I don't know exactly. I mean, a lot of it would have to do with utility relocations. Is the land available to do it? But I mean, it's a scaled down traffic signal. It's only got two arms. It doesn't have the four arms and all the heads. So it would be less than $1 million, but still significant money and significant time and effort to put it in kind of after the fact. And you couldn't put the crosswalk in until the Hawk signal was installed per VDOT guidelines because of the speed, the volume, and the character of that roadway.
$391,200.
Ish.
Thank you.
Commissioner Plumlee, did you have something?
Yeah, I wanted to go back. How many parking spaces do we know? Because we did a traffic study. I don't know if it outlined the current available parking at this site. Do we know?
We don't,
That may
traffic,
not have been
Public Works
your
doesn't get
question.
involved in parking issues.
You know, when they do a traffic study and they say, okay, for the uses we're placing there, we believe parking is adequate for those current uses. This is a far different design. You know, and I'd want to know from questions in the hearing, but I'd want to know, okay, we have current behavior where people are crossing the street now at a 45-mile-per-hour road. Does this provide the parking that was previously not available so that people will have those spaces? Is it a safer environment now because you're going into this planned development with far more parking available? I don't know, but that's one of the questions I would have in addition to the information over the crossing and whether anybody's brought that up. I don't know if it's going to change behavior if currently people are crossing and then they would not cross if it was in this configuration. That's my question.
So in my experience, since I live in the neighborhood, what I see is people parking in the Walmart McDonald's area to go across for events that are held at the farmhouse property, okay? And they are also parking on Luck Lane and on Dillon and coming in the back way as well.
And those would be shut off as entry points.
Luck Lane is going to be shut off. So Dillon and Luck Lane are going to be eliminated as parking. I don't know that most of the parking on the property right now is dirt. Okay, it's dirt area. There are a few paved parking spaces, but not many at this point in time.
And to be clear on this, what I'm talking about is not people parking at the shopping center
Yes.
to come and live it or visit
So
at the
one other
apartments.
way.
It's about the complementary uses of, hey, I'm living in an apartment complex and I got a McDonald's across the street. I'm walking.
I see.
Or I'm going to get
and
an
a
ice cream.
grocery store.
So now we have a whole new population wanting to cross to get to the services.
So there's two shopping centers across Kempsville. One has a Walmart neighborhood market, and the other one has a Food Lion. There are restaurants there. There's a wing place there, Chinese, Three Amigos, and on the other side there's 17 Hands Coffee Shop and Bakery. With it, there's a smoke shop. There's a Domino's. There's also there's also the treasurer's office is in the part where the Walmart is.
Those are all attractions that pedestrian, hey, I'm not going to hop in my car.
Yeah.
I'm going to walk.
No, I had to consider going the other direction. But
Yeah.
So excuse me, everybody. I think we have a briefing, so we need to move on.
So what you're saying is that it could be added as a condition for a pedestrian study?
If you're concerned, if you're concerned about it, and or city council is concerned about it. Again, it wasn't part of the original traffic impact study because it's not part of our template, but I really appreciate you bringing that, or asking that question, because it is something that, we really didn't consider when hey, you're approving, you're looking to approve an apartment complex opposite a retail attraction, and that's all part of the VDOT guidelines is hey, people are going to do it. Is 1,000 or 850 feet too much to ask a pedestrian to walk? They're not going to do it. So
correct.
So the answer is technically it's greater than 300 feet, but technically it's also less than 1,000 feet. But we've got to use human engineering, which is people going to cross.
So it is a question that has been brought up to me by surrounding residents.
Okay.
Handle this later.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Thank you.
Vice Chair is gonna go over the agenda real quick, then we'll get to the briefing.
We have 3 items requesting the 30-day deferment. Item 1, 2, and 5. We have 10 items on the consent agenda. Items 3, 11, 12, 13, 14, 17, 20, 21, 22, and 23.
And the minutes.
And the minutes. We have 10 items to be heard. Agenda items 4, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 15, 16, 18, and 19.
Item 3 is on regular agenda. We had a speaker. That's
Okay,
pulled to regular.
thank you.
And while item 14 made consent, I have to abstain from that item for reasons set forth in a letter with the city attorney's office.
What time is that?
That's item
YMCA.
14.
YMCA.
So that changes it, sorry. For consent will be the minutes and 9 matters, and to be heard will be 11 matters.
On the minutes, we got the site visit minutes last night. I don't know if everybody had a chance to look them over. I know of at least 2 corrections that have been brought to my attention. Would the group be comfortable deferring approval of those minutes till next meeting so that everyone gets a chance to read them and we get the corrections to staff?
We'll be able to that.
All right, and then the minutes of the formal and informal, everyone was present at both, so there are no abstentions. It's just straight consent.
All right, today I will be briefing you on your 2025-2026 Planning Commission Annual Report. The draft annual report was provided to you in last Friday's supplement package, so hopefully you're able to take a look at that. So what is the purpose of the annual report? All agencies appointed by City Council must file an annual report to the City Council. The City Council uses the annual reports to evaluate each agency's mission, effectiveness, and opportunities for service. The annual reports are due every fiscal year, no later than 60 days after the fiscal year ends. The annual report that we're going to cover for today, and that's going to be submitted by the end of August, is between July 1st of 2025 to June 30th of this year. There are 6 sections that are required to be included in the report. As you can see in this list, these are to be provided at a minimum. However, the appointed agency is able to provide additional information as you see fit. During my presentation, I will briefly walk through each section of the annual report. If you have any questions or if you see something that you want to be addressed or reviewed or added, please let me know. The executive summary includes the number of hearings and other activities that the Planning Commission has conducted during the fiscal year. The Planning Commission has held 13 hearings, including 12 monthly scheduled hearings, 1 special session to discuss the ITA and Vicinity Master Plan update, and that was held in July of this, is that the right date? No, June 1st. That was held on June 1st of this year. We also held 14 additional events and activities, including 12 site visits, 1 workshop to support the update of the 2040 comprehensive plan, and that was July 29th of 2025. And then we had 1 Planning Commission retreat, and that was in September of last year. Our mission statement is listed also, and that is included in the report. I will not read this to you. In the accomplishment of goals and objectives section, we have provided data and information. One of the commissioners' accomplishments, as you can see in this chart, are the land use applications considered during the past fiscal year. The commission considered 206 applications during this period. Last year, you reviewed 149, so you've been busy. The table breaks down the applications by month and type of the applications considered. The conditional use permits and ordinance amendment applications were the highest number amongst the applications with 65 CUPs and 31 ordinance amendments. Also, under this section, we will provide a list of the residential developments. You'll recognize many of these. I won't go through them all. They're also listed in the actual document that we will provide to City Council. But you have reviewed over 18 residential developments, whether they were subdivision variances, conditional rezonings, modifications to proffers, and they're all listed here. So there were 18 of them, the most recent being the Shore Drive Area Properties LLC that you reviewed last month that will be going to City Council July 14th. There were also several ordinance amendments, more than we had the previous year. I believe last year we had 2 ordinance amendments that were done. This year, over 31. I won't read these to you because you remember them well. 31 of the ordinance amendments to the plan. Also, there was the Park System Needs Assessment and Development Strategy of 2024, and this was a resolution passed by the Planning Commission to incorporate into the Virginia Beach Comprehensive Plan, and this was approved by City Council on January the 20th of this year. Also, your first annual retreat was held on September 24th. This was one of your goals with the last annual report, and you achieved this goal by having this meeting on Thursday, September 24th. It was professionally facilitated by Fountain Works, and they're a public sector focused strategy and management consulting firm. The focus of the retreat was to improve the commissioner's ability to serve the public, strengthen their understanding of each other, and identify opportunities to streamline the Planning Commission meetings. With that, one of the goals was to televise our informal hearings, and with that request up to City Council and working with staff and all of our city departments, we have been televising our informal hearings since January of this year. Another big, huge accomplishment that you should all pat yourselves on the back for is the resolution passed by the Planning Commission for the Imagine VB 2040 Comprehensive Plan. There were several meetings, workshops, public engagements to get us to this point for an adoption, and it was approved by City Council this year, April 21st. So I have listed some of the goals and objectives for the coming year. This is going to be a time when I'm kind of open it up, but these are the ones that we've listed so far. If you see any changes that you want to be made, please let me know. You can also send them to me, but if you want to talk about it in this form, you can do so. The first one is to continue to review and provide recommendations on subsidiary plans referred to the Commission by City Council. Evaluate the City Council's adopted legislative agenda and offer support or recommendations on land use related policies. Provide recommendations to the City Council on land use applications. Establish a resolution to the short-term rental ordinance to address revisions to the STR boundary and parking requirements for the STRs in the OR. Maintain the opportunity for new Planning Commission members to attend the Virginia Commonwealth University Certified Planning Commissioner Program. We had 2 of our newer commissioners attend that, and many of you did, as we did it as a larger group. Work with staff to initiate updates to the zoning ordinance based on new policies included in the Imagine VB 2040 Comprehensive Plan. These are the goals that we have so far. Are there any additional goals or objectives that you would like to be added to this list, or is there anything that you want to be taken away from that we can update the plan, update the document that was provided to you last Friday?
So I'll send this in writing. You don't have to write it down.
Okay.
But the things I noted were that I believe we had a special meeting on the comp plan on January 14th. After we did all of our hearings, we trooped back in here and had a whole nother session on that.
Okay.
Also, at the request of one of the commissioners.
Was that actual a meeting? I know we came in, we talked, but I can't remember if it was a full-fledged. Do you want to note that?
Yeah.
Okay.
Whatever you want to do with it. This is my feedback you asked for. One of the commissioners asked us to organize, and we did organize and execute a tour for the staff and the commissioners of the Virginia Beach Trail. That was on November 26th, and both staff and a number of commissioners went on that. We had the comp plan open houses September 17th and 18th. And a majority of commissioners attended one, the other, or both. With regard to other things we did this year, I think it's notable that we advised City Council about data centers and asked them to take note of that. So that might be reflected as a bullet point. And then on the item that you have before us, is the last bullet point intended to mean we're going to start working on the zoning code overhaul?
Yes.
Okay. And then the last thing that I had on this was, based on council's presentation yesterday, they're looking for input for this fall's legislative agenda, timely with submission of this annual report in August. So if there's anything we want to recommend at the state level that they consider adding, this is the time to do it.
I just wanted to, I'm not sure, I think this would go here, but I thought one of our objectives is always, as a matter of governance, to review our bylaws, our policies and procedures. One thing I was looking at is that next year, 8 of us are up for renewal for our service. We have 5 planners in February, and then it becomes a little scattered throughout the year. Over a period of 6 months, 4 members are eligible for reappointment. And that schedule just seems a little odd to me, only in the sense that when we had a change in our district, some folks were extended for 1 year. I don't know if it's worthy of a conversation to look so that we don't necessarily have 5 people turning over at one time, but maybe something a little more staggered that would be reflective of our council. But I think that conversation would be good as our objective to review our procedures, our bylaws, and so forth.
Okay.
Goals and objectives. I think we're going to be tasked with taking a look at the budgeted cannabis legislation. That might be noteworthy.
Okay.
Commissioner Plumlee?
Marcel, you may have mentioned, we did get a security update that was rather thorough. I thought it was important that we had that as a group. As far as goals and objectives, I would like to know where the city officially believes it sits in terms of attaining sufficient housing stock, and where I'm always sort of wanting to know, are we making significant progress? Are we falling back? And it's really hard to get your hands on data that you believe is sourced properly. So I would ask if you, I know you have a long list, but if you can add that item to it, it's very important to me. And I'll ask for that.
Okay.
Did I make myself clear enough with the request? I want to make sure I did.
Housing, the review of housing stock within the city of Virginia Beach.
Yes, are we, what is the number that we believe we're deficient to provide sufficient housing for folks living here and wanting to come here to support our economy? And, there hopefully is some number that can be pulled together that's not too difficult.
Vice Chair?
Thank you, Marshall.
Sure.
So to add to what Commissioner Plumlee just said, I'd also like to know how we're doing on our tree canopy, because we were briefed on what the state wants us to do, and we were given an objective. I'd like to know how we're doing on that. And I have spoken publicly at these meetings and also privately with Director Walsh, Kathy Walsh, about some type of policy regarding private developers cutting trees and possible mitigation. And I know it's an issue, but I want to continue that discussion. And then I'll just add what I'm sure everyone's thinking. In addition to the comp plan that was huge and a 33% increase in applications, while yes, it was more work for us, it's huge work for your staff, and I don't think you got any extra people. So thank you for your hard work.
Thank you.
Add to the goals is, we mentioned it, but I don't think we started talking about our second retreat and some of the information, like what Holly had said, and maybe putting that into parts of the agendas for a second retreat.
And I'd just kind of like to go back to what I had talked about earlier. I know we're doing a zoning ordinance update, but it would probably be nice to do some sort of have a plan for our strategic growth areas, so that we can update and get those moving along, because that's probably going to take a long time. So maybe a specific focus on SGAs within that plan. Maybe starting sooner than later.
I apologize. One thing I overlooked on my notes, I've asked a couple times at this meeting, and maybe it belongs here, for clarity from City Council on the status of the beach small area plan. It keeps getting referred to. It's never been adopted by council.
Beach Central, is that what we're talking about, the same thing?
Yeah, that plan was drafted by a consultant, but never brought here, never adopted by council. It's brought up in presentations by departments. It's neither here nor there. So getting some clarity on what is the status of that, I think, is an appropriate ask.
Do you prefer that to be in the recommendation session to City Council or just your goals for the year?
Whatever's most diplomatic. I mean, what I'm looking for is just clarity. If we're going to use it and refer to it, then perhaps we should adopt it.
Okay.
Maybe I should clarify mine. Maybe it probably should be in the recommendation area for City Council as opposed to goals and objectives, because if that's what they want us to focus on, then then we should. But if not, then.
And we're going to go to that section soon. So
okay.
And then our next section of the annual report is to provide the membership and attendance data. As you remember, the previous annual report kind of broke it down into tables. Now we have one report that will include, but I did break it down just for this meeting so you could see the cumulative totals for our public hearings, site visits, the comprehensive plan update workshop, the planning commission retreat, and the agenda review that we have with our PC leadership. For this briefing, staff, like I said, we did break down this, and then we provided the volunteer log for the reports. Please review that. If you see any discrepancies with the hours that are totaled for your individual volunteer hours, please let us know so that we can update that document before we get it over, before we submit the document. And I know I saw your email, and so we're going to address that. So if you have looked at the log that was in your supplements on yesterday, make sure that the hours are accurate. Any changes, let us know. Okay. So the next section, which is pretty much the last section, is recommendations to City Council. And so I'm going to open this up for discussion. We did put one item there about affordable housing that we have put in previously. If you want to keep that recommendation to City Council to get an understanding of affordable housing, you can do that. If you want to remove it, it's up to you. And if there are any other recommendations to City Council, I'll open it up for discussion so we can briefly discuss and so we can add it to the annual report.
On affordable housing, I think, we're trying to eat an elephant, and it might be nice to have focus areas and see where we can chip away at each one. Because there's so many different types of attainable, affordable housing, and sometimes that word gets a little, gets the community a little in an uproar sometimes. And I do think that understanding that it's senior housing and trying to make it affordable for seniors, the people that can't provide for themselves, that are living on a fixed income, might be a little bit different than just a random, affordable housing. And then there's workforce housing, which we've got, a couple that are in front of us today that have, or at least one that has a component of it. So identifying each type and then seeing where there's a need, so that maybe then we can or at least council can specifically target certain areas in which they think is most appropriate and important for them.
Anything else? Any other recommendations to City Council other than the other two with the SGA plans and clarity on the small beach area plans?
So the STR parking nuance about crow flies or walking, I don't think that's ripe to recommend to council. We haven't done our work yet. So it goes in one of the earlier sections of maybe a goal to work on this year.
Okay.
And then send a recommendation.
Okay. Anything else? Okay. So that's our next step. So we are briefing you today. We do have you scheduled to vote on today with the modifications. We would make those modifications between, but it's up to you if you want to keep it on this today to vote on. And then the submission deadline is August the 31st.
What's the vote?
That's by state statute, that deadline, correct, our submission.
So our next meeting is August the 12th. So we have planned for you to vote on it today with those modifications mentioned, but it's. We can make the modifications between Planning Commission and City Council, but it's up to you.
So we put it on the August agenda.
And we will do that. All right.
This next one will take 2 seconds. Rachel Levere with our tech team is gonna come up to address the tablets timing out during last month. She's just gonna show you really quick how to refresh it in case that happens today.
And that's the thing that's for printout, right?
Yes, and her link to the back page of that printout.
What's that?
It's really the back page. It shows you how to refresh the tablet.
How are y'all doing? You guys did a great job voting on the new system. It's not easy to get used to new software, so I appreciate everybody hanging in there. We're gonna just run through this real quick. When you refresh your screen, you should see this agenda screen normally when you're in between items or listening to items. If you do not see the latest item that you're listening to in yellow, if that is not highlighted in yellow, then you may need to refresh the screen. Also, if you know that the vote is open, say for instance, our lovely clerks have told you the vote is open and you do not see a voting or moving and seconding screen, then you may need to refresh your tablet. The way you will refresh your tablet is you click your name up in the top right-hand corner, you click meeting list, and then once you get to the meeting list, you click that circle button up there, and it will take you 1 and 2. If you need assistance with anything, if anything goes wrong, you don't think it's actually working the way it should, please call for us, turn on your mic, ask for tech support. We will be happy to come up and help you. And that is it. Thank you so much.
Meeting adjourned.
I wonder if we
Planning Commission public hearing. My name is John Costin, and I'm the chair of the Virginia Beach Planning Commission. Before we get started, I've asked Commissioner Hippen to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
At this time, we will introduce the planning commissioners, beginning with our city attorney, followed by planning administrator, Mrs. Caitlin Alcott, who will introduce the members of staff.
Tori Eisenberg, Deputy City Attorney.
Michael Mach, I have the pleasure of serving the city as the at-large representative.
My name is Walter Camp, and I'm humbled on this July 2026 meeting to represent historic Kempsville, where Virginia's first combat fatality, the Revolutionary War, fell. And over 250 years later, we're all lucky enough to be participants in a government of the people.
John Cromwell, District 2, Pungo and Blackwater.
Good afternoon, Mike Anderson, District 3.
Good afternoon. Catherine Byler, District 4, which includes Virginia Beach Town Center. the Thalia Creek Trail, and Burton Station, and all the way up to the Norfolk border.
John Costin, I represent District 9.
Holly Cuellar, District 8.
Catherine Schoonover, District 5.
Brian Plumley, representing beautiful District 6 from historic SeaTac to the north end of Virginia Beach.
Good afternoon. Susan Hippen, I represent District 7, and Centerville is in the house.
Nina Morshani, District 10.
Caitlin Alcock, Planning Administrator. Clerking to my left, we have Brianna Harrison and Grace Smith. In the audience, we have Deputy Planning Director Carrie Buchholt, Zoning Administrator Hannah Sabo. With our planning staff, we have Marshall Coleman, Alexis Bailey, Ariana Lowe, Kara McLean, and Lane Harrington.
Thank you very much. Madam Clerk, could you please describe the rules and order of business for today's meeting?
Yes, but before I get started, I'd like to let everyone know that the captioning in the room is currently unavailable. If anyone needs captioning, it's available on Facebook or by downloading the VB Now app. If using one of the options, please mute your device. The Virginia Beach Planning Commission takes pride in being fair and courteous to all parties in attendance. It is important that all involved understand that how the commission normally conducts its meetings. It is equally important that everyone treat each other and the members of the commission with respect and civility. We request that cell phones be put on silent during this meeting. This is an abbreviated explanation of the rules. The complete set of rules is located in the front of the Planning Commission agenda. Following is the order of business for this public hearing. Withdrawals and deferrals. The chairperson will ask if there are any requests to withdraw or defer an item on the agenda. Consideration of these requests will be made first. Consent agenda. The second order of business is the consideration of the consent agenda, which are those items that the Planning Commission believe are unopposed and which have favorable staff recommendation. Regular agenda. The Commission will then proceed with the remaining items on the agenda. When an agenda item has been called, we will recognize the applicant or the representative first. Following the applicant or the representative, in-person speakers will be called next, and then the speakers participating via WebEx. Speakers in support or opposition of an agenda item will have 3 minutes to speak per item, unless they are solely representing a large group, such as a civic league or homeowners association, in which case they'll have 10 minutes per item. If a speaker does not respond or if a technical issue occurs which renders the comments unintelligible, we will move on to the next speaker or the next order of business. After all speakers, the applicant may return to the podium to offer a rebuttal and answer questions of the commission. Please note that the actions taken by the commission today are in the form of a recommendation to the Virginia Beach City Council. The final decision to approve or disapprove an application will be made by the City Council. The commission thanks you for your attendance, and we hope that your experience here today leaves you feeling that you have been heard and treated fairly. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Our next order of business is the consideration of requests to withdraw or to defer an item. We will first consider any items to be withdrawn. Please come forward if you have any items to be withdrawn. Seeing none, our next order of business is the consideration of items to be deferred.
Excuse me, Chair, I believe Commissioner Camp had a comment.
No, deferral.
Our next order of business is consideration for items to be deferred. Please come forward if you have any items to be deferred.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Madam Vice Chair, members of the commission. For the record, my name is Rob Beeman. I'm a local land use attorney at the Troutman Pepperlock Law Firm. I represent the applicant on item 5, and we would like to request a 30-day deferral to tie up a couple loose ends. Thank you all very much.
I move we defer item 5 for 30 days.
Second.
Are there any other items for deferral?
Chair Costin, items 1 and 2, Virginia Beach ordinances are requesting a 30-day deferral. I move that we defer those two for 30 days.
Second.
Mr. Chair, the site visit draft minutes for July 2nd were provided to us after the close of business last night. By consensus of the commission, we'd like to defer them for consideration until the next meeting.
Okay.
Yes.
How many were there?
Sir, those were the site minutes for the July 2nd site visits. That's the only thing for deferral. We'll take up the other ones on consent.
I move to defer.
And based on the discussion during informal, it was my understanding you wanted to just defer the vote on the annual report as well to the August hearing?
Yes.
Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am. Motion to defer the annual report until our next meeting.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion to defer items 5, 1, and 2, site minutes, and the annual report for 30 days. Do I hear a motion to move all of these items with one swoop?
So moved.
Who was that?
Second.
Okay, we've had a motion from Ms. Hippen and a second by Mr. Plumley.
The vote is open. By a recorded vote of 11-0, items 1, 2, and 5, the July 2nd, 2026 site visit minutes, and 2025-2026 Planning Commission annual report have been recommended for 30-day deferral.
Thank you. The next order of business is the consent agenda, and I'm going to turn that over to Vice Chair, Ms. Byler, to run that portion of the meeting.
Thank you, Chair Costin. Today we have 9 items on the consent agenda. These are applications that are recommended for approval by staff, and the Planning Commission concurred, and there are no speakers signed up in opposition. The first item for consideration today are several sets of Planning Commission meetings, minutes, and I have asked Commissioner Camp to read these into the record.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. This portion of the consent agenda consists of a motion to approve draft minutes as amended by the Commission for 2 Planning Commission meetings, specifically the informal and formal hearings held on June 2nd, 2026, with no abstentions. So moved.
Thank you, Commissioner Camp. The next item on our agenda is item 11, property owner Ron and Tara Kaiser. Is there a representative here today to speak on this item? Please come forward and state your name.
Hi there, my name is Casey Heron. I'm the applicant representing Ron Kaiser.
Thank you for coming today, sir. Are the conditions acceptable to you?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. You may be seated.
Thank you very much.
Is there any opposition to this item being placed on the consent agenda? Hearing none, I've asked Commissioner Plumley to read it into the record.
Thank you, Vice Chair. This is an application by Ronald Kaiser to change in nonconformity to add a shed in the back of the property at 1330 Creedle Road. The construction is for an approximate 2,450 square foot shed to be used to store maintenance equipment, spare materials, and other personal items. There were no objections from the community. This is a recommended application by staff, and the commission believed it was appropriate for consent.
Thank you, Commissioner Plumley. The next item is item 12, Pungo Square Real Estate LLC and Alan W. Brock Jr., property owner. Welcome, Attorney Bourdon.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair.
Are the conditions acceptable to your client?
This is a conditional rezoning, and with the added proffer that was discussed this morning for no adult bookstores, the application is, we appreciate being on the consent agenda, appreciate the work from Alexis Bailey on the application.
Thank you, sir. You may be seated.
Thank you.
The next item on the consent agenda is item 13, Atkinson Holdings LLC. Is there a representative here to speak on behalf of this? Welcome back, Attorney Bourdon.
I thought you were doing them one at a time. My apologies. Yes, Eddie Bourdon, represent Atkinson Holdings LLC. And again, it's conditional rezoning, and we appreciate the work of the zoning administrator, Ms. Sabo, as well as Marshall Coleman on the application. Thank you for putting us on consent.
Thank you. You may be seated. The next item on the consent agenda is item 14, YMCA of Southampton Roads, property owner Memorial Methodist Church. Is there a representative here today? Thank you, sir. Please come forward and state your name. Please come forward and state your name.
Thank you. My name is Royce Parks. I'm with the YMCA, and we agree with everything on your recommendations.
Thank you. And the conditions are fine?
Pardon?
The conditions are fine with you?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you, sir. You may be seated.
Thank you, ma'am.
The next item on the consent agenda is item 17. Coastal Training LLC, property owner CP Roadrunners LLC. Good afternoon, ma'am. Please state your name for the record.
My name's Christy Stogner. I'm one of the co-owners of Coastal Training LLC, and I'm the applicant.
Thank you for coming today. Are the conditions acceptable to you?
Yes, they are.
Thank you. You may be seated. Okay, where did I stop? 12? 12. Okay. Excuse me. I'm going to backtrack a moment and ask Commissioner Cromwell to please read agenda item 12 into the record.
Agenda item 12 is for Pungo Square Real Estate LLC. The applicant is requesting a conditional rezoning from V1 Neighborhood Business District and AG2 Agricultural District to conditional B2 Community Business District to allow for additional retail business on this 2.2 acres parcel. The parcel currently contains Pungo Square Shopping Center, which contains a variety of uses. The applicant has limited the allowable uses on the property through a proffer agreement that expressly prohibits certain land uses. There are no physical changes to the site proposed with this request. Hearing no objection, we put this on the consent agenda.
Thank you, Commissioner Cromwell. And now I would ask Commissioner Schoonover to please read item 13 into the record.
The applicant Atkinson Holdings LLC has requested a conditional rezoning from I-1 Light Industrial District to conditional FT3 Resort Tourist District for 608, 610, 612, 614, 616 Norfolk Avenue and 633, 637, 641 10th Street. This is a reasonable request that was placed on the consent agenda.
Thank you, Commissioner Schoonover. And agenda item 14, I have asked Commissioner Camp to please read into the record.
Agenda item 14 is an application by the YMCA of Southampton Roads pertaining to 804 Gammon Road. The applicant is requesting a conditional use permit to operate a child daycare facility for up to 57 children within an existing religious facility on a 6.62 acre R10 residential zoned parcel. The applicant proposes a maximum of 57 children with ages ranging from 6 weeks to 5 years old, with an estimated daily attendance of 50 children. Drop-off and pickup times will be on a staggered schedule to avoid traffic congestion. The building requires 60 parking spaces, and the site exceeds the minimum by 35 spaces. No modifications are proposed to the existing building. With no objections received and staff recommending approval, this is moved for approval by the Commission on consent.
Thank you, Commissioner Camp. And agenda item 17, I've asked Commissioner Plumlee to please read into the record.
Thank you, Vice Chair Byler. The applicant, Coastal Training LLC, and property owner CP Roadrunners LLC, for the property 209 First Colonial Road, have requested a conditional use permit for an indoor recreational facility for gymnastics and tumbling And this time, it's been in operation for many years, 7,500 feet. It's now going to expand to 10,000 square feet. The applicant has consented to all conditions. Staff has recommended approval, and so the Planning Commission believed it appropriate to place on the consent agenda.
Thank you, Commissioner Plumley. The next item on the consent agenda is item 20, Steve and Sherry Warner, property owners. Is there anyone here to speak on this today? Thank you. Please come forward and state your name.
Good afternoon. I am Sherry Warner. I reside and own at 4317 Ben Gunn Road with my husband, Steve Warner.
Are the conditions acceptable to you?
Yes.
Thank you. You may be seated.
Thank you.
And I've asked Commissioner Mosh to please read this into the record.
The applicant, Steve and Sherry Warner at 4317 Ben Gunn Road, are requesting a conditional use permit to operate a home-based wildlife rehabilitation center within an existing single-family dwelling. The applicant is proposing to rehabilitate small mammals, specifically squirrels, rabbits, and possums. No rabies vector species will be kept on the premises at any given time. The request for a conditional use permit for a home-based wildlife rehabilitation center is acceptable in the eyes of the Planning Commission as well as staff, noting the letters that came in about the feeding of the ducks that we can't address within this process. We find it acceptable to place on the consent agenda.
Thank you, Commissioner Mosh. The next item on the consent agenda is item 21.
Excuse me, Vice Chair. We've had someone sign up to speak in opposition, so that will need to be pulled to the regular agenda.
Okay, thank you. Then the next item on the consent agenda is item 22. Is there anyone here on behalf of Atlantic Rental Homes, property owner Tidewater Asset Group, LLC? Thank you, sir. Please come down and tell us your name.
Daniel Davis with Atlantic Rental Homes.
Hi, Mr. Davis. Are the conditions acceptable to you?
Yes.
Thank you. You may be seated. Commissioner Schoonover, would you please read this into the record?
Yes. The applicant, Atlantic Rental Homes, has requested a conditional use permit for 913 Pacific Avenue, Unit B. This is a reasonable request, has received no objection, has been placed on the consent agenda.
Thank you, Commissioner Schoonover. And the last item on the consent agenda is item 23, Sarah Watkinson, property owners John and Sarah Watkinson. Is there anyone here to speak on this? Welcome. Please state your name.
Sarah Watkinson.
Ms. Watkinson, are the conditions acceptable to you?
Yes.
Thank you. You may be seated. Commissioner Plumley, would you please read this into the record?
Thank you, Vice Chair. Yes, owners John and Sarah Watkinson of the location 304 28th Street, Unit 209, have requested a conditional use permit for short-term rental. It meets the requirements of the district. It has been recommended by the staff, and therefore Planning Commission believed it appropriate for the consent agenda.
Thank you, Commissioner Plumley. Chair Costin, that was the last item on the consent agenda. The Planning Commission places the following applications and the minutes on the consent agenda. Items 11, 12, 13, 14, 17, 20, 22, and 23.
I just want to note for the record, item 14, I must abstain from for reasons set forth in a letter with the City Attorney's Office.
And Madam Vice Chair, the minutes for the June 2nd hearings are also on the consent agenda.
Yes.
Thank you. Do I have a motion to approve by consent these items as read by the Vice Chair?
So moved.
Second.
It has been moved by Commissioner Hippen and seconded by Commissioner Cuellar that we approve these items. Are we ready for the vote?
Before we open the vote, your iPads will need to be refreshed as we had to update the agenda. So, but, okay, the vote is open. Uh-oh. 1 second. Okay. By a recorded vote of 11-0 with all aforementioned abstentions, the June 10, 2026 informal and formal minutes and items 11, 12, 13, 14, 17, 20, 22, and 23 have been recommended for approval by consent.
Thank you. If you had an application that was on the consent agenda, your request would now be scheduled for an upcoming city council meeting. Staff will contact you about the date. For those applicants on the consent agenda, thank you for your participation, and you may remain in the meeting either virtually or in person, but you're free to leave. Our next order of business is the regular agenda. The regular agenda will proceed as follows. Each applicant will be given up to 10 minutes to present their item. We will then hear from speakers in support and opposition. Applicant may then return to the podium for up to 3 minutes for rebuttal and then answer any questions from the commission. Madam Clerk, we are ready for the first item.
Our first item is item 3, City of Virginia Beach.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Good afternoon, Commissioners. I'm Hannah Sabo, City Zoning Administrator. Item number 3 is an ordinance to amend Section 2303 of the City Zoning Ordinance pertaining to short-term rental parking requirements. The Oceanfront Short-Term Rental Overlay District was established on July 13th, 2021, and it permitted short-term rentals with a conditional use permit within the overlay. During the April 21st, 2026 City Council meeting, a referral resolution was sponsored by Vice Mayor Wilson and Councilmember Remick, Schulman, and Henley was approved, directing the Planning Commission to review and then review a revision to the Oceanfront Resort STR Overlay District. This specific agenda item looks at the parking for short-term rentals. The zoning ordinance requires that single-family dwellings have a minimum of 2 on-site parking spaces, while STRs are required to have 1 parking space per bedroom. Due to this difference in required parking when a single-family dwelling is converted to be used as a short-term rental, that can create additional parking spaces that are required. If the site does not have those sufficient, the site does not have sufficient parking spaces on site, they may be required to utilize or to rent parking spaces off-site. This can lead to properties utilizing city-owned parking spaces within their city-owned garages. And it's been the practice of the zoning division to only permit those off-site parking spaces if they're within 1/4 mile, straight line distance from the proposed STR. Due to the proliferation of short-term rentals within the oceanfront and then the need for public parking, the amendment proposes to prohibit short-term rentals from utilizing public parking within city-owned parking garages to meet their minimum parking requirement. This proposed amendment only applies to public parking garages. Outreach has included briefings to the Old Beach Design Review Committee, Bayfront Advisory Commission, Resort Advisory Commissions, Transportation Parking Pedestrian Committee, the Resort Advisory Commission's Planning Design Review Committee, and then the Hampton Roads Realtors Association. And feedback was generally supportive of this amendment. I'm available if you have any questions, and I do believe we have a speaker on this one. Thank you.
Thank you.
We have one speaker, Andy Strauss, via WebEx. Andy, are you there? That was our only speaker.
I move to approve if we're closed, the hearing is closed. Take it.
I'll second.
It has been moved by Commissioner Plumlee and seconded by Commissioner Schoonover that we approve this item.
The vote is open. By a recorded vote of 11-0, item 3, City of Virginia Beach, has been recommended for approval. Our next item is item 4, City of Virginia Beach.
Hello again, Hannah Sabo, Zoning Administrator. Item number 4 is an ordinance to amend Section 237 of the City Zoning Ordinance pertaining to mini warehouses. The mini warehouse use was added to the B4C Central Business Mixed Use Zoning District in December of 2023. It was approved on consent both through the Planning Commission and City Council process. The use requires a conditional use permit in compliance with form standards listed in 237. It has come to staff's attention the language in that section, 237C2, prohibits the development of mini warehouses in a way that staff had not initially intended. The amendment proposes to strike the language that would prohibit storage units on the first floor of a mixed-use building and add language that would allow storage units on the first floor so long as they are not visible or directly accessible from the exterior of the building. And I will note that during the amendment process back in December of 2023, that question did come up during the City Council process, and staff advised council that the intention was for storage units to be allowed on the first floor so long as they're not visible from the outside. But unfortunately, the language that was adopted did not allow for that. I'm available for questions.
Commissioner Plumlee.
Thank you, Chairman. I just want to be clear. Mistakes happen all the time, and all we're doing is correcting to show the intent of council. Council had been presented by staff. What council approved did not include a prohibition, or council had indicated it did not want a prohibition for first floor storage. Is that clear? I just want to make sure I'm understanding that properly.
Yes, during the council meeting, the question was asked if the amendment that they were approving would allow for storage units on the first floor so long as they were not visible, and the answer was yes, that it would allow for that.
Okay, thank you very much.
Commissioner Baha, Vice Chair.
Thank you, Hannah. I appreciate it. So I'm a little confused because the comprehensive plan that was just approved by council in April says that in certain areas where otherwise storage facilities are not allowed, they might be allowed provided that there was no storage on the ground floor. So how does that reconcile with what you're now saying?
This updates, so again, it is the intention here is to have the ordinance meet what council had, the intention of what council had adopted, and with the requirement that storage units that are located on the ground floor not be visible or directly accessible from the exterior of the building, I think still gets at that intention where from the outside you wouldn't be able to tell that there are any storage units within the first floor.
But the comprehensive plan and the trail-based plan both say they should be interactive with doors and windows going in and out to allow interaction and lingering of people. And those plans were just approved in April, subsequent to the other. So I'm struggling to reconcile them, and in my mind, they don't sync. Thank you.
Any further questions, concerns? Could I have a motion?
I move that we approve.
Second.
It has been moved by Commissioner Schoonover and seconded by Commissioner Plumlee that we approve this item.
Discussion? I concur with our vice chair that this was brought to the Planning Commission as written. It was approved as written. After this Planning Commission heard it, there was apparently a question at City Council. The question was answered. And then after that, City Council adopted another ordinance that supersedes this. And so it seems to me that following Council's will means to stay with the latest thing that they voted on. And for that reason, I will be voting nay on this motion and staying consistent with Council's most recent ordinance. Thank you.
May I address the comment? Not to address Mr. Camp directly. I just want to address the idea for purpose of discussion. This is a zoning amendment. Obviously, it's come to us to correct a mistake based on council's intent. They're going to get the recommendation. They will know their intent, and they will vote on it. staff has presented this to be a correction. I take them at their word that it is in fact a correction. The comprehensive plan is a guidance document, is not a zoning ordinance. So I believe the zoning ordinance is superior. That's why I'm in favor of passing this.
Commissioner Schoonover?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Then are we ready for the vote?
The vote is open. By a recorded vote of 8-3, item 4, City of Virginia Beach, has been recommended for approval. Our next items are items 6 and 7, BH Farmhouse LLC.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Madam Vice Chair, members of the commission. For the record, my name is Rob Beeman. I'm a local land use attorney with the Troutman Pepperlock Law Firm here today on behalf of the applicant BH Farmhouse LLC. I'm joined by a number of members of our team, including representatives of the applicant JP Highland and Bid Flood. The property that's the subject to the application before you today is 8.5 acres. It's located just northeast of the intersection of Kempsville Road and Centerville Turnpike. The applicant proposes to rezone the site, which is currently zoned B2 to B4 to accommodate a 251-unit multifamily development. There's a historic farmhouse building on the site that would be preserved and incorporated into the development as tenant amenity space, but also as a small commercial component similar to the coffee shop that currently operates on the property today. The farmhouse has long been owned by the Wood family, and members of the Wood family would remain involved in this project to continue their stewardship of this property moving forward. The project has been designed to be in accordance with the recommendations of the city plans that are applicable to this site, including the recently adopted city comprehensive plan, the active transportation plan, and the SGA master plan. One of the multifamily buildings on the property has been put up against the Kempsville Road frontage with parking in the rear to comply with the recommendations of the SGA plan. Additionally, an 11-foot side path has been proposed along the Kempsville Road frontage, which would aid pedestrian connectivity throughout this corridor. And then the development will also provide much-needed diversification to the housing choices along this part of the city, and will include an affordability component where 7% of the units, which is 18 units, would be reserved for folks making 100% or less of area median income for a period of 10 years. I also did want to note that the applicant has conducted extensive public outreach in connection with this application. They held a number of in-person meetings in proximity to the site at local schools, and also put up a website that gives the public additional information regarding this use. As a result of the feedback that was received during that process, they made a number of important changes to this application. They've expanded the outdoor amenity space around the farmhouse building by more than 45%. They've made a commitment to opening portions of the farmhouse building for use by community and neighborhood groups for gathering space and meeting space. They've repositioned the garage buildings to the north and east sides of the property to provide additional buffering. They relocated waste and recycling facilities away from single-family homes, and they've also made significant changes to the building architecture. I do understand that at the informal session, there was a question that came up regarding pedestrian safety, and the applicant wanted the Planning Commission to know that they intend to work with staff between now and the City Council to discuss this issue with them, and if warranted, and if the city would like it, they are willing to look into installing signalization. So with that, we certainly appreciate your consideration of this application, and our team will stand by for questions.
Do we have any speakers, Madam Clerk?
Yes, we do have speakers.
Okay, after the speakers.
Thank you.
Our first speaker is David Lamb, followed by Trish O'Brien.
Good afternoon, and thank you for the opportunity to speak. I'm speaking in support of the development.
Could you please give us your name first?
I'm sorry, did I not? Sorry. My name is David Lamb. I'm a resident of Lake Christopher, which is about half a mile from the proposed site, and I'm here to speak in support of the development. The reason I'm speaking in support of development is because who is developing the property? Being from Lake Christopher, I don't know if you know the ancient history of Lake Christopher. We had a farm behind Lake Christopher, and it got developed by a company that brought in duplexes and multifamily homes, and the developer matters when these things happen. When Lake Christopher the area behind Lake Christopher got developed, we had a company come in that was very similar to what you see in this drawing, where they moved all the houses into the middle, they gave us buffer areas and stuff, and similar to what's happening here, the local community kind of like, oh, we don't want, this extra thing built into our neighborhood. And so they, rose up against it and tried to get it, and we lost that developer. 2 years later, that developer that was going to build the buffer zones around it and stuff got replaced by another developer who came in with a higher density plan and got approved. And now, instead of having, for my house, 100 feet to the closest dwelling to my house, I have a duplex that's 30 feet from my house. So when they turn on their bathroom light, I can basically read a book by their bathroom light at night, which is good for my electricity bill, but kind of bad for like everything else. This developer took into consideration the people that they met with and redesigned what they were going to do, and actually took away 25 apartments to make the buffer zone so that the people around it wouldn't be as affected by the development. So developers matter. And that's the reason I'm speaking in support, because I think this developer has made a plan that will do what's best for that property. I know there's some opposition saying, hey, well, you don't really need apartments in here. If you look at Virginia Beach, you're at about 95% occupancy of apartments. So really an apartment complex pretty much is needed in Virginia Beach. The money that it will generate, the taxes that it will generate, the businesses across the street, which I'm sure are pretty happy to hear 250 families are going to be moving into their area, are going to be pretty happy. I realize there are going to be things that we grow, but we don't let nice pieces of Virginia Beach just sit. So it's going to get developed, so who develop it matters. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, sir. Were there any questions for our speaker?
I knew it.
Okay. Do we have any other speakers?
Our next speaker is Trish O'Brien, followed by Shania White.
Good afternoon. My name is Trish O'Brien. I am the CEO of CHIP of Southampton Roads, which is the Children's Health Investment Program. CHIP serves about 4,000 square miles of Virginia, working with low-income families, with young children, making sure that everybody's getting a healthy start in life, they're ready for school, and that we're moving families towards self-sufficiency. And I'm here today, which I don't usually do this, so I'm here today to really talk about the developer, because with Bonaventure, we have found an incredible corporate partner. Not only have made a generous donation to our capital campaign, but they've done things that I don't hear a lot of corporations do. They've sponsored job fairs where a lot of our families have been able to find employment. Just overall, they have been not only concerned about the infrastructure of the physical place, but the human infrastructure for Virginia Beach. They are very supportive of what this community needs, and their design. I've had the privilege of touring one of their properties. It's thoughtful, it enhances the area, does not take anything away. And again, they're developing for a community, not just for profit. And that's what I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Shania White, followed by Linda Cruciano.
Good afternoon. My name is Shania White, and I'm a resident of one of Bonaventure's property, Infinity at Centerville. I have been for over 3 years. My children, my husband is active duty military, and I specifically sought out this area and this specific property because of the schools in the area and the overall community. I am in support of this project because it will allow individuals, seniors, families like mine to come to the area and add not only to the economic growth, but as well as what was proposed as keeping the farmhouse, which I like to enjoy myself when I go there and have my morning coffee. So I don't know if there's much else that I can add to that, besides that I have also, as a military wife, taken advantage of the properties, not the property, but Bonaventure's career fair, and I have had success in doing so. So I think it would be a great addition to our area. And I plan on staying in the area, so that helps out as well. Is there any other questions? No? Okay.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Linda Cruciano, followed by Mia Douglas.
Hello, everyone. My name is Linda Cruciano. I'm with the Lake James Homeowners Association, and I'm actually here on behalf of Peggy Sampson, who is our Environmental Committee Chair for our HOA, who was unable to attend, and so I volunteered to be here to be able to ask this question. The Lake James Homeowners Association and our whole community, which is probably maybe a mile and a half away from where the farmhouse is, but an area, of course, that affects that whole area just because of the possibility of lots and lots of a lot of additional traffic and so forth. But anyway, our question for y'all today is, what type of stormwater plan or management do the developers intend to implement?
So I can answer that. So I am your district person, commissioner. We asked the question because the question was posed at a couple of the events that Bonaventure had, as well as our excuse me, I'm tongue-tied and that doesn't usually happen, as well as our informal session. The property will drain into Stumpy Lake. It will not drain into Lake Christopher or Lake James.
Okay. So is it going to be, I mean, it's going to drain directly without any type of plan, to be able to filter that water?
So that is a part of...
Because Stumpy Lake eventually goes by Lake James.
Correct. They will have to do a stormwater plan that will come later in the process.
Okay.
But it will drain to Stumpy Lake.
Can our environmental committee have input on that when that time comes up? Could you directly relate to our committee so we know exactly what the plan is?
Staff needs to answer that question.
Pardon?
Staff behind you needs to answer that question, please. And
Hi, good afternoon. The project currently conceptualizes underground detention system, which will retain, hold, and help treat the water before it's discharged off-site. Whenever the site plans come in, if we have a contact for your organization, we can send you copies of the plan.
Right.
There's not necessarily input that you can provide, but you can certainly see all of the documents and see our comments and engage with our engineering staff.
Okay, we just want to have the ability to be able to have a voice in all of this as well.
Thank you for...
It will affect our area.
Thank you for the question.
Thank you. Any other questions? Thank you for your time.
Our next speaker is Mia Douglas, followed by Samantha Roquin.
Hello, my name is Mia Douglas. I am here to respectfully express my strong opposition to the proposed 4-story apartment complex planned for the Woods Farmhouse property. This development is not compatible with the character, scale, or needs of our surrounding community. Our neighborhood is made up primarily of single-family homes, and residents have chosen to live here because of that established residential character. Placing a 4-story apartment building directly behind 1- and 2-story private homes would significantly affect privacy, views, property values, and overall quality of life for existing homeowners. This proposal would create an undue burden on many families who have invested in this community. There are 5 residential communities in the immediate area, and residents are already deeply concerned about daily traffic conditions. The intersection of Kempsville Road and Centerville Turnpike has already been identified as congested, and adding more than 250 apartments, many with 2 or more vehicles, would place additional strain on an already difficult and potentially unsafe roadway. School capacity is another serious concern. Our local schools are already overcrowded, and the surrounding area is experiencing significant pressure from population growth, traffic volume, and student enrollment. At this time, our community cannot safely or responsibly absorb additional high-density housing without further impacting essential services and infrastructure. This proposal is especially concerning given that more than 320 additional apartments are already scheduled to be built approximately 3 miles away at Kemp's Crossing. That nearby intersection is also known for traffic concerns and accidents. Approving another large apartment development in such close proximity would compound existing challenges rather than address them responsibly. We do not have the infrastructure to support this rapid growth. We are the most populated section of Virginia Beach, and additional housing and families will add additional burden on our police, fire, and rescue services. We are also concerned, as statistics show, high-density housing shows higher crime rates. If these apartments are allowed, we will have just over 2,500 apartments within 3 miles of us, and for those reasons, I urge the Planning Committee to deny.
Hi there.
Commissioner Heffernan.
Did we talk at any of the information sessions?
You and I?
Yes.
No.
Did you see me at any of those?
No, I haven't been. I was just recently appointed vice president of my civic league, so I'm getting more involved in the community myself.
Okay, which civic league?
Brandon.
Brandon, okay. I live in Alexandria.
Okay.
Okay, so we're kind of neighbors. I just want to correct something that you said.
Mm-hmm.
Kempsville and Centerville, you've got apartment complexes, the Avon apartments. You've also got the Tallwood apartments next to Tallwood Elementary. At the intersection of Centerville and Lynn Haven, you have Magnolia Run, Magnolia Chase, Infinity, and the Cascades. So there are apartment complexes in that area. Now, I'm not speaking for or against, I'm just letting you know what's in the area, especially if you're new to the area.
I've lived here for, I've lived in Virginia Beach my whole life, but I've lived in this neighborhood for 6 years.
Okay.
So I'm aware that there are apartments there.
Okay, when I moved in 1997 into that house, I previously lived in the Glenwood area, which is also District 7. Independence did not connect to, South Independence did not connect to Indian River, and all of those apartment complexes that I just told you were trees, just to let you know. And this the same company that's building this one or proposed to build this one is who built Magnolia Run, Magnolia Chase, Cascades, and Infinity.
Okay.
Any other questions?
I just want to clarify, I think from what I heard that your concerns were traffic, schools, privacy, and overall safety. Did I miss anything?
That's pretty much everything.
Okay, wonderful. And the reason I ask that is because I have quite a few listed of concerns that this commission has brought up and asked a lot about. So hopefully you'll be able to hear some of those concerns, whether they are answered properly enough for you. But some concerns we have talked about in the informal as well as at the site visit. So hopefully you'll be able to get a little bit of more information through this process.
Commissioner Camp.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you for coming forward today and speaking with us. Are you aware of the scheduled improvements to Centerville Turnpike between Kempsville and Indian River? Do you know what I'm talking about?
No, could you tell me more about that, please?
Well, what I'm going to do is reference you to a webpage on the city. It's Centerville Turnpike Phase 2. And that is a much long-awaited project that will expand the road to 4 lanes instead of the current 2 lanes from Kempsville all the way up past Regent to Indian River. Now, that won't solve all the problems in that area, but it's going to go under construction early next year. It's coming fairly soon. And so I just wanted to bring that to your attention. I personally believe, as I evaluated this, that project will help that area greatly. It's long overdue. But as I said, it won't solve all the issues. I just want to make sure that you're aware about it.
Thank you so much. I appreciate that.
Any further questions? Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Samantha Roquin, followed by Kathleen Weinmiller.
Good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair, and the Commissioners. My name is Samantha Roquin, and I'm the president of the Charlestown Area Civic League. I'm also the leader for the Kempsville Coalition, which is a group of us who have come together for this. That includes my neighborhood, Charlestown Lake South, Brigadoon, and Brandon. I am aware of that proposal, and I agree that it will help to a small extent, but we also have Regent University that's expanding. So as we expand roads, we're expanding the people that are going to be on it from that. So that came long before this project. As far as my topic, let me start off by saying that we understand the overall need for developments, and the developer themselves are not what's in question with us. It's the infrastructure concerns. In fact, most of us actually wouldn't be here today and have a dog in this fight if the Woods family hadn't sold some off of their land back off in the 70s. Most of our homes sit on some of the original 500 acres. But developers like Bonaventure have continued to develop raw land and build apartment buildings around us, and we have all sat back and watched it happen, and you have not heard from us as a civic league or a coalition since the connection of Lynn Haven and Volvo. You may have heard from individual residents, but not from us as a whole. However, this proposed development not only has serious implications to the Brandon neighborhood, but to the overall Kempsville and Centerville community. In fact, per our online petition, 6,556 people have signed stating their concerns, disapprovals, and reservations to the building departments as well. In addition to our serious concerns with traffic and school capacity limits, which are coming next, and also the additional strain on our local emergency services, we also have strong concerns about the negative impact that it will have on our wildlife and our environment. Raw land supports a diverse array of insects, pollinators, and plant and wildlife. Clearing it forces these species out and breaks the natural food web. According to the IPAC, the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service Environmental Review System, when we focused in on the 8 acres that is the remainder of the Woods property, this would remove crucial habitats from the northern long-eared bat, which is now an endangered species. It would also endanger the tricolor bat, which is currently at risk of being an endangered species. There's also currently habitat there for the monarch butterfly that is a proposed threat level, and the bald eagle, which we all know is extremely vulnerable, along with an array of birds. Furthermore, destroying raw land continues to cause several major setbacks to the environment. It will degrade complex ecosystems, destroy delicate soil microbiome, cause severe erosion, disrupt vital water cycles, and it will release trapped carbon into the atmosphere. When you break up raw land, it breaks up natural root networks and fungal communities. This kills the living soil microbiome, which is essential for nutrient cycling and disease resistance. Additionally, without deep root systems and natural ground cover, the ground loses its ability to absorb and filter rainwater efficiently, therefore severely impacting local watersheds. All of this would be in addition to the already 31 acres that is being cleared out at Regent University, less than 2 miles down the road. My grandfather used to say, buy more land because it's the only thing they're not making any more of. And he was completely correct. I mean, you guys have heard about some bear sightings recently, right? As we take a moment, we have to fully comprehend the domino effect that all of this will have on every category of our local infrastructure. And lastly, residents that live in the Brandon neighborhood, especially those homes that back up to the farmhouse property, will now face walking out their backyard and possibly staring at a 4-story apartment complex. They did not purchase those homes knowing that their privacy was at risk. They now also face the possibility of light and noise pollution, as well as potentially dealing with the excess rainwater flooding their yards, system or no system. On behalf of the Charlestown Area Civic League and the collective neighborhoods in our Kempsville area and the local businesses at Woods Corner that actually do not support this, I urge you to please take our concerns into consideration. Thank you.
Commissioner Camp?
Thank you for coming before us today. I represent District 1, Kempsville, and Ms. Hippen represents District 7, and the group that you, if I understood right, are speaking for sort of straddles our districts, Brigadoons in my district, for example. I've never had the opportunity to talk with you all or hear from you all, and I would like to. I'm sure that this is not the only thing that you have concerns about in our area. And so I hope you will contact me at some point after this meeting. Don't text me during the meeting, I'm trying to pay attention. But seriously, I do want to engage with you as part of my constituent group. I also want to share with you a bit of the challenge we have when looking at one of these applications. Not long ago, I was sitting out there, and I would think, gee, I don't like certain things about an application, they should vote no. But what I hadn't really taken into consideration was, what can the landowner do without even coming here? What's called by right? What can they do without going to City Council for any approval or the Planning Commission? In this case, the property is already zoned B2, commercial business. If they hadn't proposed what they're proposing here, then they could go ahead and put a business development on it, and that business development, according to the traffic study we received, would generate 1,900 more daily car trips per day than what they are proposing. Now, that doesn't mean I love what they're proposing, but I have to weigh it against what else could happen, not just up or down by itself, as if nothing else would happen. And I just want to share that with you as one of the challenges we have in what to do with these applications before us.
When I held my last community meeting, which we invited the broad community or Kempsville area, and I explained that to them as well, that it was, which way would we rather go? And the overall community voted no to the apartment complex. I think the height was some of the main concerns on top of all of the other things. If we were stuck with an apartment complex, we couldn't battle it. The height was a big deal. We offered other solutions and have been trying to get with the Woods family directly to offer even more. We know that land can't sit there and not make money. We get that. So we've tried to come up with alternative routes. There's nothing that's going to make them more money than an apartment complex. We know that. We're just trying to do our best to protect our neighborhoods and the historical charm that we have in Kempsville.
Well, I thank you for that. You heard in my introduction that the historical aspect is important. I'm a founding member of the Historic Kempsville Coalition. So thank you very much for coming to speak and expressing all these concerns on behalf of the larger community. They are taken seriously.
Thank you.
Are you the one that called me when I was in the shower yesterday?
Yes.
Okay, all right, okay. I'm going to make sure to put the face to it. Okay, so I will be asking a few questions after all the speakers speak. Did you, refresh my memory, did you come to any of the sessions?
I came to all of them.
Okay, so we were at all of them. Yes, I hear you. I hear you loud and clear. And I remember when, like I said earlier, when the Cascades was the first one that came in as Centerville and Lynn Haven, and then Magnolia Chase, then Magnolia Run and Infinity. So I hear you loud and clear as to what's going on. There's some questions that came out of our discussion yesterday, as well as are coming out today, that I'll be asking the applicant. So rest assured, and please listen to what they have to say. Okay?
I will do that.
All right, thanks.
Thank you.
Any other questions? You may be seated.
Okay, thank you.
Our next speaker is Kathleen Weinmiller, followed by Caitlin Trist.
Good afternoon, Chairman and members of the Virginia Beach Planning Commission. I'm here today to express my strong opposition.
Could you give us your name, please?
I'm sorry, Kathleen Weinmiller. I'm here today to express my strong opposition to the conditional rezoning and subdivision variance application submitted by the Farmhouse LLC for the property located at 1805 Kempsville Road. A lot of the reasons that I have written on my paper, honestly, have been covered by the people who have spoken previous to me. But I did want to call the severe traffic congestion up to the board again. I don't know how many of you come to our area frequently, but at high traffic times, it will back up onto the highway from that Centerville and Kempsville intersection. It will back up to the highway, causing backup on the highway. So that creates a interesting challenge for those of us trying to get home in the afternoon from work. Adding an additional 250 apartment units and all of that traffic to that intersection is going to be a challenge. I did hear what you said, that we're going to be doing an upgrade to Centerville, but that's going to be coming, it sounds like, a little bit later than we're talking about here. And we have Regent University, which is doing an expansion as well. So I understand what you're saying. We got to kind of weigh left and right. I am one of the houses that would be immediately impacted by this apartment complex. They will literally be able to look into my backyard and see if I'm having a barbecue. So I did have a couple of questions, particularly regarding the flooding and stormwater handling. As you guys know, I think most people have been in Virginia Beach for a while, I'm guessing. Back in 2016, we received 14 inches of rain over 2 days, which caused flooding for a large part of the city. Our neighborhood was included in that. Thankfully, it was limited to the roads at that point in time, and it did not impact the houses. What is the impact of this project going to be when Virginia Beach gets 14 inches of rain again? To the neighborhood, to the people who live right there. The other question that I have is, I heard that you say it's going to drain to Stumpy Lake, so it will have a new stormwater system, entirely new. Okay. Again, amateurs built the Ark and professionals built the Titanic. Just want to leave you guys with that thought.
That's cute.
It's true. Did you guys have any questions?
Commissioner Camp.
Ma'am, again, thank you for coming forward. As another way of reemphasizing my understanding of the transportation problem down there, I want to ask, were you aware that Centerville Turnpike Phase 3 was canceled and taken completely out of the city's CIP?
No, but I was aware of Phase 2.
Okay, so
early next year.
Yeah, Phase 2 goes north. Phase 3 would have gone south, all the way to the Chesapeake border. And that long-awaited project it earned a grant, but it did not get fully funded by council. And then over the last 2 years, it was completely taken out of the city's plans.
Okay.
And I agree with you, that's a problem. I wish that hadn't happened. And I would just urge you to speak to your council representatives. And these days, under the 10-1, you got to talk to them all, because you need 6 to pass anything, about these concerns, that our roadways on the western suburbs of this city are older, they're more heavily loaded with dense neighborhoods, and we need those road improvements.
Right.
Yes, ma'am.
Definitely do. Thank you.
26.
Hey.
Hi there. So I live on the part, off of the part of Centerville that they're not going to extend. Okay. And in fact, I drove yesterday during and after the storm. Okay. And I know of what you speak of the puddling. Mayor Bobby Dyer can tell you that we have been discussing, he and I have been discussing widening Centerville since he was our councilman. I can tell you that our current councilman is watching this session right now. I just spoke to him yesterday. And he is very concerned about the questions. He was also at all of the information sessions and a few other things. So he is very, very involved with this, talking with the applicant and so on and so forth, and listening to citizens. I have been at all of the information sessions as well. Yes, Centerville is a problem. Okay. Fortunately, I'm retired, okay, but it gets me periodically. A lot of traffic does go through Regent University when they came to talk about their plan. I let them know, yep, I'm guilty of that too. So I know of what you speak, and that is something that I have been talking to city council members all along since Mayor Bobby Dyer was our councilman. Okay, so that is something that is I'm not quitting because I don't, and I can tell you, and Commissioner Camp can tell you that I have also been complaining about making sure that the bike lanes are clear because my 17-year-old nephew lives with me. And one of the things that I was concerned about was the kids riding back and forth on Centerville. There are bike lanes. Well, y'all gotta clean them off. They've been cleaned recently, okay? But I hear you loud and clear, and listen to my questions and listen to their answers, and let's see where we are, okay?
Thank you very much.
All right.
Any other questions?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Caitlin Trist, followed by Robert Ryan.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Caitlin Trist. Thank you so much for this opportunity to speak. I live directly behind Back Bay Farmhouse, and I have several concerns regarding this proposal, rezoning this property from conditional B2 to the conditional B4 mixed use. I understand that Virginia Beach needs to grow, but my concern is whether this proposal represents the right development in the right scale and the right location. The proposed rezoning would replace a relatively low-intensity commercial property with 251 apartments. And I know that a lot of the other folks have spoken about the traffic and the community impact, and I wanted to call out, in addition to those concerns, which sit with me as well, the parking situation. I saw on the report that the city approved a reduction from the required 463 spaces to reduce to 388. Based on the assumptions that residents will rely on public transit, walking, and bicycling. This is less than 2 parking spaces per unit and does not account for visitor parking or the commercial space that will be on the property. I'm asking whether there's evidence that this reflects the actual travel patterns of Virginia Beach apartment residents and what measures are in place if the parking demands exceed what is listed. I believe that overflow parking would directly impact the neighborhoods behind Farmhouse. These residents rely heavily on street parking, and it's already incredibly limited. In addition to my parking concerns, I also do have those concerns about traffic and community. I understand that council has many competing priorities, but I'm asking if the council could reconsider deferring this application until traffic and parking analysis are further evaluated and additional consideration has been given to compatibility with the surrounding neighborhoods.
Hi there.
Hi.
So you must live on Dillon.
Yeah, I live on Dillon.
Okay, okay, I know where you are. Okay, you know they're going to close Luck Lane. There will not be any, and I know that's a problem for you guys.
Yeah.
Okay, so Luck Lane will not have access anymore. Okay, you brought up one of the questions that I have for them.
Great.
Okay, so let's listen to what their solutions are and let's go from that. Now, we're not city council. We're a recommending body.
Sorry.
We're planning, okay? We only recommend, we don't even get paid, okay? We got a sandwich and a bottle of water, okay?
I'm so sorry. The orange sign said council. I'm so sorry about that.
They just let us borrow this place. But at any rate, whatever decision comes out of here will go to city council next month. Okay, and you can look on Planning Commission. They've got the website for us. You can also look on the City Council website to see when it's going to come to them. Okay. They will have the final decision. So I just,
Thank you.
Okay.
Appreciate that.
You knew it this too, right?
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Robert Ryan, followed by Harold Millett.
Good afternoon. My name's Robert Ryan, and I'm speaking in opposition to this project. I currently live at Dillon Drive. I've lived there for 34 years. This project will directly affect myself and my neighbors. Our neighborhood is defined majority of single-family homes, 1 and 2 stories. The commercial structures in this general area are also 1 and 2 stories. Inserting a 4-story complex on this size property will directly, with the scale, be way out of scale and for the property and the surrounding area. And I recognize the need for growth, but it needs to be done properly, and it needs to match the area that it's in. A 4-story complex is going to directly affect everybody, not only the people on Dillon Drive, the people across the street, in the other neighborhoods across Kempsville. It's gonna, it's gonna put a significant strain and impact on our lives, our reasonable expectations for privacy, our reasonable expectations for a quality of life, our safety and our security of our neighborhood and our families. If the applicants do wish to develop here, they need to scale back in size, in the height and the amount of apartments to directly correlate with the rest of the area. Thank you very much. Any questions?
Right. Thank you. Thank you. You can maybe seat it.
Our final speaker is Harold Millett.
Copies? Give them to the clerk. Thank you. Thank you very much. One for each. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
My name is Harold Millett. I go by Harry, retired Senior Chief, United States Navy. What everybody's been talking about here, it's it. It's already here. I'm passing out pamphlets that my wife Rose put together, hours of research, to show you that this building doesn't belong there. We are a community of single-family houses. Been here for 20 some odd years. And as far as I understand the money flow, family legacy, but they also have a responsibility to maintain the area that they sold us. Does you ever have the copies? Okay. But, we got over 7,000 single-family homes here. And the other things that we hear is about apartments, people, but we have, my God, 225 apartments. I mean, it's just astounding. And what Mr. Camp brought up about the widening of Centerville, we've been a part of this, and all of a sudden, about a year ago, we found out that it was canceled. Didn't come to us about it, just went ahead and canceled it. This apartment complex is just going to compound things. Our schools, they're at max capacity. So again, the previous speakers have spoken the words. Now it's time to make it happen. Help us. Thank you.
Good afternoon, shipmate. Don't go away yet. You one of them even number chiefs. Wait a minute, come on back. Hold on.
Oh, you gotta keep moving.
See, you one of them even number chiefs. I mean, we got to watch out for you. So your wife did very, very good. Thank you for this information. Did you go to any of the information sessions?
I attended a few. I just listened.
Okay.
That's all I did.
Okay, all right, okay. I'm going to ask a few questions. I am the planning commissioner for the district that we live in. And I am a frequent traveler of that area. My nephew and his wife used to live on Myers Court. So I know the area extremely well, and I live down by Centerville. So this is my stomping grounds as well. And like I said, I will have some questions.
I started out in the Alexandria neighborhood, moved over to Charlestown Lake South, got a single family home, no stairs.
Okay.
You know, that's the life. That's what we chose. We served, we retire.
I hear you. Well, unfortunately, I went the other way. I went from a ranch to a two-story house. So I hear you loud and clear, shipmate. And I'm going to ask some questions, and please, because there's some answers, and they know I'm going to ask questions too.
I hope so.
Okay, so thank you for your time. I appreciate you, shipmate.
Appreciate it.
Great. That was our final speaker. And if I can make a recommendation to the commission to refresh your screens, just in case the voting action is timed out. Thank you.
So are they coming back up, the applicant?
Hi.
You know I got questions.
Yes, ma'am.
Every time you come. Okay, so some of these questions came from letters that we got. Some of them I just wrote down as people were talking.
Excuse me.
Yeah.
Generally, you have time to do the rebuttal and then questions.
I'll withhold the rebuttal and answer questions if that's okay. No, that's okay. Well, I think we're ready to take questions.
Thank you. Okay, so the questions came in about drainage, okay, and the stormwater plan. Now, in the informal session, we were told that this will not drain into Lake Christopher or Lake James, that it will drain to Stumpy Lake. But as one of the people that came up and spoke stated, and hers was a question, she said, well, Stumpy Lake goes right past. So can you help us out there? Sure. Because I do know, because you know I live over there.
Sure.
So I do know what kind of drainage problems there are.
Absolutely. And I think the most important thing from a drainage perspective is that this redevelopment will be subject to the current regulations, the state and local regulations, which are much stricter than the regulations in years past and require the water from the site to be taken into the site, stored, treated. We're going to have an underground facility. I believe it was mentioned by one of the commissioners, an underground facility. And then only after it's been stored and treated will it be discharged into the public system across Kempsville Road into there's an existing canal system. But even the rates and the volumes of water that are discharged are heavily regulated by the state as well. So it's not just being dumped into the system. The system is extra water. It's being held and released in a timely manner. But all that's heavily regulated.
Okay, all right. So you've got a reduced amount of parking. This was something that was hit.
Yes.
According to what we've been briefed on about parking, and this came last month, we were just briefed about parking and bus stops. But normally when you have a reduction in parking, you have a covered bus stop. Now, I know there's a bus stop on each side of Kempsville near that property, and I'm sure they put it there because the brewery was there, because it wasn't there before the brewery. So is there some coordination or some plan to cover those bus stops to bring you in line with the current state law?
Yeah, and you're absolutely right. I think that was one of the big impetus of approving a reduced parking ratio, is that there is excellent service by existing HRT routes that come up and down the street each day. Whether or not the bus stop is covered or remains uncovered hasn't come up in our discussions with staff so far, but certainly we're happy to have that conversation with staff and do what we need to do to comply with the law.
Okay, because our briefing stated that it has to be covered.
Okay.
That is for a covered spot. And the only covered spots that I know of are way down Indian River where it intersects with I-64.
Sure.
Okay. Crosswalk study. So what you're proposing to do is right across the street from a lot of stuff. There's a Walmart, and I'm just going to mention a few. There's a Walmart neighborhood, there's a Food Lion, there's a McDonald's, there's a 17 Hands Coffee, ice cream shop.
Right.
There's a gym around the corner from all of that. You go around and there's restaurants, Wing Place, Three Amigos. I told you I lived
Sure.
there.
That's right.
So we know that people are not going to walk from where that property is all the way down to Centerville and Kempsville across the street. Have you done a study or have you spoken with the city about a study for a crosswalk?
We have. I actually spoke with Rick Lohman, the city's traffic engineer, today about this issue. I understand it came up in the informal session and also had a chance to speak with my client about it. And we are going to meet with the city and discuss what type of signalization is warranted at this location, directly across from our entrance. And if signalization needs to be added based on warrants and what the city would like to see at that intersection. But yeah, that's a conversation we've already started.
Okay. Let me see. So one of the things that came up at our site visit, and you were a site visit, was you've got a lot of mature trees there, okay? And the site plan does show that you're going to have trees. Talk to me about canopy cover, please.
Sure. So we've done two things in the proffer agreement for tree planting and preservation. The first is we proffered a landscape plan, and we've submitted a separate landscape plan in addition to the site plan that shows all the tree plantings that we're going to make, which meet or exceed code standards. It's a lot of trees. I believe it may be 166 trees is the figure I got from our engineer. But in addition to that, we've proffered that we're going to work with the city during site plan review to identify tree save areas around the perimeter of the property that we can incorporate into our landscape plan. It's great to save existing mature vegetation. We believe there are trees that can be saved, and we're going to work to see the feasibility and preserve as many as we can during the site plan process.
Okay, because that will help mitigate stormwater runoff and a lot of things.
And view sheds and everything. It'd be a great thing for us and the community to save trees.
Okay. Talk to me about the distance. No, talk to me about Luck Lane. Luck Lane comes out from the back of the property and it intersects Dillon Drive.
Right.
And I know for a fact that people that now use that property for functions that they have for the brewery and so on and so forth, some of them park over there where McDonald's and Walmart are and walk across the street. Right. And some of them park on Luck Lane and along these people's houses that live on Dillon Drive and are disrespectful to these people.
Right.
Can you talk to me about Luck Lane?
Sure. We heard that same comment over and over during the public outreach. We had those meetings, and I was at those meetings manning one of the stations, and we heard that same concern over and over. And as a result of that, we are proposing to completely shut off Luck Lane, to put fencing and landscaping, not have any sort of pedestrian or vehicular access through Luck Lane. So there'll be no opportunity for folks to park back in the neighborhood and then access the site by foot or by car.
Okay. I've also heard both at sessions and today about the lack of privacy because they're going to be 4-story buildings. So you've got 2 cul-de-sacs off of Myers Drive, and then you've got the homes that butt up against Dillon Drive, on Dillon Drive.
That's right.
How far are the apartment complexes from those homes? How are you going to mitigate disturbing their privacy? Because I do understand exactly what they're talking about.
Sure, and I understand that concern as well. And what you'll see with the site plan is that second building, we call it the donut-shaped building, has been strategically placed in the middle of the property to be as far away from the property lines on both the northern side and the eastern side as possible. The single-family homes abut this property on the north and on the east, and so we've tried to pull that building as central as possible so it's not up against one of the property lines. Additionally, one of the other things we did during the process as a result of some of the public feedback and to address this concern, two things. One is to move the garages. Those garages on the exterior of the property were more evenly dispersed around the property before. We've concentrated those along the northern and eastern property lines to provide even more buffering, in addition to the landscaping that we're going to plant along those two. There's a 15-foot landscape buffer along those edges. And then the second thing is the tree save. We've proffered to work with the city staff to save mature trees. Of course, mature trees are already large and provide more immediate buffering. So we'll look for opportunities to do that as well.
Okay, where are the garbage cans, because the first drawing that I saw had them back against the properties that border Dillon and also the cul-de-sacs that border Myers Drive.
Yeah, the initial version of the plan, the initial version that we actually shared at the first public meeting had the dumpster location in the top left corner if we're looking at the plan view. And it was actually, we spoke with some people and one of the ladies who lives back there asked if we could relocate that. There were some other requests to relocate that as well. And we've relocated up towards the front of the property along that same property line. That's the property line farthest away from all of the residential. The residential is on the northern end, the eastern end. This is more in the southwest corner.
Okay, actually, I was one of the ones that asked that, but I don't see where they went. That's why I asked the question.
That's right.
Because that's one of, there's two of us up here that think about that. Because we've lived in apartments too, and we've lived near apartments.
Sure.
I think that's all I have for right now. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Hopefully I got everything that folks were asking about.
Commissioner Camp.
Yes, thank you. Attorney Beeman, thank you again for coming up and answering questions. You and I spoke informally about my concerns with the placement of the, I'll call it they're both rectangles, the one closer to Kempsville Road and the setback. There are currently existing trees there shading that walkway. The strategic growth plan for Centerville shows trees in that area. Can you speak a little bit here on the record about what might be possible to either keep or restore shade there?
Sure, Mr. Gabe, after our conversation earlier today, I've already spoken with my client about this issue. We are a little bit constrained in this part of the property because of the additional roadway dedication and because of the expansion of the sidewalk to 11 feet. And so for that reason, there's not a lot of room to work with there. But what we are committed to doing is looking, both between now and council and also during the site plan approval process to see if there are ways to move the building back a little bit to condense the area and have additional room for tree plantings. And there may be existing room for tree plantings as well. We're already showing plantings on our landscape plan, but certainly when I look for opportunities to include trees, it'll help not only for the shade of the walkway, but aesthetically for the project as well. We want to build the best project we can. So we're looking for opportunities to plant trees along that frontage as well.
So I like to be consistent, but I'm going to be surprising here. As everyone knows, I am an advocate for all of our bike, ped, and mobility needs. However, that should not come at the destruction, in my viewpoint, of necessary tree canopy. They are two things that we need to weigh together, and they are both desirable to have a community to live, work, and play in that is of high quality. From my perspective, if you narrowed the sidewalk, and I know I argue for 11 feet at every one of these other things, but that enabled you to keep trees there that would cast shade in this area and screen this, that would be a better balance for me than adding the extra foot of sidewalk and not having the tree canopy. I am just one opinion of 11 here, but since I'm the person who's always pushing this, I want you to know where I stand.
I appreciate that.
Number two, I join in Commissioner Hippen with the concern about the crossing there. Human beings are going to go to attractive places. If you live here and stores are across the street, you're going to try to get there, and you're not going to go all 800 feet each direction over to the crosswalk. It's particularly concerning to me because this is within the non-transportation zone for some of our schools, meaning that some of the children who live here at certain grades are going to be walking to school. It's great that from a young age, they will become accustomed to being pedestrians. That's a healthier lifestyle. That's something we're trying to encourage. But when you begin to become a pedestrian, but you still have youthful judgment, and those things that attract you across the street at the shopping center seem to just be a little bit away, I think there's a high potential for the kind of things we don't want to see happen there. If I understood your comments right, you mentioned discussing with traffic engineering about the requirements, what we call warrants, for having a crossing there. And I believe you said if it was required, you would look at doing that with your client. But what if it's not required, but 2 out of the 5 warrants are there? Talk to us about how you feel.
Sure, and what I meant by warranted is whether traffic engineering wants something there. I mean, we need to have a conversation about what the need is, but also how that would impact traffic patterns and so forth. I've also already had a brief discussion with Mr. Lohman, but certainly, you know, if that's something the city wants, that's something that we're willing to do signalization.
Would you be averse to a condition being added to this application, asking that you conduct that crossing study?
Yeah, no, we're happy to do that. And what I'd prefer to do is work on that language with staff between now and city council, but we're certainly happy to do that.
So you can't make a proffer here on the fly, right? That is not permitted.
That's right, that's correct.
But can you say to me, in answer to my question, that you will personally commit to having that conversation?
Yes.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that, just man to man. And then lastly, the city has a program to add covers to our bus stops. And we're a big city. There's a lot of them to do that. And Commissioner Hippen has already mentioned this. There is a model and a standard pricing that exists. Every year, our taxpayer dollars go to add more for the benefit of our citizens across the city. I would highly encourage this applicant, with its vested long-term interest in this part of the city, in talking to our city's transportation department about the standard model, about the standard pricing, and considering between now and city council if what I believe is a fairly nominal cost, given the overall scale of this project, and the primary user are going to be the people who live in your units, that maybe that's something you just want to bring forward as part of the package when you get to city council. I think it's very simple just to talk to them and see how that's going to work.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that comment.
I forgot one. What you gonna do with the farmhouse? I know that the Wood family does not want it's a historic building. What you gonna do with the farmhouse?
Yeah, that's an important part of this project. And one of the things that I think really makes this a neat project and a unique project is there's an old historic building, a farmhouse that's been in the family for a long time. And they're really committed to preserving that and also incorporating that into the development itself. It's going to be used in some capacity as a tenant amenity space. There'll be meeting space and so forth in there. We've committed in the proffer to allowing members of the community to use that space as well, so the community can continue to come in as they are now as a brewery and utilize the space and enjoy the space. Also, there will be, in all likelihood, a commercial component to it. That's one of the reasons we wanted to go to B4, to reserve the right to do a commercial component here, something like a coffee shop, which is currently operating on the property, which is a great fit, again, to allow the community to come into the site. And the other thing we've done is and this is as a result of some of the feedback we did hear from the public, that amenity area that you see in the picture that's up on the screen now, you can see that amenity area has grown significantly from our first plan by over 45%. That's a really nice area for people to gather, to have picnics, to, walk a dog or to throw a football or whatever. It's a really, really generous area now.
And what's going in the center of the as you call it, donut shape?
That's a tenant amenity area. That's where the pool will go. There'll likely be grilling areas. I don't know that it's specifically been programmed yet, but a pool and other related tenant amenities.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, I've got a question. Where is this? I can't put in my mind with the appendix to the comp plan, is this in a city center?
It's in a local center core, maybe 4/5 of the property's in the core, and then there's a little bit of edge, I think, on the top right corner.
So it's in a purple, red zone? Okay. For anticipating what type of construction?
Mixed use, more urbanized construction, I believe.
4 stories?
3 to 6 stories is the.
3 to 6 stories?
Mhm.
Okay. Thank you.
Commissioner March.
You had spoke briefly about the Wood family and their intent to preserve the farmhouse. And something that I heard, and I just want to make sure that this is correct, is they're not just selling the land to you and then you guys are building apartments. They're a partner in this with you. They're not actually giving up the ownership of the property. They're adding it in as a part of the deal to be able to retain that portion and retain the property still alongside of your clients.
That's absolutely correct. They are remaining involved in the ownership group moving forward to continue that stewardship, and representatives of the family are here with us today.
All right, thank you.
Sure.
Can you get someone to answer the question, how far the buildings are from the neighboring houses?
I can. We have.
I know one of y'all knows.
Yes, we have a civil engineer here. I believe it's a little over 100 from the top and 200 from the side, but I don't know if our engineer can confirm that for me. I will, I might have to.
Well, there's folks that are here that would like to know. Thank you for coming up.
Hello, my name is Ben Flood. I represent Bonaventure, the developer partner in this deal. To the north, and I apologize, I don't have the exact figure, but I believe it is north of 100 feet. It's like 120 plus or minus. To the plan east, looking to the right, from the building to the closest house was over 200 feet. I want to say it was 220, 230, somewhere in that range. But we can absolutely, get that information.
Thank you.
Before we move on, I had one question.
Yes,
I think I spoke with you about the affordable housing.
Yes, sir. And what I wanted to just elaborate on the affordable housing component, what we've put in the proffer agreement is that 7% of the units, which is 18 units, will be reserved for folks who make 100% or less of AMI, which is area median income, for a period of 10 years. And that AMI figure, I think it's important to note, that's actually calculated and published by the Department of Housing and Urban Development every year. And the city actually has on its website a page that publishes each year what that number is. And I, just for the purposes of this conversation, pulled what it is this year. For 100% AMI, for a one-person unit, it's $75,400, and for 4 people, it's $107,770. Or no, sorry, 700, not 70.
So let me tell you, those are pretty high numbers. I know it's on the city website, but I would bring those down because the average person is not making 75 grand. Just saying.
Yeah. And if I may just make a correction too, I believe it was said by Marshall in the informal, but one of our proffers, it was originally proffer 6 and it refers to itself as proffer 6. We've added more proffers throughout the process. It's now proffer 11, so we would intend to change that to proffer 11 when it refers to itself between now and council.
Any further questions?
Mr. Beeman, how are you? Couple questions. I've been trying to find on the landscape and the information sheet, what type of fencing are we doing?
I believe it's in the proffer that's a 6-foot solid wood fence. I don't have the proffer in front of me, Mr. Anderson, but I believe we did proffer 6-foot wood solid fence.
So it's wood and not a PVC? Or is it both?
That's correct.
Okay. All right. And I know we've discussed this, and I think it was brought up a few minutes ago about the landscaping in front of the single building And Commissioner Camp, grudgingly probably, mentioned about the sidewalk, but as far as the landscaping, I know we discussed anything we can do to highlight, to evergreen something to cover the building, that since it's so close to Kempsville Road.
Sure.
Whatever can be done would be greatly appreciated.
Absolutely.
Commissioner March.
You all have had quite a few of the community meetings, and a lot of the concerns that were hit here today, stormwater, pedestrian safety, tree canopy parking, schools, privacy, you've been able to mold your project into something different because of all of those concerns, whether it's sufficient or not for the community or the commission. I did want to note that one area that didn't get hit was the environment and the wildlife. But I do know that as a by right use, you would have the ability to go in and kind of do the same thing. So I don't know anything that's able to be done there besides kind of committing to the fact that if there's some sort of a species there that is found, that we make sure that it is appropriately looked at by the right people. And then one thing at the site visit I did notice when I went in there is that this property is full of mature trees. Now, a lot of those trees are pines. If you have the ability to retain some of the hardwoods more so, I think that would be ideal. And then replace with your landscape as something that's a little bit more hardy than a pine. I think generally most people are okay with the pines coming down. I think it's the ones that do a lot of work and suck a lot of moisture out of the ground, and the hardwoods that would be helpful to retain if you can, and replace with something that's a little bit more hardy than a pine. Sure. Thank you.
So are we ready for a motion?
I move that we approve the application.
Second.
It has been moved by Commissioner Schoonover and seconded by Vice Chair Byler that we approve this item.
Discussion.
The vote is open.
By way of discussion, I would like to add that a number of applicants come before us with no community involvement at all. And then there's a section of applicants that come to us and they've held informational meetings, but it's one way. They just say what they're doing. And this, in my mind, is the prototype for what we welcome. And that was community engagement where there was a dialogue back and forth, and the plans were modified to address the concerns of the stakeholders and the neighbors. So I applaud them in their effort to make this a good project that fits into the community.
Commissioner Camp.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I too commend the developer for working through their plans and even here today agreeing to make further adjustments to them. My concern is that the strategic growth area plan calls for this to be commercial, not housing. And if there's a by right use for it to be commercial, and as Commissioner Plumlee hinted, under the new comprehensive plan, if a development plan came forward on the site that was commercial, that it would be evaluated in a different fashion. And I believe it is quite likely it would be a larger development with even more traffic. So part of my vote is because of what would happen if this is not approved. Even if I don't love it 100%, I do believe that it is a better proposal for this site than what could happen by right and under evaluation of our new plans.
Well, let's vote now.
The vote is open. By a recorded vote of 11-0, items 6 and 7 BH Farmhouse LLC has been recommended for approval. Our next item is item 8, Allison H. Sitar and Anthony J. Sitar.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the commission. For the record, Eddie Burdon, Virginia Beach attorney representing Allison and Anthony Sitar, who are now the owners of this piece of property on this application. The first thing I want to kind of straighten out some of the mistakes that, or whatever, misunderstandings that may have occurred this morning in your informal session. The only underground utility that exists anywhere on this alley and Holly Road portion to be closed is a city sanitary sewer line in the 12-foot alley. The 12-foot alley at the back of the property. There are no utilities in a Holly Road right-of-way that are below ground. There may be a Virginia Power pole, I'm not 100% sure about that, but that's covered by the conditions. And having had the opportunity to represent the owners of the two properties to the north, which closed Holly Road a number of years ago, when the sewer line was in the 12-foot alley that runs east-west behind those properties, just like they're behind this property and earlier, last year, the property to the west of this property. In that closure, the city did not request to maintain an ingress-egress easement through the Holly Road closure, and that Holly Road closure was added to the two properties, including the speaker who signed up to speak today. And they did not have to provide any access to the sewer line in the alley that runs east-west. The folks, when we closed the one adjacent on, excuse me, to this property, we did raise the concern, why do you need a whole 50-foot right-of-way to turn into an ingress-egress easement just to get to where the work's going to take place? But we didn't make a lot of noise about it, went ahead and agreed to all of that. The Sitars would like to build a home that's a little bit broader and don't care about restricting the 20-foot on the rear of their property completely. And that's why they came up with the idea, which is very helpful to public utilities, to give them a full 20 feet on the back of the property and have only the 15 feet for the access on their property. So it should have been done that way on the property next to this, and arguably on the properties behind this. But the use of this Holly Road unused right-of-way as a city right-of-way for a driveway is not unusual at all. And it happens in front of almost everybody's house in the city of Virginia Beach, because your driveway, especially those at the north end, some of these right-of-ways are 80 feet wide with 20 feet of street. So you've got 30, 40 feet of right-of-way to get to your property where your driveway is. So it's not unusual at all. So all of the conditions as recommended are acceptable to my clients. I believe that but I have not spoken to Ms. Bertolini. I believe there's some concern about some trees and birds, and to my knowledge, those trees are in the 20 feet, or actually I think they're in the alley, or they may be a little bit south of the alley, but in the 20 feet that we're providing an easement over, and the Sitars have no intention of clearing any of the trees, but that does, in that area that we provided to the city, or will be providing to the city, but the city may. The city absolutely may, but the Sitars won't be taking down those trees. Thank you. You have to answer any questions.
Oh, we got to hear the speaker first.
We have one speaker via WebEx, Lisa Bertini.
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. Thank you very much. Mr. Bourdain, I wish you had called me. It would have saved me the last 2.5 hours. But anyway, I'm calling because I have absolutely nothing against the Sitars moving in. This is not hostile. This is me being very concerned, along with about 15 other neighbors who do not sit and wait to speak because of scheduling issues, that any more trees be taken down. And as Mr. Bourdain said, something with an eye roll about birds. We actually do at the north end, as Mr. Plumley knows and respects, really care about the pelicans, the osprey, the gulls, the bald eagles, and the blue herons. And they're losing their canopies. And I love what I've heard from several of the Planning Commission members. That is important. It's also beautiful. It's also, in light of the world heating up, necessary for our existence that we keep the trees. I have no reason to believe the Sitars are going to do anything that they should not do. My concern is nothing to do with the closed street, but that area behind me and behind them, which we're calling an unimproved 15-foot wide alley, that I understand Mr. Bourdain just called it 12-foot alley. I'm a little confused about how many feet it is. It's that alley where I understand that Anthony Sitar wants to make some sort of a pathway to the beach. That's what I wanted to hear more about that. Does that mean taking down some of the brush? Because while it looks like weeds, it actually are those tree weeds where all the songbirds live in the morning. So that's what I need a little more information on, if he doesn't mind responding to that.
If I misspoke, I don't remember, but maybe I did. It's a 15-foot alley. The Sitars are not going to take down the first tree in what was a 15-foot alley, which again has a city sewer line in it. And they certainly cannot take down any trees to the east of this property either, because it's not their property. And I don't know where, again, I have no idea what this idea of, anyway. The answer is they're not taking down any trees, and any improvements that are done to the property to the east, because it's an alley, and the 7.5 feet that's adjacent to your property in the rear, they can't touch it. It's not their property. It's a city property, and they're not planning on taking down trees in the property that they're dedicating an easement to the city on. That is their property, to make it 20 feet wide on their side, and the trees in that area aren't going to come down. But I will repeat that the city, if they had to replace that sewer line, which someday will probably happen, they have every right to do that. But the Sitars are not going to do that, and they're not going to take down any trees on any other city property. That would be, they would be fined, or they would have to pay for the value of the tree under our tree preservation policies. Thank you.
Mr. Bourdain, just for the record, do Allison or Anthony Sitar have any plans to construct a pathway to the beach that you're aware of?
No.
Thank you.
Okay, I got that from Anthony, so thank you for that. Thank you. I have no further comments. I appreciate the clarification.
Thank you, Attorney Bertini. This is Brian.
Thank you, Brian.
All righty. Are we ready for a vote? Madam Clerk?
Oh, was a motion made?
I move that the application be approved.
Seconded.
It has been moved by Vice Chair Byler and seconded by Commissioner Marjani. Are we ready? Oh, it's there.
The vote is open. By a recorded vote of 11-0, item 8, Allison H. Sitar and Anthony J. Sitar has been recommended for approval. Our next items are items 9 and 10, 33rd Street LLC.
Chairman, members of the commission, again, for the record, Eddie Burdon, Virginia Beach attorney, representing the applicants on these two applications. With me this afternoon are Brian Staub, Vice President with Marlin Development, and Gray Mason with Cox Cleaver and Company, the project architect. There are two applications involved, and I believe that the commission desires that we address them together, which we certainly think that makes a lot of sense. Is that in fact what you all wish to do? Okay. The first is the new alley closure application for the eastern portion of 33rd and a half Street, which, if approved by City Council, will supersede the alley air rights closure that council approved last year. The second application is for a modification of conditions which accompanied the City Council approval of my client's alternative compliance application that also was approved in 2025. And again, if approved by council, this modification of conditions will supersede those approved with the City Council's action in 2025. Both of the applications on your agenda today come before you with the city's professional staff's recommendation for approval, subject to 5 conditions with regard to item 9, which is the partial alley closure of 3,680 square feet, the eastern portion, most portion of the alley. And we fully accept the revised condition number 2, which was passed out to you all this morning in your informal. And we fully agree to the 4 other conditions for a total of 5 conditions. And on item 10, the modification of conditions request with 9 new conditions, all of which are approved and agreed upon by my clients. And obviously, these conditions have been recommended with the input from high-level staff in Public Works, Public Utilities, and obviously the Planning Department. The changes to this plan from the one that was approved previously, I'll go over them. They're all not that numerous. The number of independent senior living apartments with this plan is 130. With the original approved plan, the number of units, including assisted living and memory care, were 132. The previous application included food preparation and food service in the building, which is no longer the case. And excuse me, the previous application, there would have been employees who were therapists and assistants that would also have been employed in the building, which will no longer be the case. The biggest change is the fact that the building will now only be 85 feet in height versus 158 feet in height, which was one of the significant sources of objections from the neighbors. That's 73 feet less in height and in line with the properties on the east side of Pacific Avenue, or shorter than those on the east side of Pacific Avenue. The entrance to the parking garage from 34th Street is unchanged. The previous application had an entrance, or the previously approved plan had an entrance, full entrance from 33rd Street, as well as to the parking, as well as access from the alley, which was going to go underneath the building that would be built over top of the alley. The relocation, or the full street closure, rather than just the air rights closure, is resulting in our relocating the eastern portion of 33rd and a half Street to intersect with 33rd Street. We are shifting that full access to the parking structure from 33rd to the alley as an ingress, entrance, and an exit only to the alley. The alley dedication is a 32-foot dedication with a 22-foot alley section, and the rest of the alley is a 20-foot alley, the existing alley to the west that has an 18-foot pavement section. The relocated alley will accommodate fire trucks, garbage trucks, and the fire truck accommodation is much more of a stretch. I mean, it absolutely does that, but the garbage trucks or trash vehicles will not have any problem according to our engineers, and I think that you heard that from Mr. Lohman this morning. Shifting the access to the parking structure from 33rd Street to the relocated alley also is more in keeping with the preferred access under the OR guidelines in the OR district rather than from the numbered street. The prior plan had, as I said, not only access to the parking garage through, but it also had deliveries in the alley on the eastern end underneath the building, which also was a source of a lot of objections from the neighbors. The only other things that I had were that I mentioned the loading zone. There won't be deliveries like there would be before, but there will be a loading zone on 33rd Street where people who are moving in or moving out, that's where they will move from. And there's an elevator and an entrance right there where the loading zone on 33rd Street will be. So those are just the comparisons between this and the previous application. I'm happy to answer any questions, but Mr. Staub is going to come up and speak as well. So if you want to save those until later, that's perfectly fine by me. Thank you.
Madam Clerk, do we have speakers?
Yes, our first speaker is Robert Fatovic, followed by, sorry.
Mr. Staub signed up to speak.
Then our first speaker is Brian Staub.
To speak as an applicant.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, Madam Vice Chairman, and members of the Planning Commission, my name is Brian Staub, and I am president of Marlin Development. We are a Virginia Beach company that has been building and developing senior housing for over 30 years. I am here today to request modifications to our Beach Tower application that will allow us to address the critical shortage of active adult housing at the oceanfront and incorporate fully affordable units into this project. The demand for senior housing is overwhelming. Across our portfolio of 1,300 senior units, we are consistently over 99% leased. Right here in Virginia Beach, between just two of our communities, Lynn Haven Cove and the Arbors at Birchwood, we have over 130 local seniors on a wait list for a home. Another example is our upcoming project in Chesapeake, which is already 50% pre-leased months before opening. Our country's population is aging rapidly. Today, over 55 million Americans are 65 and older. By 2040, that number will reach 88 million. Right here in Virginia Beach, our senior population mirrors this demographic shift. Furthermore, senior households living on fixed incomes are being hit hardest by rising costs. Our revised proposal brings 130 independent living units to an oceanfront area that desperately needs them. Crucially, this redesign allows us to set aside 10 of these units for households earning at or below 50% of the area median income. These deeply affordable units would lease today for just under $1,000 per month, a commitment to affordability that we could not achieve under the previous design layout. The project will be rich with amenities and activities. Residents will be greeted by a doorman. They will enjoy a pool, community rooms, rooftop deck, library, and fitness center. Through our Independence at Home program, we will be able to provide individualized support by coordinating services based on each resident's unique needs, including primary care, rehabilitation, and skilled nursing services. By approving these modifications, you are allowing our city's aging residents to remain close to the neighborhoods where they grew up, raised families, spent their lives. This project directly addresses a housing crisis, injects year-round economic activity into the resort area, and adds deeply needed affordable units to our housing stock. I respectfully request your approval. Thank you. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Sir, you may be seated. I think we have some speakers that we need to hear before we get to y'all.
Our first speaker is Robert Fatovic, followed by Kitty Bosher.
Good afternoon, members. My name is Robert Fatovic. I live on the 400 block of 33.5 Street. And I'll just read from my email that I sent to you all. Regarding the beach tower development, I am generally in agreement. I would like to see them get on with it. I would like to see them get on with it and to address all the concerns my neighbors have. However, I wish to focus on a neighborhood concern that has been mentioned many times before, and that is pedestrian safety. Much has been stated in the staff report regarding improved walkability on Pacific Avenue. From the staff report to include enhanced corners and special paving to improve walkability along Pacific Avenue. I don't know what that means. But still, no mention has been made regarding trying to cross Pacific Avenue, which all can agree is a dangerous proposition. In our neighborhood meeting, this issue was raised and a suggestion was made that the developer would contribute to install an active pedestrian crosswalk or a traffic signal at 34th Street. With the addition of over 200 senior citizens, plus 50 or so citizens from an adjacent Bouchard development on 34th Street. As advertised by these two developments, this population will try to make their way to the boardwalk along Pacific Avenue, along with the added volume of cars that are generated by a new parking garage at 35th Street. One could even consider this like a school zone and reduce the speed limits along this stretch of Pacific Avenue as one option. It has taken over 3 years for the Hawk signal to be installed at the Cavalier. I trust this will not take as long to provide some relief in this area of Pacific Avenue. Thank you.
Commissioner Plumlee?
I'm sorry, it's Mr. Fatovic? I'm
Yes.
sorry. Thank you. This, the crosswalk most of concern to you is on 34th Street, is that correct?
I think that would be the most advantageous block, considering there's a stoplight at 32nd Street, and there's not another slowdown until the 40th Street. And it's also adjacent to the other garage and the Mayflower.
Do you have concerns about the closure of the alley specifically?
No, I do not personally, but I think my other neighbors do. I do not use that alley on a daily basis.
Thank you very much.
Any other questions? You may be seated, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Kitty Bosher, followed by Susan Reed.
Good afternoon. My name is Kitty Bosher. I've lived in Virginia Beach my life of memory. For the last 40 years, I've been a landlord on 33rd and Arctic. The previous speaker presented most of my concerns. As a landlord, I've often said that my middle name is safety first. I have reached out to traffic engineering, and what I've wondered is, in a planning commission meeting, where does traffic engineering, or when a developer comes, where does traffic engineering fit? Because again, in 2020, I bought an apartment on 40th Street, so I've had a firsthand view of what has happened when 41st Street was closed. There have been accidents and at least one death, and yes, the Hawk system is going to come next year. So, you know, forewarned is forearmed. I'm delighted that seniors residents will have the access to the boardwalk and the Atlantic Ocean that our tourists do. But how are they going to cross the street? I'm not sure which one of you represents the ocean front. Would you? Oh, hi. Well, you must know how dangerous Pacific Avenue is. I personally drive around Holly when I'm going to 40th rather than cross Pacific, unless I'm at the 32nd Street light. Now, traffic engineering said, oh, they can walk down to the, no, those people are not going to walk down to 31st or 32nd Street. They're going to cross at 33rd or 34th. And I think 34th does make the most sense because there are developments coming down 34th Street, right behind this one. And where I work every day, there was 2 houses that were torn down and 16 were replaced. So I came up with a saying, you can quote me, they're not making more dirt. And people want to be close to the ocean, and why not? But let's let them be safe. Now I'll tell you another safety concern, and that is the intersection at 32nd and Arctic. And I personally got permission from 7-Eleven, and I removed one of the bushes, and I trim the one that's there because there were being so many accidents. I went to high school with Mike East, and he said, well, they want people to get out of the ocean front, you know, to head to the interstate. I get it. But right now, on Laskin Road, there's 4-way stops right there. It's a 2-way stop. Accidents happen there. And I want to kindly say that 33rd and a half Street is not an alley. It's a street. It has a name, 33rd and a half Street. And I use it every day, and often have to, you know.
Excuse me, Ms. Bosher.
My time.
Your time has expired. Okay. Do y'all have any questions for her? Thank you, ma'am.
I do have a question.
Wait a
Mr.
minute,
Chair.
I got a question.
Ms. Bosher, you were about to talk about 33rd and a half Street and that you use that. And how often do you use 33rd and a half?
Every day. When I leave 40th Street, I drive south and I turn right at 33rd and a half Street. Yeah, I put my blinker on.
But I just want to make sure the direction, you're coming off of Pacific onto 33rd and a half, and then you take it down to Holly or wherever.
Arctic.
Arctic, okay.
Because I work on Arctic.
I got it. Thank you very much.
You're very welcome.
Okay.
Thanks for your help.
Our next speaker is Susan Reed, followed by James Westcott.
My name is Susan Reed, and I did sign up for both 9 and 10. I think right now I'm just going to address the 9, which is the street closure. I live on 312 34th Street, which is right next to the Mayflower parking lot, and my home is probably about 100 feet from the new project that's going to be. going on. And I think there was my email in your packages this morning, so I'm not going to repeat that. I'll be brief. But the main thing I'm concerned about is that the project calls for a substantial portion of the 33rd and a half Street alley to be closed off. And that alley currently provides many of my neighbors and myself with our only direct access to Pacific Avenue from our driveways, which are on the alley. And as a concession for cutting off our access, we think it's a reasonable request for the project to include a walkway or a sidewalk on the west side of the property, which will connect the alley to 34th Street. And I believe James is going to kind of show you a little bit more specifically what we're requesting, but I'm happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Ms. Reed, do you mind addressing all of your comments? Because we did combine both applications, and we'll give you time to make all of your comments.
And you asked previously, I mean, my driveway is, as I said, on 30th, so the way I leave my house is I go down to Pacific and make a right. I mean, that's the way I get to the interstate as opposed to winding all the way back through Arctic Avenue. Regarding the item 10, this project is going to require a lot of pile driving, and I think myself and my neighbors are concerned about the noise, but I think more importantly, the structural damage that might occur to the surrounding properties as a result of that pile driving. And we're curious if the applicant has considered any of the new technology that's out there, which I understand would pre-drill those holes for pilings. I think they did that at Westminster Canterbury. So that's one question we have. And the other thing is, we would like the applicant to commit to repairing any damage to our power properties that its conduct causes, specifically any damaging, again, from the pile driving. And then the last thing is just on the density study. You know, the old project said there could only be 110 units. Now we've got 130 units. The staff did provide me with the calculations, and I understand the math. I mean, the only way it works is if you say under the existing property, 35 feet high, you could have smaller units. I mean, that's how you make the math work. You know, it's a little inconsistent from my standpoint, but, you know, that's how it is. So that's it. Any other questions?
I would like, if you don't mind, can we put a street view so that Ms. Reed can tell us her concerns with sidewalk connection to the alley, and we can visualize it? I just think that's really important. Are we able to do that?
And to be honest with you, I think, James, you've got like some handouts to show people. I think he might be in a better position. I mean, I'll be happy to answer it, but.
If you can just say again, now that I'm looking at it, just to help tell me specifically where you would like to see a sidewalk.
Okay, well, you see 33rd and a half Street, right? That's the one that goes down the center. And you see the top yellow outline at the top up there. That's the one that's on the corner of 34th Street and Pacific. What we'd like is on that level, on that place that is right next to the Mayflower parking lot, okay, some way for us to get from the half street to 34th Street. That's what we're looking for on that west side of that, where the old beach tower used to be. That's the main thing. Now, I think James might say we'd like to also be able to get down 33rd and a half Street to get to the to get to the sidewalk, but that's the main concern we have. We can get to 33rd now.
So that's helpful, because when we ask him questions, we can have that in mind. So I appreciate you going through that with me.
That's what I'd like to see.
Understood.
Okay.
Commissioner Walsh.
She's okay. Commissioner Plumlee asked the exact question I was going to ask.
Okay.
Our final speaker is James Westcott.
I'm James Westcott. I live at 316 34th Street. It's a three-story condo with the balconies on the front of it. And we live in the middle unit, which the only way to get to the front of our house is to go around the block. We can't go through, I can't go through my two neighbors' yards. So there's a little bit of difficulty there. But I think this morning, I tried to listen to the meeting this morning, and it seemed like there was some confusion about what we wanted in the sidewalk, and it was some discussion about, is it a street or is it an alley? And I don't think you can require a sidewalk on an alley. If I'm correct, I'm a Class A contractor, residential contractor, so I understand this pretty well. That's really not what we're asking. That the drawing I just passed out, we don't want it in the old section, but where you see that turn, where it goes into the new portion connecting us to 33rd Street, that portion right there, that's going to get very congested with the. And I'm 63, so I'm not saying old people, but as they come down and we're walking and we're old and they're old, and it's just not going to be a good mix. And I think that a sidewalk, and it's a short sidewalk, it's about 70 feet going up 33rd and a half Street and turning between the two properties of Mayflower and the Beach Tower, connecting there. We can safely walk back and forth. We could go in the new portion of 33rd and a half, but it's 3 times further to get to 34th and Pacific. That's a long route, because I think that there needs to be some sort of cross device there at 34th. It's pretty dangerous, but we're not opposing the project. We're so far beyond that point, and with the modifications, new modifications, we don't have any issues with that stuff. Our two concerns is safety, and I think that's everybody's concern is safety. And the one other thing is the pile driving so close to the homes. Susan's condo unit is less than 100 feet from where the corner of that property, from the corner of the Beach Tower. The Beach Tower right there, it was 45 feet, and it's been raised to 100, and I think it's 110, but I could be wrong. But though the whole building came down, the part closest to us, it went up. We're not complaining, but we need something here. We need to be able to get 34th Street. That's it. And I put a letter in there that you can read, and explains a little bit more, but we don't have disagreements, I don't think, at this point.
Any questions?
I'm sorry. The issue about the pile driving, we'll ask the applicant more specific questions on that. We haven't had a chance to do follow-up questioning. I think I understand where everybody's coming from with that. With regards to the sidewalk, have you had any chance to bring this up with the development team yet?
I did. Okay. Well, I didn't want to get into that, but I will. In our meeting on March 27th, I brought it up with Dave Jester, and I explained to him that we need a sidewalk. He suggested we walk across the Mayflower parking lot. That's not an option. There's a 10-inch curb right there. That's just not an option. So he said, okay, that he would, and Worth was there. They said, okay, we'll look at it. I've sent 3 emails to Kathy Warren requesting this. I've sent 2 emails to Worth. I hadn't heard from anybody. I didn't hear anything until I contacted Kara last week, and she sent me all the information within 2 hours. So yeah, we've tried to have discussions, but it's just been one way.
And I just want you to say one more time, so I'm clear on what you think is the most efficient route for this sidewalk. Just say it.
So where the road curves from the existing point into 33rd half. That new portion right there, if a sidewalk could start where that turn is, where it stops, where the straight stops, a sidewalk to the corner of the building going, I guess, behind where their parking area is, and then cut over, which is also their parking area. It's not, the walkway would not be, within sight of homes or offices or anything. It's all parking area.
Mm-hmm.
So if we could get up there, it's about 70 feet. We could get to that point and turn left.
So let me repeat what I think you're saying, because I need to understand what you're telling me. If we were to start the sidewalk on 34th Street at that top yellow point where that red car is, do you see it? And bring it down towards the alley, bring it up the alley, and then down to 33rd, is that what you're saying? I want to make sure I understand, because it's difficult to understand this drawing, I'll tell you.
The orange markings on there is of the corner of the building, the corner of the beach tower, where that orange marking stops or starts, from that point of their building up and over to 34th Street. So you would go in the direction that 33rd and Half Street was going.
Okay.
And then turn.
Thank you. I'm sorry for my confusion. I was trying to read the handwriting and
good luck.
Get it, but I've got you now. Thank you very much. I appreciate you doing that.
Hang on, sir.
Excuse me, sir. Come back, please.
All right, so I try to keep up, but help me out here. Can you see the drawing? All right, you see where the A and the L are in the middle of the word half? You talking about a sidewalk from there going to the top along the yellow line to 34th Street? Thank you, sir. Yeah, that's all he wants.
Madam Clerk, was that the last speaker?
That was our last speaker.
Okay. There he is.
I'm sure you all will ask me questions if I don't answer the ones that I've got. So first of all, Mr. Fravalovich, we do not have any disagreement. Other than to say there are crosswalks at both 33rd and 34th Street on Pacific. They exist now, and they've got protection by the median now. I think what's being requested is some form of, what's the lighting called? Sorry. Yeah. So when this goes through site plan review, assuming that we get there, there will be a number of things that will be negotiated in that process. We're taking on water from other properties to the west, and that's a part of the stormwater problem, factor, whatever you want to call it. It's going to take a lot of time, effort, and money to solve, and we're certain that it can be solved. We've got issues with relocating the sewer line. Because the existing sewer line in the entire alley is not anywhere near public works standards. Again, things that'll be worked out and negotiated through this process. And it'll be a fairly lengthy one, I suspect. The idea that my client would be responsible for the cost of putting a light up, we're not going to sit here today and say, yes, we're going to do that. We're not going to rule out the possibility of contributing to it, but that'll be among a lot of other things that will have to be negotiated in the site plan process. But again, no one is asserting that the existing situation is. That's the city might assert that it is safe, but we're not there every day, so we're not going to pick a fight or an argument with the neighbors on that whatsoever. But the city will be the one to arbitrate that. Since we're on that subject, the existing alley is 20 feet wide, and there's no sidewalk. And so they'll be walking down the existing 18-foot wide alley to head to where they're now going to Pacific Avenue and going right or left. And I presume they mostly go left since they're saying 34th Street's where it should be. But we can provide access to 33rd Street because we're talking about a 32-foot right-of-way dedication, and we'd have to put a crosswalk in front of the entrance and exit to the parking garage, but that could be accomplished, and there could be access to 33rd Street, which will be, pedestrian-oriented anyway, and that's possible. The problem with 34th Street, there are two potential solutions, but again, it's not going to been able to get taken care of today. The orange line draws us to the parking lot boundary with our property, the parking lot for the Mayflower Auxiliary that no one uses very much. And so the existence of access, for all intents and purposes, as long as that parking lot stays the way it is, will be completely available because there's nobody policing it. You can walk across it anytime you want. And I suspect that happens a good deal today. But you can come down on our property between the wall and that boundary, but unfortunately the stairwell, which is a bump out, we can't get by that other than by encroaching onto the Mayflower Auxiliary parking lot that's hardly ever used. But you do have half an alley that'll get you down to that point, but when you go north, that stairwell, if you're looking at our layout plan, would block it for a short distance, and you'd have to go onto the Mayflower property. You also could, and with no objection to it, you can go into the parking garage because there'll be a door there, an opening there, and you can walk down the sidewalk inside the parking garage. But then you get to the stairwell and you have to walk around it where there will be incoming traffic to some degree. That's the people that are going up to the second floor to park. So there's no perfect way to do that to the north. There is the ability to do it going to 33rd Street, and we have no problem facilitating that. And while I'm on the topic, we also can plant a landscape buffer of one row of evergreens on the west side of the alley going out, where we're relocating the alley to go out to 33rd Street as well. And I think that's really the safest and most accessible way to do it. But we cannot on our property get you to 34th Street other than through the parking garage and along the interior wall, and then you'd have to go around the stairwell structure. And that's a short wraparound, but again, as long as that parking lot for Mayflower stays as it is, everybody's going to cut across that because there's nothing stopping them from doing that. So moving on to the pile driving. First of all, the load involved with a 7-story building first, or a 85-foot building versus a 158-foot building is quite a bit less. So it won't nearly be as much pile driving required. We do not know at this point, and it's something that won't be determined for quite some time, how that is going to take place, the size of the piles, et cetera. That has not been engineered at this point. We certainly will do everything reasonably within our ability to limit the noise and to limit the time frame that it takes place. And I don't disagree with the idea, from an idea perspective, maybe not always works out in real world, that to do it not during the middle of tourist season. And that's been a policy of the city for quite some time. I'm not sure it's adhered to as much as it used to be, because the construction involved can take a whole lot longer than back in the old days when everything was just 2 or 3 stories high. But we would certainly be, and we are responsible as far as we will need to get in and survey people's property. That's a standard in the construction business, to make sure that what the condition of properties are that are around us, and to the extent that there's damage done, we're responsible for that damage. That's a legal principle that's not in question. But that does require some level of cooperation, and my clients certainly will be cooperative and, certainly do what they can to make sure that there's no one suffers as a consequence any loss because of damage to their property. And that's another reason why we want to minimize the pile driving as well. But we are not in a position to be able to say there won't be any pile driving, or that it'll be this system or the other system. But Mr. Jester will certainly look at trying to do it in the way that's be least disruptive of the neighbors. And with that, I'm not sure if there was something else that needed to be addressed, or that you may want to ask me questions about.
Commissioner Plumlee.
Mr. Burdon, this facility is intended to have 130 apartments, correct?
I'm sorry, that's why I go in there. I can't.
That's fine. I'll repeat it. So this facility is intended to have 130 apartments, correct?
Correct, 130, 10 of which are affordable.
What did we previously approve? How many? 132. Okay.
But the 132 includes the memory care and the assisted living, but 132. I don't know where Ms. Reed's 120 came from, or 110, whatever it was she said.
I was confused on that point too. That's why I want to make sure we're clear on that, and that we bring this out to have clarity on what we're doing.
And that's what the Navy was provided, and that's what the Navy said. There's totally no increase in density here.
I didn't hear a commitment to a sidewalk.
Well,
I'm just wanting to be clear.
Well, as I said, we can accommodate the sidewalk, but we can only do it going out to 33rd Street. Because we don't have the ability to do it to go out to 34th Street, and that's what they were asking for. If that satisfies them, now again, as a sidewalk, if you look at the plan, part of it will be sidewalk, and part of it will be, a crosswalk in front of the exit and in front of the entrance from the alley to the parking garage. Because it'll be on the east side of the alley. The alley is 22 feet wide and a 32-foot right-of-way that we'll dedicate. 12 feet wider than the current alley they've been using for years without a sidewalk. So they could, but again, with those verges, we can get rid of the landscaping and the verges that we're creating and put a sidewalk on those verges and a crosswalk in front of the entrance and the exit.
Well, what I want is, if there is any kind of recommendation positive from this body, that you will meet with these folks before City Council and discuss the routing of pedestrian traffic there. I'm not finished.
You could, absolutely.
Hold on.
You word it however you want to word it.
What I'm asking for is that you provide them the feedback that you need. I'm not saying you can deliver all things to all people, but reasonable requests we need to accommodate. Now, getting to the closure of the alley.
I absolutely do not disagree.
Okay.
That's why I'm giving everybody options as to ways what they're trying to achieve can be accomplished.
As to the closing of the alley, the 33.5 Street, we have very few people come to object to that closure today. I mean, I'm just being honest, compared to the previous hearing that was held and the concerns. Have you looked into how many people are actually using that alley to leave their neighborhood? As far as coming in, there's a lot of access points in. But have you looked into actually how many homes are going through there? I mean, that's been closed for how long now? I mean, it's been closed for a while. Am I wrong?
again, I don't want to get into a dispute with the neighbors about, and I'm not hearing that from them either. We're very, we're amenable to try. This is the first that we've heard of this desire to go out to 34th Street. We had gotten some indication that there was an interest in a sidewalk to go out to 33rd Street. So we were prepared to say we can make that work. We could even do it on the west side of the alley, relocated, but we would then be foregoing the ability to put up, a row of evergreens, which would be to help screen the property to the west. So,
and these folks are correct. There are serious crossing concerns across Pacific. And if it is recommended by city staff that there be a hawk signal, I believe the developer should take part in those costs. Is that not a commitment on part of the developer?
The developer is willing to participate, but until we know what it is that we're being asked to participate in, we also have to participate in correcting a lot of other deficiencies. I can't sit here and say, but again, that's what I
don't disagree with that.
We're committing to work with the city and with the neighbors.
If this moves beyond today, they will watch this proceeding, and I'm getting from you what you're willing to do for them to see this.
We by coming, and the same was really true a year and a half ago, because all of the things that you all read about that are variances and what have you, again, that all the department heads are on board with doing it this way, because until we dig into it, we don't know what the options might be to totally upgrade all of the infrastructure that's out there. And that's what will be discussed in that process. But we have no aversion to trying to provide access and providing access to one of those corners, which is how they get across Pacific today.
Right.
As far as what Ms. Reed's talking about in the pedestrian part. And we know, we're very confident we can make that work going to the south. We think it's workable going to the north, but it may not be the type of access that they're, most comfortable with.
Okay.
And that's a commitment. That will work.
I don't know which one of you were first, but Commissioner Mulch and then Commissioner Camp.
I might have a couple of questions, but I'll just start with one, or a statement and a question maybe for staff. As far as the density calculation that was originally put on the property through the alternative compliance process, that density was calculated not by the height of it, but by what could be there already. And the height was where the alternative compliance came in. And you're lowering it, but it still doesn't change the density that's available on that property. And I think some of the numbers that may have gotten confused was the memory center, and I believe something else was considered institutional. So therefore you had a max occupancy or density of, I think it was 132, is that correct, staff? Somewhere in there. And you're kind of keeping within the same density that you're allowed in that area. It's just the amount is being calculated, is actually being calculated for the people that are outside of the memory care. There we go. We might have clarification.
The density study is what the applicant shows is that the number of units that they're proposing could be built without getting the height increase. So it's not showing the maximum density. All they're doing is showing what could be built. So when they originally submitted the density study, you're correct, they did not include the memory care units, but they weren't trying to have as many units as possible in it. They were just showing that what they are proposing, that number of units could be built. So the density study they submitted this time does include an increase in the number of units. There was a change in the layout a little bit, and then they reduced the dwelling size to show that they could, in fact, fit the same number of units that they're proposing now under the without the increase in height.
And the trade-off for that was the increase in height.
Correct.
Okay. And that was one of the concerns that the neighbors had, was the height of the building, and this is helping that. Now, I'll go ahead and let Walter, because he may end up asking or saying what I'm going to. So.
Ask your Pacific Avenue question.
Okay. Understanding that there is a need or a desire, I should say, and really with Pacific Avenue, I think we all know that there's a need for safer connections across Pacific Avenue. It's difficult. Would you consider if it was found acceptable to place a hawk signal in that area? Would you guys consider, and I'm not asking for a definitive, but a consideration for maybe a cost share and helping to help that go forward if there's a need there that's found?
I thought I had already answered that. Maybe I didn't. But we will be considering cost sharing on a number of infrastructure improvements. That's going to be a part of the process of the site plan review. And so the answer is we will be working hand in glove with the city on infrastructure issues, and that's what this is as well.
I do feel like you did answer it. I just wanted it to be said again because you are trying to be amenable to.
Correct, because there will be things that are a lot potentially a lot greater expense that involve, and again, that's an evaluation process on the part of the city. If it's stormwater and solving the stormwater issues that already exist because of stormwater that's being drained onto this property from other properties, it could be very expensive. And if my client's responsible for having to fix those problems, and there's the same holds true with the sewer line that doesn't meet current requirements that we're going to have to get a variance for ours. We don't know what all those costs are going to be, but they will be much more than this hawk sign. And so it's a question of, trying to do an equitable job of sharing the responsibility, because none of these things are solely my client's responsibility. But sharing is exactly the way these things get resolved through the site plan process.
And that's the reason why I specifically said cost share, because it's going to benefit the entire community, and I'm not asking you to
correct. And we're fully aware that we will be cost sharing to one extent or another with resolving, and we have no objection to cost sharing as a concept, and certainly not as it pertains to a hawk signal. It's just if we get stuck having to do 100% of some other thing that the city should be participating in, then that's going to, it's not a limitless pocketbook or wallet.
I think you've made yourself clear, or at least as clear as it can be at this moment. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Burdon. And in your various remarks, you have answered several of the questions that I had, so I'm not going to go back over those. In particular, thank you for your work yesterday and today on the alley and trying to explain all of that, the widths, the trees, the sidewalk. Great. Different topic. When I look at the design of the building, it faces Pacific. That appears to be the front door, the prominent entrance, the sign of this building. The building, as I understand it, is built close up to the curb, allowing for, I believe, an 11-foot wide sidewalk or something like that in front.
On the front, it's 12, I believe.
12, very good. My question is about drop-off and pickup. Is it anticipated that folks dropping off or picking up are just going to stop on Pacific in front of this building, or how is that supposed to work?
The 33rd Street, there's an entrance that just right at, not directly on the corner, but just to the west of the corner. And there's also an elevator inside, and that's where we've got the loading zone, which has got a number of parking spaces in it, but it'll also be used when people are moving in or moving out. And a door there, elevator there, and that would be the place where people would pick up in most circumstances. Now, again, someone can go into the parking garage and drop off and pick up off of the alley or off of 34th Street. But as far as on street, it should be on 33rd, which is, again, if you're heading to the south, which is what you would be doing if you're stopping in front. You just come around the curve and then you go up to Arctic and take a left, and hopefully Ms. Bosher will take care of 7-Eleven's hedgerow.
All right, so what I understand is this building is going to surcharge westbound traffic on 33rd Street. To the extent that it generates pickup, drop-off deliveries, you're going to ask those vehicles to pull onto 33rd adjacent to your building. They're going to be pointed west, and in order to get anywhere else, they're going to go over to Arctic and go where they're going to go. Correct?
Well, that's what we anticipate. I mean, there could very well be someone who gets picked up at the corner of 34th and and Pacific
But the general
too.
design flow of the building is this way.
It's where they tell Uber or where they're relative to
That's
pick
where
them
I'm
up.
going. So in many other urbanized areas, we see actual municipal restrictions on rideshare pickup. Now, I'm not suggesting such a thing here, but the future is a long time. And it seems to me that cultivating cars not to stop on Pacific and training folks or directing through the operation of the building that this kind of thing operate on a side street is a good first step to being a good neighbor and allowing the traffic to operate more efficiently. It also helps our pedestrian issue over here. We don't have cars starting and creating a blockage on Pacific with unpredictable traffic behavior where all of these other folks are trying to cross the street. So it seems to me if that is something that the operator of the building can encourage, that would benefit everybody here.
Well, I have no doubt that we, in the operation of the facility, that they're going to encourage and, more importantly, discourage anybody being picked up on, because I think they're both important, on Pacific Avenue.
So my second question is with regard to the street closure. I'll draw your attention to condition number 5. I want you to help me understand this, please.
You'll have to give me 1 second.
It is on page 4 of 10 of agenda item 9.
There appear to be private utility facilities located within the right-of-way?
That's number 4. Number 5, at least on the one that I've been handed, starts with the words closure of the right-of-way. This is what I want to understand. It says closure is contingent on complying with all the other conditions within 2 years, within 730 days. And then it says in the next sentence, if the conditions aren't accomplished and the plat isn't approved within 1 year, then this approval is null and void. Explain to me the 2 years and the 1 year and how that goes
It should
together.
be 2 years.
Which should be
The
both
second
of
one
them?
should be 2 years.
Okay.
Because that's a leftover from the old conditions. We've for the last.
Okay, I get it. I get it. We're working off a document from a prior approval and we're modifying it.
Right.
But now as it's in front of us, it doesn't make sense in the present time. So I'll just refer that to you and staff to sort out before you get to council, because if you approve it as is, I don't know how we would enforce it or interpret it.
That's no problem. It's supposed to be 2 years. That's just
Okay. I read this stuff.
Yeah.
So, thank you. My last
you.
question is, with regard to the 2 applications, the street closure and the ability to build this building. At the site visit, I was told that essentially they are contingent. In other words, you've referenced, and the staff report references, some of the difficulties that will be inherent in closing the street, relocating the utilities, what have you. That's why there's 2 years here to figure it out. Well, suppose that doesn't work out. I mean, the applicant was here, a year ago, thinking everything was going to work out for a 12-story building. And now we're back, it didn't work out. So anything can happen. I'm looking at what happens if it doesn't work out. If the street closure doesn't work out, does the ability to build the building carry forward? Or where are these 2 tied together? that you can't build a
They're
building
completely
unless you
tied
have the
together
street
because we're
closure.
building the building on the closed portion of street.
Well, I understand the practical. I'm looking at the legal. You got permission to do something, but you can't practically do it.
If the street closure or the alley closure, it's all called street, but they're different between alleys and streets. If the closure the closure won't become final until the re-subdivision plat is recorded. The re-subdivision plat will not be approved to be recorded until the site plan is approved.
Okay, I got you. Very good. So you won't get through site plan review.
Correct. Until the site plan is approved, the re-subdivision plat never gets recorded and it's all moot.
Thank you. I understand.
Sure.
Thank you, sir.
Are we ready for a vote?
I move that we,
Okay. Who was that? Commissioner Plumlee.
Yes. Mr. Bourdon, very quickly. Are there any of the conditions that are being released from the prior approval? I see the previous conditions. We've demolished the hotel. A lot of these things have been done. These are not to be STRs.
No, all we need to do is approve the conditions recommended because they'll supersede the other ones, and those other ones have all been, well, they're being superseded or they've been already accomplished. And the one with regard to the historical information that will be, the survey and all that stuff have been done.
That still carries forward.
That carries forward, and we're going to have that in the lobby. And
all the ones that are not superseded carry forward. That's what you're saying, correct?
I think they're, well, I believe they're in, the ones that aren't superseded should be in the ones that that are before you today. I wasn't aware that that anything was left out.
Thank you.
Sure.
I do have a motion. Before I make the motion, I'm going to talk a little bit about the project. Mr. Bourdon is right. This is a lower height building, so the pilings and the fulfillment of the construction should be less intense than what you're currently under, what has been currently approved. So that is an improvement with this approval. We absolutely need 62 and over housing. Everything I gather from the public, they want this project to proceed. The building has been taken down. The 10 affordable units is really a replacement of the Jefferson Hotel. Those units, that's essentially what's been done here with the $1,000 rent. The applicant is a very experienced developer, and his word, Mr. Jester's word, and this is very important. I believe the more we can bring residential development along Pacific, the more our demands for improved traffic will occur because people will be there to demand it. Right now, it's an old bank structure with a huge parking lot where people came in for office and they left. I think bringing residential down there will improve that area. Generally. We've already improved this density, like I said. Anyway, for those reasons, I want to move to approve this project.
second.
Could I make a comment?
Just a minute. It has been moved by Commissioner Plumlee and seconded by Commissioner Schoonover. The Vice Commissioner would like to have something to say first, and then Mr. March.
Thank you for coming in. This is an important application to me. When I saw it coming, I was very concerned about it because I sat here a year ago when Mr. Jester and Mr. Bourdon presented this. And I'm sorry, I don't remember if Mr. Staub was here at that time or not. But President Staub's comments today were concerning to me because they sounded genuine. But I remember what was said last year. And what was said last year was the urgent need for 62 plus and memory care and assisted living at the oceanfront. So today I'm hearing earnest comments that eliminate the memory care and eliminate the assisted living. So that doesn't really match up. Also, I remember last year, there was zero public outreach, and there was significant opposition from the houses in the back, saying, do not close 33rd and a half Street. And the applicant stood here and said, we're not going to close 33rd and a half Street. We wouldn't do that. And now here you are back saying, we're closing 33rd and a half Street. So this application does concern me. Having said that, I think it's a good project. Yes, we need 62 plus housing. We need housing. And the height doesn't concern me. The fact that you're reducing the height does not concern me. And to me, it's not really a benefit because Mayflower's way taller. The Navy did not object to it. And our comp plan, which we all worked really hard on and was adopted last April, says we need to go taller. We need infill. So I don't really see that yes or no. I'm concerned that Mr. Bourdon said, this is the first I've heard of a sidewalk, because there should have been a dialogue going on. The developers should know what the people behind them feel about this. So I am torn on this. I will probably support it because it's needed, but I don't like a lot of the things about it. And I do hope the public doesn't lose trust in us and what was said last year and how it matches up with what was said this year. Thank you.
Thank you. If the motion maker and the seconder would like to have a friendly amendment, because we received in our packet today an updated condition sheet just with language for number 2. And that was, I believe, updated by the applicant's attorney for application number 9. And it's the second condition. It just rewords it a little bit to, I guess, clarify. It was in this packet that had, in the form that had an email in either opposition or support of the same project. And then on the last page, there was an updated condition sheet. I would just like to use these conditions because I think that was the intent of cleaning it up, as well as cleaning up for council by the time it gets there so it doesn't have to be cleaned up. And it's a clear motion from us to reflect Commissioner Camp's condition number 5 of the 730 days. And then it goes on to say 1 year. If we could strike 1 year and put 730 days to mirror what it says prior to. I don't have any other issues with it. I just wanted to make it clean. If everybody would like to take a second to look at that. And while I've got the microphone on, I will make some comments. In the next 10 years, I do believe that senior housing is going to be one of the biggest things that we face in our community as our population ages here. And I think this is a very important project that is a necessity. And in the future, we're going to need to see more projects that are addressing this need. So I will be in support of it. I do hope that the consideration of the community is taken into account. And I do understand that there's a good faith effort to try to participate in the cost sharing participation for a lot of other factors that are in this proposal here that are not specifically due to this site's conditions. So thank you for that. And I will be voting to approve this. But if the motion maker and the seconder had an opportunity to take a look at it and if they would accept.
I don't have any objection to modifying it. I've written at the top of this sheet, this grayed area, it appears it's agreeable with the applicant for this change. And also with regard to, that's condition 2. And condition 5, that be modified so the language should be appropriate 2 years. That's fine.
Okay. Thank you.
Are we ready for the vote?
All right. The vote is open. As a reminder, you may need to refresh your tablets to access the voting actions.
Oh, man.
By a recorded vote of 11-0, items 9 and 10, 33rd Street LLC has been recommended for approval as modified.
Thank you all very much.
Before we move to the next item, we'd like to have a 5-minute break or so.
Our next item is item 15, 232 Jersey Avenue LLC.
Mr. Chairman, the bad penny turned right back up again. Apologies to Mr. Beeman and Ms. Murphy for making him sit here all afternoon, but this, again, for the record, Eddie Burdon, Virginia Beach attorney representing Mr. Louisu with respect to the applicant 232 Jersey Avenue LLC. And this is another example of properties that Mr. Louisu is assembling and purchasing and investing not an inconsiderable amount of money in pursuit of the day when he can redevelop these properties in accordance with what our comprehensive land use plan has been recommending for 20 years or so. I did the first application after we adopted the strategic growth area plans, and Mr. Ripley and Mr. Horsley and the powers that be on the Planning Commission, as well as the staff, said, look, we need to put conditions on these things because one of these days, you know, this plan is actually going to turn into reality. And the first one we did, the first few were 10 years. And I can assure you that when they were talking about the idea that it was going to happen within 10 years, there was a fair amount of snickering for good reason. There's nothing that Mr. Louisu would like more than to be able to have a form-based code and be able to come in and redevelop these properties with exactly what our comprehensive plan or something very close there too would like to see. But yeah, there's one or two other people that have been doing some assembling, but nobody's been doing it to the degree that he has. This application for bulk storage yard has been written up by the city staff, and as you have before you, recommends approval. The property directly to the north of this property, excuse me, I misspoke, to the east on Admiral Wright Road, he has recently, within the last 12 months, gotten a bulk storage yard use permit and put up a vinyl fence along Admiral Wright Boulevard. And we are, and I think you all have it in your supplemental package. I've got handouts here if anybody doesn't have it already. We'll do the same fence along Admiral Wright Boulevard and also running back perpendicular to Admiral Wright Boulevard at the northeast corner of the property. And then there are small little fences between buildings that are wood that'll stay. We're landscaping around the office building at the corner. We're adding 2 parking spaces with pavement and curb and gutter. And then the fences along Pennsylvania Avenue, some of them are wood, which we will retain. And the ones that are chain link, we will put wood fence in front of the chain link fence so that everything that's visible will be wooden fences along Pennsylvania Avenue, and putting landscaping adjacent to our own properties or landscaping it towards the right-of-ways have been waived previously, and we would request their waiver again. The conditions as recommended by staff are acceptable to my client. Be happy to answer any questions.
Questions?
Ms. Bourdon, I'm a little confused. This morning or yesterday, I forget which, my understanding was that the applicant did not want to do any landscaping. Unless I'm thinking of a different application.
No, he's not, he's asking, he's not want to do landscaping on the outside of the fencing that the bulk storage yard use permit in other parts of the city would require. That's what it says, and that's a variation that's being requested. The landscaping that I'm pointing to is around the building itself, which doesn't have foundation landscaping, which he is willing to landscape and put that on the building, but not with regard to outside the fence along Admiral Wright, which he got a waiver from council and this body. Well, council's the only one that can grant it, but with the application on the property next door along Admiral Wright, he just wants to continue what he did on that property onto this property.
Okay, thank you.
Is the other property bulk storage?
I'm sorry?
Is the other property bulk storage?
It's automobile, yes, it's bulk storage, automobile storage, yes. Yes, ma'am.
Any further questions, discussion?
Thank you, Mr. Bourdon. Do we have any speakers?
There are no speakers.
Are you ready for a motion?
Mm-hmm.
I make a motion that this application be approved for 4 years only. I'd like to see the change come, and I believe it is coming. I believe we have an overlay and things are starting to happen here. And if I'm wrong, then come back to us in 4 years.
Second.
Okay. So it has been moved by Vice Chair Byler and seconded by Commissioner Cuellar that this item be approved for 4 years instead of 5.
I'd like to get a sense from this commission of whether they are fine with the 5-year before we make a choice about this 4-year change, because I'd rather do the 5 years if we can.
Well, Mr. Bourdon, you're shaking your head.
Well, all you're doing is setting up a scenario where I will bet anyone in this room will be back in 4 years to waste more time and more money. You won't have, I hope you do, I certainly hope you do, but the idea of getting a new zoning ordinance and getting it through and approved by city council is a 2 or 3 year process if we're lucky, okay? And then the idea of getting a deal put together to come up with a plan that's going to be coming forward with these beautiful new semi-high-rise buildings and all that goes into putting all that together, it just doesn't happen overnight. And so I don't think we're accomplishing a darn full thing. If we can get a form-based code in place in a year and a half, then 4 years is fine. We can get there. But is that going to happen? Who knows? So again, why are we playing this game with someone who's investing lots of money doing what the city can't do by condemning property and acquiring property to make sure this plan can actually happen? We haven't seen the big players come along and start trying to buy property so this can happen. Okay, because they're tied up at Town Center and they're tied up, the Napolitanos at Town Center. Everybody's all invested in Town Center. And so we have the little guys out there trying to put these things together so that this can actually happen one day. And so we're going to say, well, you're not doing it fast enough. Well, they're doing everything they can. So why are we playing this game? Well, we're going to make it 4 years and just make them come back again in 4 years.
So if the development proceeds quicker than you believe, wait a minute, let me finish, okay? If the process proceeds quicker than you feel it will, is your client ready to move on, or?
100%. He would love to be able to bring forth an application to do what it is that our comprehensive plan is calling for. but that's just a comprehensive plan. We don't have anything in our zoning ordinance, which has, our zoning ordinance, when we did the form-based code for town center and the form-based code for the oceanfront, has worked like a charm. It has been so successful, okay? And it will be successful here. But my own opinion is that we have, the city and others have invested substantial sums of money on town center. And these plans have been out there. This form-based code could have been adopted. One could have been created, adopted. It takes a long time to do it, but it could have been done years ago. Well, I don't believe we wanted to take the risk that it would dilute the interest in town center. So we're going to make sure town center is, redeveloped and is in place before we move further west. Well, we think it's time. I think it's time, but that I don't have a vote. But the reality of it is that Mr. Louisu can't do anything that we want him to do without the zoning being in place. And so, again, you'll do what you think is right. I don't want to be preachy, but 4 years, 5 years, we did 10 years 20 years ago. We did 5 years 15 years ago. We still been, it just, unfortunately, it takes time, a lot of time, and it affects other people whose businesses are in this area too. And it's just, but it's out there. The folks who own the properties know what's coming someday. And some of them are willing to sell. They're selling at a premium because they know it's going to be different when that opportunity arises. But until that opportunity is in our zoning ordinance, it may never happen. Who knows? But this gentleman's taking a risk. And that's all. I'm sorry.
Chairman Gostin, I'd like to make an amendment to this motion and reverse it back to 5 years. We have gotten to the end of development and we are into redevelopment, and we are going to have to start updating all of the zoning in order to make sure that we can accomplish these goals. I know we can't do it fast enough, but in the meantime, since we know we're trying to put in these places, I want to be supportive of these efforts to do what we'd like them to do. So I hope that we can amend this motion to the 5 years and move forward.
Seconded. I guess we have to refer to our counsel there. Do we need to make a subsequent?
Pardon me,
It sounds
a
like
substitute
this is
motion.
a substitute motion unless the original motion individuals would like to accept the friendly amendment. But if not, this is a motion to make the substitute motion the main motion.
Pardon me, I'd like to make a substitute motion to make my main motion.
Seconded. I think I did.
No, I do not accept the amendment to my motion.
Okay, so then the vote that it's pending right now is to make the substitute motion a main motion to see if that will become the main or not.
So it's been moved by Commissioner Schoonover, seconded by Marjani, that we make a substitute motion to stick with 5 years. We ready for the vote?
1 second, we're setting up the vote.
And just for clarification for everyone, so this current vote is not voting on the main motion itself, it's just making it the main motion. If it carries, then you will vote on that motion. If it fails, then you're voting on the other motion regarding the 4 years.
Schoonover, and then Marjani. Okay. Oh, the vote is open. By a recorded vote of 9-2, the substitute motion to make the substitute motion the main motion has passed. Call movers. Okay. The vote is open. Okay, by a recorded vote of 9-2, item 15232 Jersey Avenue LLC has been recommended for approval.
Thank you all very much for your patience.
Our next item is item 16, City View 2 LLC.
Mr. Chairman, Madam Vice Chair, members of the commission, for the record, my name is Rob Beeman, Troutman Pepperlock Law Firm, here today on behalf of the applicant, City View 2 LLC. I'm joined by a couple of the principals of City View 2, including Dan Heatwell and Jimmy McCune. The application before you right now involves 2.5 acres. It's located along Thalia Creek, just east of Constitution, south of Town Center. The applicant proposes to develop an additional phase of the City View project, which currently includes the Constitution and Midtown Apartments, a Fairfield Inn and Suites Hotel, and approximately 17,000 square feet of office space. The current phase, which is the building before you today, would have two components. It's a mixed-use building with two components. The first would be a climate-controlled indoor self-storage component, and the second would be 18,500 square feet of office space, which would be used for the corporate headquarters of the Ripley Heatwell Company, which is the parent company of the applicant, and also one of their affiliates, which is a telecommunications company. All told, there would be approximately 40 to 50 employees that would be expected to work out of this building. Additionally, I wanted to note that each of the self-storage floors in the building has been designed to be convertible to office space. These are growing companies, and the hope is, of course, that there'll be some future expansion. From a design perspective, the applicant intends for this building to raise the bar for self-storage in the city of Virginia Beach. In addition to having a mixed-use significant office component, this building would be designed so that the self-storage component would not be visible from the exterior. It would appear to be completely office from the exterior, and there would be no kind of display windows that show, storage doors behind or bright lights that you see in some of the other storage facilities in the city. The other thing I wanted to mention is that there is an easement on the property along the Thalia Creek frontage, which would protect all of the mature vegetation that's on the site, which would provide a significant additional screening. So with that, we certainly thank the Planning Commission for their time and consideration, and we'll stand by for questions.
Do we have any speakers?
There are no speakers.
Okay. And we're open for discussion or motion.
I move that we approve the
I got it.
project. So please, I'm so sorry. Do what you want to do.
So you just said that the office space, the storage spaces are convertible to office.
Yes.
Which is going to require more parking, yet you are under the amount of parking that's required already.
That's right. There's a shared parking agreement in place that's been approved by the zoning administrator, but that approval is locked into the specific use mix now. If we wanted to expand and convert uses from self-storage to office, we would have to go back in and get an alternative, either add more parking or get additional approval.
Okay, so where is the shared parking?
So, sure, there is shared parking right planned south. There is a parking garage, and there's actually a surface parking lot on the site of this building, the proposed building, and then there's a structured parking facility under the Constitution Apartments, which is just south of the property.
Thank you.
Yes, sure.
Commissioner Kemp.
Thank you, Attorney Beeman. I've seen variations of this project, I think, for 20 years. So help me understand the current one. On the first floor, what is the proposed use mix?
The proposed use mix, each floor is approximately 15,525 square feet, I believe. I believe on the first floor, there's approximately 3,000 square feet of office space, which would be unrelated to the self-storage. It would be Ripley Heatwell and affiliates space. The remainder of the space on the first floor, there's a small warehouse component associated with the office use, and then self-storage would be the bulk of the use on the first floor. The middle floors would be self-storage, and the top floor, 15,525 square feet, would be all office. So there's 18,500 square feet of office.
All right, so
currently.
Let me make sure I got that on the first floor. You've got about 15,000 square feet and within the floor plate, and you've got about 3,000 square feet related to office use. So about 20% of your first floor is going to be office, 80% is going to be storage. Is that
That's
ballpark correct?
I believe that's correct.
All right. And I think that is my only question at this time. Thank you.
Any further questions?
Mr. Beaman, you know my position that we've worked hard on getting Town Center to the point where it complies with the SGA, that it's walkable, that it's community-centric, and that it is not auto-focused. And by very nature of the storage, that's what we're doing. And I believe the comp plan and the strategic growth area outlines say no self-storage unless special permission, special consideration, and the ground floor should be designed so that people linger and that there's people coming and going. And what you're describing to me doesn't meet that. I really appreciate so much effort to make it look nice. But what we're trying to do is to make the wrong thing look good. Why don't we just put the right thing? If the whole ground floor were not storage, I'd feel so much better about this. When we say mixed use for this site, I was really hoping for mixed use of residence, office, retail, not mixed use of warehouse and office, all used by one user. So it's not something that people are going to be lingering and interacting, which is what our comp plan calls for. I'm disappointed in it. I may be in the minority. I really do appreciate all the effort to make it look good. But all that effort to make it look good is because it's the wrong thing, in my opinion. How are you going to convert the office space? Or how are you going to change it from being storage to something else, to office or retail?
Yeah, my understanding from my client is that the bones of the space have been designed to accommodate office as well, even additional punch throughs on elevators and stuff like that. So it's built into the design.
Do you know how tall the ceilings are?
On each individual floor, ceiling height.
Good afternoon. The ground floor, Dan Heatwell, I'm the CEO of Ripley Heatwell Company. The ground floor has a 20-foot floor-to-ceiling height. The middle floors, I believe it's an 11-foot floor-to-ceiling height, and then the top floor has a 20-foot floor-to-ceiling height as well.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Heatwell, I got a question, sorry. Since you were up there, it helps with this question. Commissioner Camp brought something up, but we've been discussing it for a long time. My understanding was that this particular spot, phase 2 of City Center, was going to be apartments as well. And I'm just curious why, if that's true, and why the change.
Sure. So this site, I guess since 2004, when we started working on it, has gone through a lot of different iterations for this particular parcel here. All the way back in 2004, it was an office building. In the, I guess, late 2005 to 2010, it was potentially going to be the new Thalia Fire Station that went through a lot of design and discussions with the city before they decided to build it west of Independence at the current location next to the post office. There was a time when it was looked at as a condo tower prior to the 08-09 kind of real estate crash. And kind of since then, it has been in sort of a placeholder since the fire station discussions ended, and then since the condo market kind of went away from where it was at the time. This concept was really born from a desire to have all of our different entities under one roof. And for our telecommunications company that's began expanding nationwide, we are currently in office warehouse space, where the warehouse space is sort of their testing facility for new equipment, wireless technology, things like that. And so we need that capability in a building, but that doesn't really fit traditional Class A office space. So we worked with the planning department to kind of come up with an idea of what would be a way to integrate these different type of uses. And so that was where the concept came to have the storage component, office component. Warehouse is maybe not the best term, but it's in essence 2 floors, 2 double height ceiling, so that for like wireless festival, those antennas can be raised for testing, things like that, that there's a higher floor to ceiling height. And then our desire that all of our entities be under one roof is how we came to this design.
Okay, that's very helpful. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, don't go away. Okay, so what you're saying is storage is not quite what you're doing on the first floor, because that's the question at hand. So what you're telling me is that you're going to have testing facilities, which would be shielded rooms, correct?
Yes, so a portion of the ground floor is storage. So the frontage of the ground floor is commercial. So some of that is going to be available to lease to other tenants. Some of it we're taking that tie into what I call kind of the warehouse space. But that warehouse space is about 2,500 square feet of 2-story volume space, which is where our team can test different technologies and things that they're using. That ties into a part of the ground floor office that we will retain. The rest of it, our preference would be to work with some of the local business organizations that need small offices where they can share conference facilities, things like that. And then there's a lobby that'll have public art, things like that, but there'll be an elevator system there that goes directly to the top floor. And that's where our main corporate offices will be for all of our different entities. There will be a third kind of entrance component, and that is the self-storage piece, that when you come in, there will be sort of a reception desk there. There will be, as you go further into the building, where you get to their, I guess you would call them cargo elevators that go up. But behind that sort of front facade, deeper in the building, there would be a portion that is ground floor self-storage.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Kent.
Mr. Ewald, I apologize for another question, but I thought I had the answer with Mr. Beeman, and now I'm confused again. On the first floor, I asked the question, what's there? And a rough allocation was 20% office, 80% storage. Am I now hearing that there's some form of like light industrial use, some type of testing of equipment that is going on the first floor?
Sorry,
help me out here.
Yeah, what I call the warehouse space is about another 2,500 square feet of that ground floor. And so that is about 20-foot height, similar to what we have here. That's where, so our company does TV, internet, and phone. We're an ISP provider. We started originally as a TV company. These days, we're 90% an internet company. And so those technologies, some of the stuff we do is pop-up festivals, concerts at the oceanfront, things like that, where you have wireless antennas that are running. They need the height to test those devices just to make sure they're talking to each other. There's storage for different components that we're taking to residential units or different places, conduit things of that nature that we need to store, and our team needs to be able to access on a constant basis, whether it's from our call center, from our techs, those type of things. So some of it is storage for ourselves, some as a testing area, but it's basically just a large open space. There's shelving, and then there's floor space where the testing can take place.
And is part of this warehouse storage type space to be leased to the public as like self-storage?
Okay, not for that space. So I'll kind of break it down into 3 components. About 3,000 square feet of the ground floor is leasable commercial office space.
Got it.
Behind that, roughly 2,500 square feet is our, what I call warehouse space, which is a 2-story volume space. And then behind where the entrance and reception area is for the self-storage is the ground floor self-storage space. which is probably 6,000 to 7,000 square feet.
So there is self-storage space on the first floor?
Yes, sir.
6,000 to 7,000 square feet?
Yes.
Okay. I have a question for staff when the time is appropriate. Thank you, Mr. Heapwell.
Any further questions? I guess you can go ahead with the staff question.
Thank you. Appreciate it. So with regard to the use that we just heard described about testing some form of telecommunications equipment, is that a use that in your staff review you understood and is considered part of the storage as described in the staff report?
I don't know. We did understand that there was a telecommunications office and component to the company. I'll defer to the zoning administrator as to whether or not it becomes another primary use or testing of the equipment, the telecommunications equipment. I would say having the telecommunications company was not a concern for staff.
Yes, I'd have to get more specific information for what is specifically occurring on site that's different than a telecommunications office.
Well, I understand that, but we're on the verge of a vote here, and collectively, we don't appear to understand what the uses are on the first floor of this building, and our current zoning code says no storage units shall be located on the ground floor, and so on about other things. So I'm trying to apply the rules that we have right now to the facts that we have just now disclosed, and I can't sort it out and reconcile it.
So the storage units are, my understanding, that's the mini warehouse component. A office use, a telecommunications use, it's understood that they would have some amount of storage that would be part of that use, and that would be accessory to that office use. Yes.
Since I stirred the pot, we just did, so this was submitted before we voted this morning on number 4, correct? So that's the question here.
Yes.
Okay. The testing, so I'm a Twidget, okay? That was why I asked the question about testing. I don't think it's testing like testing new, for those that don't know what a Twidget is, it's an electronics tech.
And I apologize.
Is this just making sure the equipment works, not testing new equipment, not developing and all that, right?
Absolutely. So we're an internet ISP. So as an example, we primarily serve apartment buildings. And one of the things that we've come up with is that, now you have a smart box, which is like your router you'd have at home, is embedded into kind of a cabinet in a closet, and it creates a wireless network in your unit. But we mesh that throughout the building. So if you're to go to a pool or the club room, you can actually stay on the internet, but you stay on your own private network. You do not go onto a guest network. So, whatever you're working on is secure. So when I say testing equipment, it's no different than the wireless routers that are in this room. It's more of turning them on where you have a cell phone. Is that router talking to a cell phone? It's similar to the device you see up on the ceilings here. It's that. It's not some kind of microburst waves or anything like that. I'm sorry if I misspoke. It's just simple routers, DVR receivers that you would have for a TV system, things like that we need the ability to test in an open space.
Well, I understood it. I asked the question so that they understood.
And I apologize if I did not state that clearly.
Because sometimes when Twidgets talk, we don't realize that everybody does not realize what we're talking about.
Absolutely.
And as described, that would fall into the realm of a telecommunications office.
Yes. And just for even clearer clarification, you're not broadcasting anything out. It's testing the equipment to make sure it's communicating between itself.
That's correct. So in our current space, which this is going to be larger than we are currently located, we'll have TVs to make sure that when you set up the tracking devices and conference rooms, things like that, that as one speaker is talking, does it shift to them and those type of devices. that a router that we're going to put in a unit, when you turn it on, do the computers connect to it? Is it actually a viable system? So just really the same type of equipment you'd have in a home, because we primarily serve apartments, timeshares, RV and modular home parks. Those are generally our clients. Okay.
But with the amount of space that you're going to use for office and testing on the ground floor, combined with the amount of office space that you intend to lease, represents less than 1/3 of the ground floor. The rest is going to be mini storage, right?
Yes, about 6,000 to 8,000 square feet, I believe, is that the ground floor will have that storage component.
Thank you.
Any further discussions? Do I hear a motion?
I move that we approve the project.
I'll second.
It has been moved by Commissioner Schoonover that this item be approved, and been seconded by Commissioner March.
The vote is open. By a recorded vote of 8-3, item 16, City View 2 LLC has been recommended for approval. Our next items are items 18 and 19, 1036 FP Road LLC.
Good afternoon, Chair Costin, Vice Chair Byler, members of the Planning Commission and staff. For the record, my name is Lisa Murphy, local zoning attorney, and I'm here today on behalf of the applicant with regard to items 18 and 19, and that is 1036 FP Road LLC. They recently acquired the subject property, which is 1036 Ferry Plantation Road. I've got the principal, Neil Katz, with me today in case you all have any questions that I cannot answer. So the two applications, 18 is for the mini warehouse use and 19 is for the bulk storage use. And I just wanted to discuss those briefly. What's up on the screen is the subject property. It's just under 1.7 acres. It's the site of the old Haygood skating rink. Was operated as a skating rink since, I believe, the 70s, maybe 80s, and only recently closed back in January. So it's a very unique building in the sense that it's very large and open on the inside, has high ceilings. My client and his partners in this deal operate two different businesses that would both be brought to this site. The one business is Aresco of Tidewater. They're a property damage restoration business. So they go into homes after there are fires, floods, that type of thing. So they would be utilizing about 1,500 square feet of space inside for essentially a contractor's business. The other space, which is 23,500 square feet of the interior, would be used for the mini warehouse use, so for rent storage units. And these would be part of the other business that's a partner in this, which is Units Moving and Storage, also a franchise. Both of the businesses have been around for a while. They are able to reutilize this existing building, which is good. They will repaint it, they'll redo the parking lot, make it look nicer than what's there today, essentially. If we could go to, I think, the next slide. Yeah, that's the one. So the mini warehouse use, as you saw in your staff report for 18, that's not a concern. Staff recommended approval. The other use, which is the bulk storage yard, is also required for both of these businesses. They both need outside storage area for containers, but also for equipment and supplies for the restoration business. So when we had originally approached staff and the initial application, which I think somebody mentioned the versions, the initial application showed the entire front parking area being enclosed with an 8-foot fence, and that would have been used for bulk storage, as well as that side yard behind the face of the building back towards where the cell tower is on the site. So we were showing two areas. Obviously, the vast majority of the space is that parking in the front of the building, which is why we were trying to utilize both spaces. As part of that application, we were proposing an 8-foot fence along Ferry Plantation Road, Category 6 landscaping along Ferry Plantation, which is not there now. In fact, for those of you who went out to the site visit, in order to get the Category 6 landscaping in, they actually have to pull up some of the parking lot. So those parking spaces, if you go back to the aerial that you see right along the sidewalk, those are coming out and there's landscaping that's going in there. And that will be the case regardless of whether you all recommend approval of the front bulk storage or the side bulk storage or both. So the landscaping goes in regardless. Looking at that aerial, you'll note that there is mini warehouse to the north of the site, and there's no setback between the properties. So the existing buildings are pretty tight to the property line. So there's not really a way to get landscaping along there, any additional landscaping. If you look to the south of the property, which is the other area where the bulk storage yard is being proposed, you see there's a business that's, there's a daycare center, office. It's a little strip center, but it's got some office and some retail. That business, that building actually is again right up to the property line. So in that section was where staff said, yeah, we could support bulk storage there between the two buildings. What we had asked for originally, as I mentioned, was the front and the side. I went and made a presentation to the Aragona Village Civic League at their June 8th meeting, and what we showed them was the entire front yard fenced in. With the additional landscaping, but just to make sure everybody is aware, I think Mr. Camp had a question about the changes. They saw the worst possible case scenario. They had a few questions, but they were generally pretty happy, and I'm not aware of any concerns that were expressed after that meeting. So after, talking with some of you, talking to the applicant, because staff was recommending approval of the bulk storage yard on the south of the building, but not anything in the front of the building, we had some conversations with them after the Civic League meeting and said, hey, is there any level of storage you can support in the front of the building? To me, it made sense what was in your application packages, because essentially it utilized the building, the self-storage building to the north would have been one side. You would have had the existing building on the property would have been, a portion of that up to where the windows are in the building, because I thought that was the concern, would be included. And then that would come down to meet up with the face of the building next door. That was what I thought would be a reasonable amount of front storage. Again, given that they potentially will be expanding, will have future needs, and that just gives them the flexibility. So that's really, where we ended up with staff. We actually had two plans, but the one that was included in your packet originally was the one showing some front storage and the entire, that side area being utilized. There's a cell tower on this property. There are various interesting and different features that make it not necessarily ripe for redevelopment. So they do want to reuse it the way it is. They will make it look better. As I mentioned, they're tearing out that first area of parking right along the sidewalk and adding landscaping, the Category 6 landscaping there. So last night where I ended up with Alexis was, if staff can support the storage on the side, we'll just move forward at this time with just the bulk storage on the side. Obviously, they'd like to have some storage in the front, but that's where we thought we might end up, because if you look at the staff report, they suggest that they could support the side storage. So we were hoping to avoid not being on the consent agenda, but I know there are questions, and that's gives you an idea of how we ended up where we are. So they do need the bulk storage yard as part of the mini warehouse operation for both of the businesses. We would like the front and the side, but for purposes of moving forward today, if staff can support the side bulk storage, we're happy to move forward that way. And I'm happy to answer any questions. I was trying to be brief.
Are there any speakers?
No speakers.
There are no speakers.
Ms. Murphy, so you're agreeable for a condition that there be no bulk storage in the front side. Is that fair? To simplify it?
At this point, yeah.
Okay. You may have to come back, you may have to do whatever, but at this point, the client is agreeable to proceed in that fashion.
They are, yeah.
Okay, I just want to be clear. Thank you.
And there will be landscaping added. If you look at your concept plan, in the places where they can possibly add landscaping around that, they will.
So along the neighborhood up front, there will be landscaping,
Yes,
correct?
that stays
That's a
regardless of
definite
which
improvement.
plan. Yeah, that's going to stay.
Commissioner Camp?
Thank you. The reason I asked for the hearing, and I appreciate you taking the time to answer these questions, is to clearly understand what we're voting on. I didn't have a problem with agenda item 18. I would have supported that. I'll still support that. On 19, I need to understand what it is that we're actually being asked to vote on, because I have a packet in front of me. Has it changed? Are you asking for something different than what is in front of me today?
I believe staff got you the updated, what was in the packet originally showed modest storage in that front, that northern corner of the front parking lot, in addition to storage along the side.
So you're deleting that in front?
We're deleting the in front, right.
Okay, so my question then, I guess, transfers to staff. In order to approve this in a way that comports with what the applicant is now saying, would we be modifying a condition in the document that's currently in front of us in order to accomplish what she just presented?
So yes, partly. So condition 1, as we recommended it, was that there be no storage along, or in front of the front plane of the building. So I think you could, just for clarity's sake, if you want to move forward, note the updated exhibit, which only shows the bulk storage to the side of the building and not any further forward than the front plane of the building, just to clarify that the exhibit that is being moved forward would not include that blue area.
So to reduce that in as few words as I can, a motion might be made to approve both 18 and 19 with a substitute exhibit pertaining to 19 as described in our hearing, something like that?
I think that's fine.
Okay, then I appreciate you taking the time to walk through that, and I can support that particular motion if somebody wanted to make it.
Well, I was thought you were going to make it.
Okay,
Moved.
my understanding is that condition 1 already says that.
It does, because the way the staff report was written, it said, we're recommending denial of the bulk storage as it is. However, if you want to approve the bulk storage,
Correct.
then we're recommending that there not be any storage in the front.
So that's, so it all, condition number 1 already says.
What I think the point, what I think the condition revision that Commissioner Camp was noting just reflects an updated exhibit to match that. So as condition 1 is currently written, it is referencing what was presented in the staff report, and staff had added a recommendation that it not include that area in the blue. So this would just make sure the exhibit and the language of condition 1 matched.
So if we just simply approved 18 and 19 with all recommended conditions, does that do the same thing?
I still think for clarity, and since we have an updated exhibit that removes that smaller
With
portion
an
of the bulk
updated exhibit
storage. Yes.
to demonstrate what is set forth in
Correct.
condition 1? So there's no confusion as far as the exhibits that are approved?
So moved as Commissioner Camp had recommended with condition 1.
So we have a motion by
Second.
Commissioner March and a second by Commissioner Cromwell to approve.
The vote is open. By a recorded vote of 11-0, items 18 and 19, 1036 FP Road LLC has been recommended for approval as modified.
Well, we thank everybody for coming today. We got one more item?
Our final item is item 21, City of Virginia Beach.
And we did have speakers signed up, but I believe they have left, the speakers in opposition, but you still need to hear this item.
There's no speakers in opposition? Oh, there is.
This is the applicant.
Good afternoon. My name's John White. I'm a engineer and project manager on this project for the Facilities Design and Construction Bureau in the Facilities Division Department.
Mr. Chair, do we have a speaker in opposition to this item?
He left.
There was a speaker signed up in opposition, but they have since left.
Do we know what their opposition was?
I think there was concern regarding the amount of signage that they would be permitted, so staff can work with that individual for what they would be allowed to have and what maybe alternative options could be to address their signage concerns.
Thank you.
This item was otherwise on consent. If there's not an objection, I'd ask us just to go ahead and consider a motion without additional presentation from the city on this item.
So moved.
Second.
It has been moved by Commissioner March and seconded by Commissioner Plumlee that we approve this item.
The vote is open. By a recorded vote of 11-0, item 21, City of Virginia Beach has been recommended for approval.
Thank you very much.
Now I thank you for everybody coming. Meeting adjourned.